takes is one glance, and I am taken back. I am under a spell every time that you are near me. I tried not to give in and let myself fall again, but I'm under a trance and I can't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over? You kept the sun shining and turned my world into spring. I never thought my life could ever change for this one reason. If I could just go back and hold your hand falling fast and never let it go, 'cause I won't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over?
Who came for some Age of Empires 4? What is up, one and all? And a happy Tuesday to you all as well. Midweek muster continues, number 4. And we are already, as you saw from that bracket, deep into the runnings. By the end of the day, we should have a painted picture of who will be in that grand finals. Liam T already blitzing ahead. Vortex as well, waiting for opponents. We're going to be opening with Wham versus Cat. And then we're going to be catching up on that north side of the bracket. I was hoping to actually begin with Dumu versus Cat from replays, but that series is a little bit too far back as Cat had been playing a bunch of private games with his teammates prepping and scrimming for team games. So we get what we get, and I'm quite happy with this. Actually, I'm intrigued. I'm a little bit gutted we didn't get to see the series because Dumu versus Cat doing it again. I feel like he's just consistently been overcoming people that maybe would have expected to be beating him. And that's not to discredit him. I mean, he's a very talented player, and we're seeing that very clearly. But considering the gaps, the breaks, and, you know, with the caliber players up against sometimes, it's kind of surprising how close he comes to annihilating them, right? Like last week, you have to remember, this happened in the quarterfinals. And in the quarterfinals, Cat took one of the games. In fact, he took the opening game against Wham. That was the Chinese Abasa game where he Zhuge all in his opponent. The question is, can he find his way to do it again? He has got a Zhuge Sieve in the Jushi, but Wham is adequately equipped as well with the Chinese of his own. We're going to be opening up with Himeyama, and it looks like our draft is going to kick off with Bruce versus HRE. This is a comfy pick for the Canadians, actually, guys. They've been playing, I think, more Roos on High View, aka Pigeon's View, than anyone else I can think of in the tournament so far. Been loving Pigeon's View, by the way. I don't know. I kind of like at some point it has to be shuffled out for something else, but I don't want to. I actually think it's a very refreshing map to see. But we are working on the map pool for week number 5 currently. We should have that confirmed and locked in about 24 hours. So that's when it should be revealed to the players. Might be sooner. Depends if Team is feeling generous this week. But let me get the game started up and we'll get into this. Look at the wider draft, though. I mean, both of them got nice pieces of this. Oh, whoopsie. We didn't actually push the map draft. There we go. Sup, Joro. So we've got Himeyama to begin. We've got Pigeon's View and we've got Lipany. Wham, I mean, it's not that he has weak choices for Lipany, but opening with Rooster, I guess you could just play English. English just shoehorns anywhere, really. The Japanese pick is a little bit curious. Not really sure what the thought process is there. Maybe he thinks it's good against the Malians, for example. Japan isn't too bad on a map like High View, right? Like, you get that ambush factor. But I think more likely, Wham, we said he's going to be doing what? I said Chinese, no, sorry, Rooster on the opener, right? That would leave Chinese for High View, which works quite well, or English. I just think the Japanese is there because it's there, right? It's a blocker pick. It has some flex if required. Likelihood of it getting touched is small. So, let me open up. And yeah, once again, reminder, the way we're going to do this, we're going to kick off this series, and then we're going to be hopping into Papapour versus Scatterbrained to catch up on the results of that, to see who is going to be going up against Kiljardi live in about 2 hours' time. So, cool way to start. And then after that, we should be getting into hopefully our first winners bracket. Will be ready to go immediately afterwards. We'll confirm with the players now after the Kiljardi versus whoever series. It'll be them up against LUMT. And then we're working to try and schedule Vortex versus the winner of Wham and Cat immediately after that. So back-to-back live action. What is up? There's a face I haven't seen in a while. Hello, Charging Spirit Cow. Hopefully you're well, mate. It has been a hot second. I hope life is going well for you, buddy. So let's get ready for the first set. It looks like, yeah, HRE Roos opener. Loading that bad boy now. Oh, hope you're okay. Oh, I'm surviving. I mean, I've only gone and broken my ankle. Just small things, really. Yeah, it's good exercise doing that, though. I mean, you'd think you'd build muscle from having something heavy on your leg, but I can feel it getting thin. I'm going to have a before and after comparison between both my legs. One for, you know, those that skip leg day, one for those that always done it. It's going to be very interesting. Give me your rusty sword back. Oof. Gotta earn that back, sir. You've been AWOL. Why do you want this sword so suddenly? With it comes great responsibility. I mean, you should know, being a mod isn't that fun. That's not really a sell point, actually. Yeah, being a mod is great fun. You'll love it. Well, this kitty cat has claws because he is here because he took down Dimu. That's right. Cat is doing it again. A fierce competitor in the Midweek Muster. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a best-of-3 showdown between Cat on the HRE and Wham on the Roost to open this up. And remember, last week, when these two matched up, Cat was able to show his claws and take a game off of Wham, the opening game, in fact. Let's see if he can make it a habit, make it a pattern here as we open up this week on Himeyama. HRE versus Roos is a very interesting matchup as well, guys. Historically, older patches, Roos was pretty good there. The cool thing about like Roos against HRE is they would play in the 2TC meta, they would just be able to walk out and wall off the relics, and that just gave you a very easy win condition against fast castle HRE. Times are very different though, folks. You don't really see HRE feeling a necessity to rush castles much anymore. If anyone does it, it's actually quite often the Roos. We're going to hit the 2x speed here, just for the opening. Looks like Wham has gone for the opening second scout, as you would expect here. Going to try to get a decent sheep haul, but Cat, he's done what some HRE players love to do here. He went for a double scout opener, so he's already yoinking extra. Is this old games? I mean, this is not a live series, but yes, we're catching up in prep for the live series. Wham, how is the haul looking overall? I feel like he's a little bit behind, but the difference, right, is that that's okay for him. He's already a villager ahead. Archons should be coming up, and instead, what? All right, no Archons today, folks. We have got mine work coming through from Cat. That's cool. I've been wondering when we're going to be getting to see more mine work, so cool that some players are whipping it out here. Wham, meanwhile, is going to be doing what we'd expect by now. Golden Gate is coming in. Nobody is going for fishing, but that's no surprise here. I think especially when you look at the Roos's fishing boat cost, it's not worth it. For HRE, sometimes it's a variant play, but I don't really think he's aiming for that. When I see mine work, I'm thinking a guy's going all in ham real fast. Indeed, it has been a hot minute. Charging Spirit Cal used to watch this channel many years ago, back when I was streaming Dota all the time. So that is a definite blast from the past. Crazy over the years, man, the people that come and go and then return. You remember users? Yep. Years from now, Phyllis Birdo, I'll remember you as the NA trash can that you currently are. You will be called Wham's welcoming rug. And yes, Poppy Paw is still in the tournament. We'll be catching up with his series after that. So just a quick recap on the brackets as they stand. The result of this one, very important. Of course, Wham looking to make it back-to-back-to-back-to-back grand finals. Poppy Paw looking to make it back-to-back-to-back winner. But Vortex could be a very big upsetter this week. To see, there was some interesting games, right? That series in particular against Mio Micah intrigued me. Mio constantly finding a game from these very talented players who's not able to fully convert in the end. Maybe he'll be able to do it at week 5, 6. We'll have to see. Mine work now complete. It's going to be the archery range open. Now, that is intriguing. Going mine work into archery range, not your typical. You usually expect to see racks and cavalry here, right? Just because it enables the all pikes with the preliminary tech very well. But it's easier to kind of poke onto these small tree lines with initial archers. And if you think this is a fast castle build, likelihood is that Wham is maybe going to build a wooden fortress on the tree line and not much else. He won't have any knights. So you don't have to worry about getting pressured there. But this is ambitious, man. I think the timing we've been seeing on Roos is very aggressive with this Golden Gate build. And what is up, my boy Crackety? Coming in with a raid. Thank you very much, my friend. Hopefully the Juji experiments went well, and you don't need to shower too much for being a dirty Juji spammer. We are catching up on Wham versus Cat. We have actually got 3 live series happening today. By the end of the day, we should be hopefully squared up and ready to go with a clear picture of who is going to be entering the finals of week 4 of the Midweek Muster. I mean, Cat, I'm not really convinced by this timing. It feels pretty weak. The reality check here is you're going to be running into, what, I guess horse archers. Horse archers versus feudal archers could get a little bit rough if Cat doesn't have the quantity. Even if you go Steeled Arrow, it's not going to be that pretty. The timing is looking good. I mean, he's even got a wooden fortress coming up, so he should be protected here. The high trade house is not going to be good, though. I wonder if, considering how bad the tree lines are here, is there a world? Okay, I think Wham is actually calibrated for it. I was about to say, if this house goes up, you can't really get a good high trade house. He's left the room, so we might still see a HDH still. Because even though it's not going to be a god tier one where you're getting like 3 relics worth of gathering, high trade house almost always feels better. It's just extra passive permanent gold, right? On a Civ, there very much benefits from it in the mid-late game. Well, Cat hasn't really gone for a build that leans itself into that late game, right? Mindwork pressure is still coming. We have got spears at least being added in, so it's anticipating the potential for Wham to open with knights at the age up. However, I have a feeling we might just see archery ranges to Zerg. You could actually just use the Golden Gate to go for vet archers. I think that would be a really smart call out of Wham here. Because then you're able to counter the blob of archers from HRE and the spears. And there you go. High trade house on the way. Meanwhile, we have got Cat moving out the center. I love this detail. I'm just a little bit gutted he didn't do it sooner to justify the value. And look at that. Well, if you want to spam the emotes, you know how you do that, chat. You subscribe. Then you have them infinitely to spam for the month. Big win. Archers dove a little bit close there, so already losing one here. Am I the only one just looking at this wondering, like, was this ever going to pay off for Cat? Rooster's fast castle was very aggressive. I mean, if you stranglehold him on the food supply, I guess it can work as a follow-up. And in fairness, Wham is down to just 4 sheep. Okay, so this is going to be tight. He's making the right call. He's going men-at-arms. Cat is actually mirroring the play, but his, of course, are going to be worse. But this is smart. Like, you haven't got much food to work with. You need your boys to be chunky, and you can't have them being countered by tier 2 units. He could have actually went archers, but the problem is you'd be waiting before you could upgrade them, right? So you'd be spamming feudal archers and then waiting for the tickets to go into vet. So Wham kind of stripped himself that option when he didn't gather additional gold before pulling back. And we even have depressing farms being added in at pre-10 minutes for the Roos here. Man, this is suffocating. I mean, Cat's got a good stranglehold on this base. No berry access. Really only one tree line that feels safe right now. Arguable that that's really that safe. I mean, if Cat just wraps around with 2 archers, he can start poking at these. The men-at-arms are on the way. And that's the tricky part, right? Because men-at-arms are on the way, Cat can't split his forces more than this, because then he'll get pinched, right? If you put 2 archers on the north side, 1 men-at-arms will chase that down and kill. You can get the wiggle room for Blacksmith, so he's going for the undermesh here. Cat is flooding early men-at-arms. Lord. Archers are going to get the bad news. They can't just camp here anymore. The good news, at least for them, is the marching drills means it's impossible for these men-at-arms to actually gap close them. Does he want to fight this, though? I mean, he has got the Bloomery tech. Insulated Helms just came through. That's the melee defense. So yeah, more than willing to engage. Wham is going to have to slow down a little bit, but he's starting to get access to the food. Now, this is important. Cat cannot forfeit this food area. If he does, you are just full feudal versus full castle. It's paramount that he makes his stand here. As he's got the troops, though, men-at-arms clashing in. 1-for-1 trade so far. Archers are going to start sniping onto the berry gatherers. A smart move there, considering these boys are too chunky for you to do significant damage. And the men-at-arms spears are doing this. Archers are able to find a few snipes there. 2 villagers go down. And he will keep hiding this out. I mean, there's no berries. But this is kind of the insanity of the high trade house, I think, sometimes. He's getting 121 gold off of this. But then also, every minute he's getting another 350 food. That's why Wham isn't dead right now. Even without the berries, that is the reason. He's got only 3 farms behind this. If it wasn't for that extra food, that extra gold, he'd be in trouble right now. Looks like there's going to be a shuffle out. The scout. Beautifully done there, but Wham, Spidey instinct's going off. He doesn't trust it. He suspects it. I mean, this is looking good. I'm wondering if Cat... Where's your transition point, right? Because you're blobbing a lot of men-at-arms. I don't think you want to start diving the base soon here. You just want to stranglehold him and go for castle. The problem, though, is we have now got relics being picked up. So Wham's going to have even more gold to work with. Nice block there, actually. The Warrior Monk has to pull away. Nice dive coming in as well. Denies the Wooden Fortress going up. Can't hang around due to the TC, though. Does have to back up. Yeah, this is the problem with these early men-at-arms, right? The plastic swords, the plastic shields. Doesn't really hold a candle against the TC. Another clash coming in. The MAA, once again, being forced away. Now, keep in mind, this is smart. Wham, if he keeps the Warrior Monk alive, he can heal the injured MAA. He can peel them away and top them off. He can also use the Warrior Monk in the fight to get a charge, and there you go. You get the extra melee armor and damage to trade even better. Yeah, pretty small but smart play there, right? And it's a substantial increase. You get the 2 damage, you get the 1 melee armor. That's an extra 3 damage differential between you and the enemy men-at-arms. Man, this is so uncomfortable. The whole game is just being decided by this single screen here. Okay. He sees that it's starting to waver a little. He's not getting as much impact anymore. So finally, it's castle time. Regnant should be coming up here. He's already got 3 prelates. Now, this is smart. With the prelates in their position, he can move over and snatch this relic near the TC immediately. And then he can gather the ones in the center of the map where he's already got prelates playing out into. To see if he actually reads the play, though, because that would be a sick one. At that point, Wham's game just feels unraveled, right? He'll be in a high ground with no relics, only a small trickle of passive gold, but looks like he's a little bit too late to get back to guarding this one. So 1 relic is at least in the purview of Wham. The rest realistically shouldn't be. Like, theoretically, Cat should dominate the relic game here, but he's not moving his prelates. No, he's got 1 Sting at home, 1 in the mid-map, another 1 between those 2. Finally, he starts to give the orders, but this could have been a lot more optimal. He's already shuffling over the south side, north side as well. Another cool thing now is when you go for regnants like this timing, you don't have to basically sacrifice villages to build prelates to scale your economy, right? Now you have a building dedicated to that prelate production. Wow, can't like what he just heard there because he just scaled into mass men-at-arms against the best civ at building mass men-at-arms. Right? We already see it on the way. Veterancy about to pop. Heavy mace is coming in 30 seconds. Even with the Saint's Blessing, you will not offset the damage difference. Heavy maces gives +6. You'll only be at a 3 positive in favor of you with the 2 damage and the 1 armor. That's if you even bring the Warrior Monk to the fight. Speaking of which, Warrior Monk is going to try to make his way out towards the relic, but he's already been scouted, so that's going to get denied as well. Knights are getting added in by Wham, but once again, the units you're going to be facing are getting bonus damage against heavy. And the yoink is underway from Wham. Unfortunately, these are HRE spearmen, which means they move quick enough to gap close even a Warrior Monk that would normally just about narrowly kite his way through. Yeah, and there's no escape here for him either. I mean, it's too late to go for a wall law. He could have maybe tried for it early to delay, but he just wants to pull it as far north to try and buy backup time for Warrior Monks to arrive. We have got an army marching north as well. Because Southside's already been secured, right? Needs to be a little bit careful with this ball location, though. Wham, of course, doesn't know about this, but there is an exposed economy in the center of the map. Another relic on the way home. So we have got a 4-1 split, but guys, it's much more disastrous than that for Wham. This is an 8-1 split. Remember, these are Regnant's relics, so doubly effective. And you have at least got your own extra relics in the form of the High Trade House, right? Being basically 1.5 extra relics. Still doesn't compare to HRE. Then you add in the Prelate buff for 40%. Wham's economy should be substantially weaker than Cat's in the coming minutes. For the time being, it looks like he's doing okay, and that's mainly because he has a lot of people gathering wood, plus the bounty system is kind of amping him up on the food gathering. But as things settle here, it should start to paint a picture where Cat is ahead, unless Wham can find points to raid. You could start over here. Villager's not even reacting. Will finally pull away, but ends up losing 1, and the Knight gets away. It's a good start there. Also a denial on the Sacred Site control on the north side. South side, you maybe get this cap. I mean, I'm a bit surprised. I think Wham could have maybe went for the dive there, but he was a bit worried because it's a 90 health unit, and it's only an early Knight. We do have crossbows coming. However, there is a dive. Cat marching into the base now. Have to make your stand here. Spoon and placements are going to go a long way to assisting with that. Arrow slits in the other tower. Then we got the TC adding in damage as well. But it is +2 ranged armor, so 6 in total. However, Cat doesn't seem to be making progress quick enough here. He has to back away. Is Cat thinking of going Imperial Age from this position? That feels greedy. Very greedy. Why did Red build a market while he hasn't Age 2? Because this is not a market. This is different. The Golden Gate gives you tickets to exchange. It's not an outright market, so you can't just spam a resource as you choose. So you still need a marketplace, even if you go Golden Gate. Yeah, Cat to me, I don't know. Going back here and teching up, I understand the desire, but it's a little bit dangerous, right? I mean, in fairness, Wham has built crossbows. Theoretically, he should be coming out of his base, but my thought process is more that Cat is going to tech up, and he hasn't got like that strong Archon to keep pumping food resources into villages that go to dangerous places, right? He has, however, still got a lot of food on the north side, berries and deer. So maybe now it is the time. Swabia, confirmed and locked in. So Cat going to the age 4 here. A second TC from Wham. So he's going to play a longer age, but in fairness, I don't think he minds. Crossbows are kind of ridiculous right now. They are the bread and butter of almost every army comp we're seeing post-Castle. Such a strong unit to have. So, you know, if Wham has to play this age a little bit longer playing into crossbows while scaling his eco, he's going to be fine with that. Question is he going to be fine with his opponent scaling the eco faster? Because remember, past the Swabia, it adds an insane amount of production. And what are those walls? Oh my god, and that's so expensive as well. Like, at this point in the game, he doesn't have that huge eco lead that he's going to get over time. And he's just expanded with, what? I'd say this is about 25 villagers building this wall up. Half of his economy is doing this. I mean, he feels like he needs to buy time, right? We'll see. Elite Tech is on the way for his men-at-arms. In theory, this should be a fight that he can win. Although the crossbows are not going to make it as clean as he'd like. Cat just really trying to make it clear who owns what here. He's like, you can have the rest of the map, but I'm going to need these 3 gold veins in this entire corner. Wall. The wall hasn't gone up yet. Cat. Oh no. There's a gap. There's 2 gaps. And both of them have been infiltrated. I don't think you can call it infiltration when an army this boldly walks into your base. There's going to be a mirror on the north side. And that's smart, right? Like, the food he needs is up here, so he wants to deny this area. It's going to be an attempt to shuffle around to the deer. But 1 men-at-arms is going to ruin that plan, so he is seen here. Meanwhile, Horse Archer is able to kite this out, so kind of a wasted effort. Just trying to dodge the crossbows because he's not ready to take them on yet. But he does have the ranged armor free coming in. Very cheap, by the way. Only 250 resources. Yeah, funnily enough, we're only seeing men-at-arms, so all pikes are still barding is kind of redundant. The bigger reasons why you'd think to build mine work for the unique techs just don't exist in this game right now. There's going to be another wall attempt. Men-at-arms I'll be able to protect here. Walls do need to come up fast. There's still another group of men-at-arms that have shuffled in, though. The wall wasn't complete in time. But the elite MAA will be able to shut that down. Horse archers are still looming, though. And the cool thing that Wham's doing behind this is he's starting to, you know, just kind of flourish, right? Yes, he has to keep the pressure up, but right now, this Imperial Age H3 player isn't really threatening him. Instead, he's getting idled out. He's having to dance around his own base. So Wham is making the right moves. Let's see if he can keep it up. Men-at-arms, great micro there. Wham, he intentionally pulls all the MAA further away from the crossbows so that he can just pick apart the front line. He's going to have to start a step away. I mean, in theory, the Cat and Men-at-arms should be able to win this fight, right? They are leated up. But it's kind of tricky. The crossbows, sure, they're going to be slower, but the Men-at-arms are melee, so they attack and then have to move in again, right? It minimizes your ability to just kill. Looks like Cat is now going in for the archers. So Men-at-arms Archer is an interesting comp, but one that makes a lot of sense, right? He could play into crossbows as well if he wants to, but his Men-at-arms will beat the Roost ones. There's no reason to really go into crossbows. Archers are more cost-efficient here, and right now, Cat just kind of needs that bulk to win a fight. You don't have to really worry about... I'd say you don't really have to worry about quality as much as quantity when you're an age ahead, 4 versus 3. Right? Age 4 versus age 3, like, these archers are going to hit hard enough when they're vetted and leaded up. It's going to be expensive, but for a guy who has a ridiculous amount of income per minute in passive gold, I don't think he cares. Like, remember, he's getting 640 passive gold a minute. So he's going to burn through attempt on the wall. Men-at-arms are going to be there to mirror the assault. We'll be able to scare him away, so... appropriate choice being made by Wham. That area had already been vacated. Cat theoretically wants to get back here, right? He doesn't have good late-game food sources right now. No farms whatsoever. This is not your typical Archery Arkin build. Wham. Not to be outdone, he's like, oh, that's great. I see you made a square. Let me go ahead and make a house. Yeah, there's the wonky wall, and then there's the roof. And as you can tell, this is the this is what that tree those years ago fell on outside of Wham's house, his literal house. Even farms now. So Cat has some catching up to do. I think he's really falling behind when it comes to the ability to pump here, right? We've got a few farms getting added in, but this is pretty underwhelming. And wait, yeah, what happened? Oh, wow. So Cat, he didn't get that 4th relic home after all. My bad. It looked like it was just a freebie, but no, Wham was able to deny it. So actually, Cat's income, not as good as we were mentioning. Only 480 passive gold. Like I was saying, only on there. But in fairness, that does mean that Wham has, what, 160 in relics, got 121 here, 100 cabin scattered around, giving God knows what, right? He's done the right call as well. If you're playing Roos, a big tip, set your farm clusters up next to tree lines like this. Build a hunting cabin, build around it. It's much better. Because eventually you are going to come to a stage where you need to chop that tree anyway, right? So you might as well just get the double whammy value of having a hunting cabin that will eventually be surrounded, but in the meantime is supplementing farm placements for passive gold forever. Oh, wait. Oh, good eye, Shuckle. Did he leave it in this tower? Wow, okay. I'm a bit surprised. I thought Cat would take it there, pick up another relic, and come back for it afterwards. So, Wham, just giving a freebie there. Cat is now going to look to press. We've got instant arrows on the way. Wham yet to go to age 4 here, folks. However, he has that thing that people don't like me saying in Season 9 because it frustrates them how good they are. He has a lot of crossbows. Enough to scare Cat away. I mean, when instant arrows is here, he really needs to be going, though. He also doesn't have elite tech, which is a little bit surprising. I mean, at this stage, you should have a good enough economy to get you there. In fact, I'd argue, you know, you kind of want... Do you want a scenario first? I feel like you want elite, right? I mean, scenario is going to add in, like, what, 2 damage? But you get that anyway from elite tech. And oh, no, I think he's forgotten. Oh, Cat has... I think Cat forgot about elite tech, guys. I can't believe this. He's gone for the silk bowstrings as well, which is another 700 gold, which is what you need for elite tech. I don't think you need it for the walls. You've got men-at-arms for that. He's getting a bit of breakthrough here. Gonna start shoving Wham back. Crossbow count is getting big, though. And he's even vetting spears. No, dude, he's 100% forgotten. Good chase back here, though, Wham. Struggling to trade well. The archers are just so much better for this, right? Sure, you snipe 1 minute arms at a time, but you lose, like, what, 2 free crossbows in exchange. So able to shove them away here. We do have Night Pump coming, though. Wham, 15 in the field, 5 more in queue. And the spears are on the way, but they're going to arrive late here. Veterancy is at least going to be there on time. For the time being, though, he needs to back away. 6 ranged armor here, which means half your damage is being offset. Not just that, Sacred timer is still ticking here. Cat never decapped that, so Wham actually has a win condition approaching here. And Cat is lacking the army to directly contest that. The other tricky thing about his military, guys, is that 17 of it is a lie. You'd think he's playing Delhi right now, because 17 of that 70 are prelates. Please tell me he has inspired warrior tech. No. Oh, God. All right, we officially have a problem. I think this is overkill, by the way. There's no... Mathematically, you don't need 17 prelates, right? So 10 would buff 90. So, yeah, no. No, you don't need 17. Right? Because then an extra 7 times the 9 equals 63, right? So you'd have to be at 163 economy to need this many prelates. This is not efficient. Which is important because considering he's gone for trash tea, why are you two... Like, what is going on here? I feel like every time I shame units, they stop doing it. But yes, because he's playing trash tier units, he needs every single piece of pop he can get. I can't believe he hasn't got Inspired Warriors. I mean, he could pull 4 prelates for this army, buff it up, it'd be worth it, right? Like, your archers hitting for 12 damage, add 15% on there, that's you up almost 14 damage. Even more when you get elite tech, which we finally have it. Sky Town on the way. Somehow Wham has slivered his way out of this hole he finds himself in. And holy crap, that was really underwhelming. Great job, Mangoes. Let's get shoved forward. Spears. Only 10 of them in the formation. This is a bad fight for Cat. Wham knows it as well. He competes. Mangonels are going to be targeted here by a small splinter group. However, he's forfeiting his back line. Knights able to start diving in here. No spears to protect. Cat is starting to lose control of this game. No way. The way this is happening right now has to be frustrating. Like, Cat's thought process in some ways makes sense, right? All pikes, by the way, would have been much more useful to have had there before that fight. But this is kind of the weakness of Mind Work. Mind Work definitely has a lot of potency, but you have to play a specific style, and you need to be very efficient with your economy, very efficient with your population. And I think that's maybe what's missing here. Like, when you go Mind Work, the idea is you're meant to be turning trash into quality with things like the all pikes and the extra armor. We're not really seeing that, though. He's just relying on the quantity, and the quantity is losing to the quality of the other side. Knights and crossbows dominating here, and now 9 Streltsy queued up. If Cat can't win this against crossbow knights, what happens when Streltsy enter the field? He needs to keep pressing. He needs to do it fast. We've at least got Decap coming in. He's denied the Sacred Site win condition. He's opening up the walls as well. So we'll be able to start raiding that economy as long as he can keep the pressure on 2 fronts. But right now he's struggling. Archer got bonus versus hand cannoneers. They get bonus against light gunpowder, right? These are not light gunpowder. So really important difference here, guys, and don't get baited into it. Archers, the bonus damage is against light gunpowder, i.e. Janissaries. These are not light. Streltsy are not light. Hand cannoneers are not light. They're ranged. So yeah. Don't think the archers counter Streltsy. They kind of do from the range, right? It's 6.5 range versus 4. But you're not getting the bonus damage. And you're talking about a unit that has substantially more health, right? 130 health compared to your 95. But you do have the movement speed. What's important, though, is you got to be careful about these Mangoes. Freebie given over here. Stays a bit too far forward with it. The Mango now not able to get away. Streltsy are being sacrificed. Spaskari is at least going to force a reset here. Cat will not be able to continue the dive. Best thing you can do is try to trade out as many units as you can and get away. But this is a big problem. The Knights, the count already up to 14. Another 7 in queue here. These boys ready to row here and ride up. I mean, this is tricky as well. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. Horseman plus Spear in theory really good for HRE, but the problem is really the quality of what you're up against here, right? If this wasn't Roos, I could see the thought process. But against Roos, when they've got the cheaper Streltsy with the static deployment, and then you've got these Knights with 25 more health base, and the +4 damage of poleaxes, the trade is going to be very favorable for Wham. Things are at least looking a little bit better with this, right? Hand cannoneers getting added in, I like. One thing I do not like to see for Cat is this. Serpentine powder is coming for Wham. That's going to give him a quick clear to the spears. Yeah, is it me? Or, although the Roos late game was nerfed when it comes to Siege, right? I feel like the rest of the kit kind of got buffed. If you think about what they can do now, and it's very gold expensive, but if you can afford it, the comp of Knights and Streltsy is insanely complementary. Because you get the Serpentine powder to clear the Spearmen, and then the Knights just plow through. And they're better Knights, right? They're not quite French Knights, but they're just a tier below in terms of quality. That is an insanely powerful comp. Cat. Does he actually have the firepower to contest it directly is the issue that I'm running into here. I feel like the answer is no, if it gets online. It's only, what, 16 Streltsy? If he gets towards like 30 Streltsy, 35, that's when Cat is just going to get melted here. I actually think Cat needs to get into Mangoes. And yes, Streltsy do have the buff damage like every other hand cannon in the game. Every hand cannoneer got the buff damage from 35 to 38, except Janissaries. Checkpoint fight here. No, the Horsemen are in the way. Worst possible way for Cat to fight there. Great read by Wham as well to stand his ground on that choke point. That is brutal. So he's not able to actually get that full surround. What you want to do with the Horseman, run them back to the Streltsy, then have the Spears follow through the Knights. But that was a great read by Wham. He understood the Streltsy just worth protecting there. Sure, you're not using the full power of your Knights, but you're stopping the guy who's more heavily into melee from utilizing his. Awesome Spears out. He's going to try to shuffle around. Second wave is going to be marching in towards that tree line next. Sacred Sites are being captured, so Cat looking for that as a win condition, because understandably this is going to get very difficult to dive into. The upside for him right now is, despite the fact that it's Spasskaya, Wham has not gone for stone walls, because I feel like Roost players just forget about it at this stage. Anyone else notice that? Like, Roost players building Spasskayas a lot at the moment, and they never seem to stonewall. Just happy with the 4-5 Palisades. Oh, congrats. You secured a Sacred Site. I don't know if you're going to get to keep it, though. I've still got some horsemen roaming around being a little bit annoying, but Wham's army, in theory, should be capable of taking the direct fight. Cat still relying on that quantity over quality. We're gradually shifting pace here. Hand Cannoneer line is building for Cat. He also does have the Serpentine Powder. Unfortunately, it is worthless against this composition. Remember, Serpentine Powder, it's when you attack melee infantry. There's no melee infantry in Wham's comp. I wonder how long can Wham keep up this composition, though? Because one thing to consider that could favor Cat is gold. You've got a decent amount of passive income, but surely it should have its limitations here. He's got 38 people exhausting gold. He's down to his final 1,000 over here, after which, where's the next gold, right? On your opponent's side of the map? Not ideal. Trade as well for Roos, a little bit tricky. I've only seen one pro player really convince me that looked good, ever, for Roos. Keep drop also coming in, so Catch denying more resources, starting to set up the borders here. Because apparently the walls weren't good enough. Ones if you think Wham's going to win this game. Twos if you think Cat is. Jesus, look at Cat's reserves as well. 11,000 food in the bank. Cat, a guy who was able to take down Dimmu 2-1 in the previous round, has proven his abilities to duke it out with the best and at least make them bleed, if not kill them. Can he do it to the back-to-back-to-back grand finalist of Midweek Muster? The champion of the first week. Gonna find out. Streltsy Mass is paused at 26, but not because he's ran out here. Wham, more running out of population. He's finally queuing him up. 15 more in the queue, and he still has 2.2k gold to work with. I mean, that's the passive gold at work, right? In conjunction with his active gathering, but the active gathering is now gone. He's exhausted his golds. He'd have to sneak out for an additional. Rams, in the meantime, are going to start dealing with this northern side keep. Nice denial there, though. Cat just about able to keep it repaired. Very expensive to do so. It does have the stone nearby to justify it. And we do actually get to see stone walls in this game from Wham, as well as adjustable crossbars. And yeah, I'm starting to wonder, like, Cat, should he have been the one going to Siege? It's a bit tricky, but I think you can get away with playing Spears plus Siege here as Cat. Really effective against Streltsy, right? Instead, you've allowed the Roost to get there. And you can at least dodge with your hand cannoneers. But now it's going to force him into kind of this desperate state to dive with the Horseman, right? And that means he might end up just kind of target firing onto the Mangoes instead of the Streltsy. If he does that, he'll just lose the cavalry, right? So he needs to make sure when he wraps around towards the Mangoes, don't focus on the Mangoes. Kill the Streltsy. Culverins are shuffling up. They're going to try to be the answer here. Mangoes do not have the adjustable crossbars yet. Culverin snipes are coming in, but you see how slow it is to kill here. Does get one of them. Streltsy are winning out, though, and the Horsemen wrap around the back, forces a reaction to the remaining Spears. Streltsy, they should be able to kind of brute force this, but Cat doing a good job of making this a favorable exchange, just using his melee cannon fodder so he doesn't sacrifice any of his hand cannoneers. It's like Horsemen have a different idea. Wham actually tries to wrap around the back here. Cat, by the way, culled his eco. Check this. He's down to 90. Yeah, this is very much kind of an all-in timing, right? He builds up 11,000 food in reserve for this push in mind. This is do or die. He will either exhaust his resources over time and lose the game, or burn his opponent down with a larger army. I do feel like he needs more hand cannoneers, though. Your opponent has double the premium. Yeah, this idea from Cat is smart. If he has 35 hand cannoneers, he has 17. Meanwhile, Wham has 37 and another 11 in queue. And oh no, 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 Cat! What? 5 Culverins left behind here. He finally realizes it too late. 4 down out of 5. The Horseman still alive, able to wrap around on the flank. Streltsy just mopping up that front line of spears. Cat, what the hell was that? No Siege to play with on the front line. He's got 2 more coming in reserve. We're back onto Archers as well. Mainly because Cat, surprisingly enough, even with 3 Relics and a Regnants, can't really afford to spam mass hand cannoneers right now. Streltsy are the ones left alive. We've got a switch. Wham is shifted off of the Horseman onto the Spears. Kind of intriguing, actually. This is going to favor Cat, because now you're going to be pumping Spears into Archer transition, right? So this is actually a really good position for Cat to find himself in. Wham needs to be pumping more Horsemen, not Spears. This Horsemen have double value, right? They can potentially go raiding, which is what you're seeing Cats do right now. They start hitting some economy, though. Cat. Things have slowed down on his approach. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I think you just need to be pushing right now. Wham, in the meantime, is going to try to get a wall up. Will be denied. Cat. Can he find that decisive blow? I mean, Wham doesn't have much food in reserve. If you can just idle some of these farms out, it should be the beginning of a death spiral. See if he can reach it. Right now, instead, he's pushing into the army. Villagers are shuffling the front side, but Wham, I mean, that kind of helps him. He can now bloat more military here, more trash for the front line to protect the back line of 40 Streltsy, which the Archers are now targeting. And Wham isn't backing away. Stands his ground, but he shuffles. Standard deployment. He's starting to glow in there. It's going to force a retreat. Yeah, Cat always have to be a bit careful about that. That's a fragile element. Is if these Streltsy get to stand still too long, you lose. That's the benefit of the gunpowder units with trash in front of them here for the Roos. You just blob long enough that you get that increased DPS. And what is up, Derrickson? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate everyone who's been supporting. Keep those subs coming. We've still got 26 more weeks of esports content on this channel. Horseman trying to wrap around again. It's only 2 Culverins this time. Cat should have enough units to protect, but once again, the static deployment. Remember, this is the thing that gives them 30% more attack speed if they get to stand still for 10 seconds. That was a hell of a swing. Cat now in panic mode. Queues up 50 more spears to make up for the lack of a front line. We do have men-at-arms coming, but Streltsy can win against them too. However, Wham does need to get more troops here soon. And weirdly enough, he stands his ground again. He doesn't care. He wants that buffer attack speed. Mangoes, in the meantime, are shoving back that back line. A new wave is arriving. He's still maintaining 30 plus Streltsy after all that. And Cat's food income, once at 11,000, is now down. Oh, sorry, 11,000 surplus is now down to 80 in reserve. Yeah, his income just doesn't look impressive anymore. He's losing the meat grinder. This is actually happening. Wham, the quality of his backline just undeniable in this game. And you can't really afford to trade evenly in this situation, right? If you lose a hand cannon, he loses a Streltsy, you're worse off. Because that means that the Streltsy only cost 180 resources. You spent 240 on yours. And Mangoes do indeed get bonus versus Streltsy because they get bonus versus ranged, of which Streltsy are categorized. Which means, with adjustable crossbars, these bad boys are doing 20 times 4. 80 damage per attack on Streltsy. It's bloody strong. Streltsy now just frontlining here, but the Horseman wave coming in. Oh, Mangoes can mob this up. Remember, the adjustable crossbars, he has got the wider splash. He's throwing away a decent amount of Streltsy, but he doesn't care. There's a few spears in there, just a thin line to hold this back long enough. And the standard deployment comes in again. Weirdly enough, though, he shuffles back, retreats further, which does reset it. Cat, did he find that second wind? We've got more horsemen coming in. It's been to clear up on the north side. It's got a reserve group of cavalry that need to join in here. Cat, he's pretty much just throwing trash at him. Right, it's only archers as the backline. There's no hand cannoneers for the quick wipe anymore. Meanwhile, the mangoes will wipe you quickly. Yeah, this is looking like a 1-0 for Wham to open this series. I mean, it was an admirable attempt to push back there by Cat, but undeniable outcome in the end. What do you guys think of what I was saying about the Roos? You know, we originally thought with the siege changes the late game was nerfed, but the more I'm watching them, with this Streltsy Horseman comp, the complementary elements, and the new university techs, I almost feel like the core of this civilization just changed and got buffed. Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next one. Whew. So, game 1 will be a win for Mr. Whamsicle. So that is going to be Roos versus HRE. We'll mark that bad boy up as a win for Roos. We'll hop towards game 2. Core mentioned. There we go. We found the Core fan. Core doesn't get mentioned anymore. He lost to Wham. 2-0. Very aggressive. I was actually quite surprised. I messaged him this morning. I was like, that was very unlike you. All right, we should have at least one semi-final today. It might be 2, and one might be cast from a replay. We're figuring that out. 2v2 today? No. Why would there be 2v2s today? Why would we do 2v2s today? I don't think there's anything going on for 2v2s. So, map number 2 is going to be Pigeon's View. Malian versus English. Is Anachab playing today? Oh, Smoothie. How to break this to you? Buddy, pal, there will be no Anatand, for he has fallen to the Chinese prodigy kid. Louis MT was able to very cleanly 2-0 him yesterday. Louis MT should be hopefully seen later today in the semi-finals up against either Kiljardi, Puppy Paw, or Scatterbrained. Let's get to it. There's the standings as we track it. We're going to be hopping into game number 2 of this series between Kitty Cat and Wham. And it is going to be on high view. Wham, not with the Roos for once. A really big surprise there. He whipped it out on Himayama as an opener. Instead, we get English versus Malians. And guys, let me tell you something about Cat's Malians. Cat's Malians is kind of wild. This guy, this is the one, if you guys remember, I think it's uploaded on the YouTube channel. The Dark Age Donzo Spearman Rush into Ram Rush that killed Crackerty in week number 2. This guy has some very creative and different strategies, so I'm kind of curious to see what he's going to try to do against the English. One that you normally would just expect to play Javelin spam in to kill the Malombos, but I gotta say this about the Canadians. And we're going to be on 2 times speed, by the way, for the opening of this. These boys are dirty on the English. Ironically, they would probably be one of the first to moan about English and then also play them. In fact, recently, guys, Wham made a video in which he assessed that the nerfs to English were unnecessary. After then, also, immediately afterwards, he experienced the pain of going up against English in the grand finals against his brother. So, yeah, Steve got slightly nerfed, but overall still completely functional and still has the hunky-dory approach of 2TC. Yeah, this is the funny thing. Like, when you look at the old build where English would just go for Council Hall and play the all-in, that meta favored Malians. Malians destroyed English. That's where this story of, like, English lose to Malians came from. But the Abbey of Kings kind of changed things. The timings on the TC, right, forcing you to come out and pressure. It really hurt the Malians' ability to just kind of close the game quick enough and put you in a weird position where you felt like you needed to attack. But Malians, special maps like this, probably won't feel confident about attacking. Looking at this spawn as well, we have got that retracted double D. Oh my god. Did you kiss Microsoft with that mouth? I mean, you must, and there must be some tongue in there, because that... You've seduced a dev to get a spawn like that. That's insane. Double D stack for a 2TC English player. Meanwhile, on the other side, it looks like it's going to be pro scouts from Cap. He's going to have to rush this to try and deny it. We'll get up to 2 times speed in a second. He needs to start shoving it around. Good read by Cat. This is way too high value. If you let a TC go down here, you're pretty much signing a death sentence. Funnily enough, Wham He's trying to stop the Warrior Scout from doing this, but that's not optimal, right? Unless you can get enough villagers to insta-snipe, which is why he's pulling so many here. More Warrior Scouts are in the way. He needs to shove more deer away ASAP. Instead, he gets stuck in the scout clash. More troops are arriving. It's too late, though. It's a great read. Wham! Instead of being greedy about this and using like 10 villages, maybe 8, he uses 16 villages. And although there's an attempt to shovel the deer away, there's still plenty of bounty underneath this second TC. Yeah, he's got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 deer and still 3 left that he could shove in. Yeah, this is rough. Oh, man. This map gen needs adjusting. One player gets forward gold spawn while other gets back. I mean, this is always going to be an RNG element of seeding, sadly. I don't know if you noticed this, but I am a small, humble indie tournament organizer. I do not have ESL money, so I can't pay my admin to sit there spawning maps consistently every week to give players fair spawns. It's just a reality check of it. I mean, honestly, if people are like this concerned about the RNG of maps, I've said this before, the idea of just having like either mirror random in a tournament or having like fixed generation maps. But people love their generated maps. The reason, by the way, why mirrored random maps aren't a perfect solution is because it removes the viability, the validity, the requirement to scout. For example, if I see, let's say I'm a Mongol player and I open into a map and I see that like your gold is forward spawning because my gold is forward spawning, I know what I can outpost rush straight away. It drastically changes the way you play the map without you earning the information. So yeah, this is the nature of RNG. Weirdly enough, even when you have tournaments that actually have the admins sitting there, like EGC in the past, I don't know if they still do, but in the past, the admins have actually filtered through for viable seeds. Even when they do that, we've had situations where you get Marine Lord spawns on one side, right? You get goated spawns on the one and trashed on the other. So even with seeding, it's not a perfect solution. So Cat, kind of feeling a little bit down in the dumps after investing so much into the scouts. Didn't really get much value out of it. The pro scouts, he's trying to yoink away. He's going to get a few here. But I think Wham's happy with this, right? He still has, what, 6 secure, I think, at least? And as long as he keeps the scout here, he should be able to garrison and deny any scouts coming in. It was a good pinch by Cat taking one back there, but, you know, as long as I think you get 1 stack of deer here, and this TC still kind of protects the gold and extends the tree line, you're content, because Cat isn't going to try to all-in you here. Cat instead is going to go for a very rapid Fulani. And yes, another fair point, the forward golds are not a problem here at all. But, you know, this is something that players want, funnily enough. They've said they want it, because they like the requirement to adapt to the map. I still would love, in 2025, to be able to fund a tournament that is crafted maps. One of the challenges is finding modders that would craft the maps. But basically, one tournament I've had on my sheets of proposed tournaments is a crafted map tournament where you have a fixture of like 12 to 16 maps maximum. Probably less, actually. I'd say 8 to 10 is good enough. And you just let players play those maps, a fixed map generation for a tournament. Yes, eventually it'll be figured out, but that's the beauty, right? Is the process of people figuring it out. And then obviously the challenge is if you want to do another one of those follow-up tournaments, you're going to have to replace the maps. But yes, like an SC2 map pool or a Warcraft, there's many games that actually use static maps. And what it does is you end up getting these very refined builds, right? I actually think if I made a tournament like that, by the way, Vortex and Lucifron would probably crap on almost everyone. Because they're very good at iterating through processes, right? It's why they were very dominant when EGC done that different format, right? Where they had the 12 villager start and they had the no walls and things like that. Because those guys, they pound through scrim after scrim. Like they do a 10-minute, 50-minute game. They figure it out. They go again. So there'll be some different players that will thrive in that environment compared to the generated maps. A little bit of harassment on the gold here. Cat has been pressed away, but has got enough here to fill out the ranches, right? Wait, did he start? Oops. May have accidentally started beating the crap out of one of the cows. Final ranch is coming down. He just needs to stockpile the gold now. And even if he's getting harassed off of it, he has got a lot of passive gold, remember. He went for the Mansa, so he's generating almost 300 passive gold a minute. However, the problem is that he's losing villages in the process. I kind of love this. Wham! He played the Age. He went into Horseman. He went into Spears. Horseman is sick here, by the way. Usually you can't do this against the Warrior Scouts because Warrior Scouts heal. Meet the King. The King offers that as well. And it's quicker. Sure, it's not going to work in combat, but out of combat, it's over... I think it's like double what a Marlian gets, right? Because I think Marlian Scouts are still 1 health a second. Sofa's getting added in by Cat. This is just pre-prep for when he goes castle. His goal is to do enough to shove Wham away to get his space. Pretty much a get out of my neighborhood. And then he wants to go for the Age up. Wham, about ready for his own Age up, but he's out of food on the deer. I think you go for the berries here just to try and elongate before you switch into farms, right? People don't like hearing that about English, but honestly, going berries is not that bad. Berries got buffed from 0.66 to 0.69. That's only a 0.06 difference from sheep. It's really not that excruciatingly painful as people think. King's Palace is going to be coming in. And considering he's got so many villages, right, he's going to have to find something for them to do. If you just choose to gather wood, prep in the farms, you'll have a stronger time down the line, but you'll be weaker right now. And oh my god, what's going on? Wham! That was a bit of a missed rally there, a shift Q click that didn't go through. Could you imagine if he didn't notice that entire time? Oh, that would have been the break the Cat was looking for. Instead, Wham is on it like a car bonnet. Cat has at least got enough javelins to now shove this away. It's really important, actually, that he gets up to this scale point. When you have about 9 javelins, that's enough to easily guarantee a Lombo kill. Because if you don't kill them, the King will heal them, right? So you need to make sure you're not kind of chip damaging. You need to go in for a kill. He has got the scout vision to keep on chasing, so we'll be able to hunt this down. Wham, now very happy with what he's done here, though. Because Cat, he may have got enough javelins to defend this, but it came at a cost, guys. Look at his gold. Look at his food. Look at him rushing out here. 22 villagers. He even has to add in the outpost. A smart read here, because when you look at his vision, he's riding blind. And if this is a white tower, he'd be in trouble. We can see it's not a white tower. We can see this feudal aggression convinced Wham that he could be the most greedy mother ducker against the Fulani possible. Triple TC with the King's Palace. Yeah, this is a more rare build, folks. We don't actually see the English doing this that often because white tower provides so much protection. English farms cost 37 wood and get 20% bonus too. Berliner, whether they're safer is debatable compared to berries this close to your base. Yes, they are cheap. Yes, they have a buff gathering rate, but there is an initial cost of getting them, right? Like, there's always this argument of like, oh, wow, you know, why do you gather from a sheep instead of a farm? Think about it that way, right? Because if I gather from a farm, I have to go into the tree line. I have to gather 37 wood, right? I have to build the lumber camp too, so gather the wood, which is going to not be buffed on a speed, right? Because you don't get an increased gathering rate on wood at all. Then you have to build the farm, which is going to take another 6 seconds. You have to build the mill alongside it for 20 seconds. Do you see where I'm going with this? Like, it adds in a lot of extra weight to the timing. And you're doing all those things just to start gathering food. The alternative is you build a mill, you gather some berries. So it's all about timing, right? Like, the logic of going berries and why I think it's not going to be that bad for English players to do it on occasion is when he teched up here, he could have already had like 3 or 4 knights pumped out because he would have done berries. But because he decided to set up the farms, it does mean his timing down the line is stronger. But the trade-off is now that Cat has been able to freely get into castle. So you've kind of given him a bit of runway here. Whereas if these knights were plowing towards his base already, Cat would be scrambling a little. There's even an opportunity to deny the gold on the front side. So yeah, it's all about identifying your openings here, right? When you think of your economy in that way, things like Burgrave make a lot more sense situationally. Oof, that's painful. Not able to get the final cows in. Luckily, already has the ranch down, though. This is just vulgar. You build the mill so-so? Are you telling me there's something wrong with building a mill here and then just building farms around it afterwards? I don't think so. That's pretty much where you're building farms anyway, right? By that logic, right, why do people go into the deer? Why they not just build farms straight away? It's valuable. It really is that valuable. Time is everything. You know, we're not talking about a gold level game where everyone just vibes and plays for 50 minutes. We're talking about a pro game where every minute there are opportunities that could be passing you by, right? So every second does actually count. So, both of them up in Castle Age. Cat is bloating on the Sofa count. Wham is going to be playing defensive with Spears. And oh my god, I've seen this episode before on High View from Wham. There are still some civs that are frustrating for their ability to just hunker down and ignore the world. And funnily enough, this game features two of the top culprits of that playstyle. English and Malians, right? Malians with the passive gold and the passive food can lose full map control and not really get punished. English, with how hard they are to dive, and because they're so good at playing food and wood units, can also just not have the map and be fine. I don't know. I still think English is too hard to dive. Like, I was so excited, actually, when they released the patch, and it read as if Network of Castles had been nerfed from 20% to 10%. And then I found out, actually, it was only Network of Citadels that got nerfed from 40% to 30%. I think English is just too chill in games, too enabled by this playstyle, right? I know it's noob-friendly, but it is kind of silly how often I'll be watching pro games, and this is literally it. Like, hey, hold my beer, I've got to go for Imperial. I think that's why I actually was really enjoying Louis in particular in the opening week of Midweek Muster. Do you guys remember that? We had multiple games. Almost every single one of his games, he didn't build a single farm until he was in Imperial Age as English. He really tapped the resources on the map. And they were nerfed to 30%, swear in one patch it was 15-30%. It was more, and this has always kind of been a thing, I don't think they've fully resolved it ever, is the attack speed was inconsistent between units, right? Like, some units got the full 20%, so I think Men-at-Arms has got 16%, maybe? Spears got 20%. Longbows were getting 12%. I think crossbows were getting 14%. It was really weird. I think knights were only getting 8% at one stage. It's all over the place. I don't know if they actually... Has anyone thoroughly tested it recently? I haven't tested it myself thoroughly, so I don't know if it's perfect now. Or if it's still inconsistent in terms of the percentage. Well, walls are going up, guys. We've been here before. Can you two just... Come on. Like, what is this series? Game 1 became this. Game 2 is doing it as well. Reminder, by the way, we do have other series to get through. We're going to try to get Puppy Paw and Scatterbrained in before we watch the live series up against Kiljardi in an hour. So we might need to go 2 times for a little bit of this. Knights don't get bonus attack speed from English. They should. They glow. They used to get like a very small percentage, so you might want to double check that. It might be they go down to like 1.34 or something, which is less than 20%, right? That's actually like 10%. Looks like we are going to get a little bit of skirmishing here. Gold gathering in the center from Cat, and he's going Imperial. He already knows where this is going. Are we going to get a Barky on the north side? I have a feeling it's the Wingguard. Wham and Puppy Paw are infamous for their love of the Wingguard. I mean, I'm there with them. I think Wingguard, every time you can get away with it, you should be going for it. It's just so much better. Even more so with the fact that, you know, when you consider that most civs had their late game infantry nerfed with Elite Army Tactics, because of how chunky your Wingguard footmen are already, you kind of have an edge there compared to a lot of civs that now miss out. Sure, having EAT give it 20% on top of a 280 health unit would have been better, but you take what you can get. Oh, attack up. Complete. Cat doing something ambitious pushing here. He hasn't got his elite techs yet. Berkshire is going to be coming in, though. So we have double defensive landmarks, both of them exactly mirrored. Guys, remember what we were saying about having mirrored spawns? We're getting it. Does he know, though? Cat. He's marching north. He must be suspecting it. Oh, no. No. Wham! He realized the mistake. He has to run. Gets away just in time there. Cat was blind. He didn't have a warrior scout here. He sees the rubble, though, but he can't stop it now. The Berkshire is on the way up. One Knight's going to be poking a little bit. We did get 2 TC behind this from Cat, right? So it's been scaling the eco a little bit. But guys, it's 68 economy versus 126. Help! This just doesn't feel fair to look at, right? I mean, you've got cows, so if you can reach, mass, great. The problem here is, like, you can't mirror the eco count of Wham. If you go 127, you're going to lose the fights because your units aren't good enough, right? With Network of Citadel's likely to prime in, Wham's just got so much quality with his army, right? You know, if he has an opportunity to play in Lombos, that's a premium range unit. And then on top of that, even if he just has to play into, like, Men-at-Arms with the extra armor clad, it means you trade better into Musafadi than most civs would with Men-at-Arms. Yeah, pretty hard situation. Looks like we do have the precision training coming in from Cat, so it looks like he's going to stick to the archers. Makes sense, right? You've got to do something to clear this 45 spearman mass. Military Academy is also being prepped. Do we have that on the other side? Because that's very important here. No queue up on the Military Academy from Cat. That's a big gap for him. Especially when he's pushing like this, you need that extra production. Breakthrough on the walls here. We're going to march in. Awesome switches coming in from Wham. Veterancy into Elite Tech. Hankin is also getting queued up. It's going to be a dive onto the farms. Wham is going to be idle as soon as the enclosures comes in. So that's only going to be, what, probably 2 farm clusters free maximum that you can gather from right now. And this is the beautiful thing. You know when your opponent goes enclosures because these little fences spawn near the farms. So Cat, he knows how good his timing was here. He blocks Wham out. I mean, Wham has plenty of gold, right? But it's at least stopping him bolstering additional resources. The question now is whether Cat can camp here. He's holding for a moment, but the TC fire is adding up fast. Lombos are only vet, no elite tech yet. They're still 30 seconds away, but it feels like Cat just doesn't have the production spam here. He's finning the line, but what's left, right? You've got about 5 cav units, 10 archers. That's not going to do it, so he has to leave. And now do we have the discussion about Network of Castles still being too good? Yeah, okay, yeah, yep, agreed. Yeah, yep. Okay, yep. Killed 20 plus villagers, but still. Here's the thing. The villagers don't really matter as much as you think because he's on free TC. That, like, 20 villagers sounds like a lot until you realize the dude's on free TC, and that means that is 2 minutes maximum producing villagers to replace, right? Because he generates 9 villagers a minute. So you're 2 minutes and 20 seconds and you're back. It's not the big gap that Cat was looking for there. And it looks like we do have Gunners coming now. This is interesting. Gunners... I've talked about this before, actually. It was one of the big... I don't even think it's a hot take. In my brain, it felt obvious. One of the big changes with Season 9 is that longbows in particular have been buffed. Because Siege is harder to use as a counter. And gunpowder units now don't just have the chemistry like advantage against all units. On top of that, longbows just keep their distance so well, right? So Musafadi Gunners doesn't feel like a great way to lean here. Even more so when you consider you saw your opponent adding in horsemen already. The issue for Cat is, like, if that dive had been off the back of him capturing 2 sacred sites, great, right? But this Berkshire blocked him from getting a win condition. So yeah, now Cat has to reset, play for the center of the map instead. By the time you clear this, your opponent's likely going to have exhausted the gold. And he won't care at that stage because enclosures is crazy. They nerfed it from generating gold every 5 seconds to 6 seconds, but it's still a substantial amount of gold coming in for just gathering food. Like, look at this right now. He's sitting at 17 point... that was a weird way of saying it. 1,700-ish gold. He only has 18 gold workers, right? With level 1 mining tech. That's how much you're generating off of the farms. He's got 55 people on these things. Meanwhile, Cat, 16 on there, and look at that. The Civ that has all this passive gold isn't as competitive, even though they also have more relics. That's kind of wild, right? I'm not the only one thinking that, surely. Like, Malians are meant to be the ones that have the gold edge, right? Doesn't feel like it here. He needs every bit of gold he can get as well because he's going Sofa Gunner. That's insanely expensive. 130 gold per gunner, 60 gold per Sofa. Meanwhile, in the land of the English, let me just go ahead and put all that gold into the Bank of England because we're not going to spend it anytime soon. Hum the Royal Britannia song and just build spears and longbows, horsemen all game long. Yeah. This Civ's late game doesn't make me proud as an Englishman. Makes me feel dirty. Incinerar is now on the way. Biology Tech is at least coming for Cat. Wham, a bit of an ambitious dive here. See how deep he can really get. The Lombos are going to start whittling away at that range side. A little bit of overly exposed here, actually. He's got the Freeman leadership. She should be able to gap close quickly or shuffle away if need be with the Gunners. Right now, he seems to be reluctant to retreat here. Standing his ground, the Lombos are getting great trades against this. And with that front line is starting to thin. And once the Sofas move forward, they will be able to munch down. So Wham needs to reset. What he's missing here is full production. We've got some racks towards the foot of his base. He'd really benefit from having them next to the Berkshire, though. Yeah, because the Lombos, like, you have to think of Lombos a bit like you would Gunners for other civs here. They're your premium unit. They're the thing that shouldn't really be dying. You just want to have enough trash ahead of them. Okay, there's something ironic about the way this game is playing out, guys. Because last game, Wham played Roos, Streltsy, and Horseman against Mass Archers, Mass Spears. And this game, he is Mass Archers, Mass Spears, playing against essentially what is Streltsy, Mass Cavalry. And the crazy part is he dunks in both of them. Lombo's moving in, Mango's just getting sniped out. I mean, the problem here is the Mangonels would be great if he had the adjustable crossbars, but Cat doesn't have the gold to afford it. Remember, that tech is ludicrously expensive now. You have to spend 1,000 wood and 1,200 gold to get it. It may be in a Siege Workshop, but for all intents and purposes, it is a university level tech. Looks like we are maxing out here on the Lombo potency. Arrow volley now queued up. Needs to extend that aura. I think the thing that's really missing here for Wham is a forward outpost. It would make it a lot easier for him to dive into this base. Gold. Looks like it is just about exhausted. Yeah, only 1,400 left here. Bombard in the meantime is going to shuffle over the 4th Huntress, and that should be forcing a reaction out of Cat. The problem is, Cat looks a bit exhausted. He doesn't have that much of an army to dive with right now. Only 10 Sofas and 18 Gunners. You can see it in the raw military mass, right? He's a mile behind in this one. And he's about to be even further behind in terms of distance exchange. Silk bowstrings on the way. This tech is still crazy with Lombos. He is going to have 8.5 tile range. That is more range than his Mangonels. So which Mango's going to try to get some shots in, but don't worry. Only 1 or 2, honey. Lombo's able to just dive in and snipe them out. Does shuffle one away just in time. However, his backline has been reached here. Cat, I think this is over. I mean, I'm looking at the math of it, the top bar, right? There's just what Cat is trying to build, he just doesn't have the economy for. We've got adjustable crossbars on the way. That's an insane gamble here. Now with silk bowstrings in, you do at least have 0.5 more tile range. The problem is volley allows the English to kill these so quickly. Sure, they're not going to kill you fast. It's not high damage. You have 156 health. But there's a lot of them. And he also has the attack speed. Watch this. Moves in. That was the phone ringing, actually. Cat wants to concede. He just needs to be convinced a little bit more. Before the Huntress goes down. Damn. The Canadians just can't be killed, huh? We'll put that to the test, actually, because remember, later today, we should have Wham versus Vortex live on my Twitch channel. That's right. Best of 5 between the Canadian and the Spaniard. The guy this week that a lot of people have had coined to slay the Canadians has an opportunity to slay both of them, potentially. For now, this mean Canadian has decided to kill cats. Peter needs to be phoned. I mean, Cat would say no to that. He'd take every bit of assistance he can get now because this game, he's drying up. He can't really master troops quick enough. In fact, if I check... Oh, no. I feel like I've seen this quite a few times out of Cat, just forgetting the military academy. It's such a critical ingredient. Like, you're playing a Civ that is all about zerging, and even when you're building this quality approach, right? Having that timing be better by a ridiculous 33%, it's crazy to overlook that. It's only a small price, 350 resource at this stage. Now that he's playing archers, it's even more bad that he doesn't have that. I think this is now done. We're going to hit the 2-turn speed here. Cat has probably got one last Ura left in him, but he's not going to have much of a base left by the time he's ready to take the fight. Wham does need to keep moving forward with that outpost aura. It's definitely worth extending here, and it is the fully flourishing network of citadels. Cat, maybe a little bit too soon here. I don't like that he's trying to probe this. You just can't. Like, the entrance is so expensive. You don't have the bowstrings, right? Farima leadership's at least going to give a bit of a quicker gap close here. The Lombos did also prematurely use the volley. but like, that didn't do anything for him at all. Actually, I guess it made the game end quicker because now he has even less to resist with. So 2-0 for Wham, and I believe, did he not drop a single game so far this week? No, 2-0 into a 2-0. And the first round, I'm pretty confident was a 2-0 as well, because Wham would have been second seed. Volley is just so bloody good. Reminder, by the way, volley decreases your attack speed by a true 1 second. So you go down to every point, like 4 seconds you attack. It's really good. It doesn't last insanely long, only 6 seconds, but 100% worth it. Well, Cat has at least got his wish. He's in range of the Lombos now. Just ain't looking good. He's running out of trees as well, right? I mean, he's got this tree line here. He's basically munching through all the straggler trees over here. It does feel like he's starting to get burnt out in these fights. I mean, especially with the horseman pump now coming. It looks good because he's about to wipe the Lombos, but what I'm now seeing is the follow-up. We've got an amassment of horsemen on the way, no answer, and on top of that, Wham has said, oh great, you built archers. Let me build mangoes now. I mean, what should be a better gold income makes total sense. 2 sacred sites now locked in. Cat seemingly pinned in his base at this stage. He could maybe sneak out for a decap. There isn't a keep down here, right? That could buy him more time. But it feels like unless he can claim more of the map, more, for example, the stealth forest in the north side would be huge here. He's going to run out of resources first. Oh, yeah. So we'll look to catch Puppy Paw series versus Scatterbrained after this, and then we will be getting into the winner of that versus Kiljardi in about half an hour. So we might have to fast forward on that series. Commiserations of Kitty Cat, though. I don't know. It's kind of weird seeing Cat not try to go as all-in. I mean, he tried for a timing. I think he wanted to be more all-in, but Wham was, credit to him, very smart with that opening play. I think the handful of horsemen, Lombo, spears, completely ruined Cat's timing. He had an idea in mind for flooding sofas, and Wham delayed him by an extra 3 minutes, almost, I think it was. Huge difference in timing for the Malians. So good, in fact, that it encouraged Wham to go for this insanely greedy King's Palace build, which was worth it. Not sure if this one's going to make it the channel. I think game 1 is more likely to get uploaded. But on the off chance this does, let me know what you think about the English and the defensive capabilities. Let me know what you think about certain civs having an insane amount of passive income safely in their base. Do you think it's okay? Would you like to see it nerfed more? It feels like some civs there's a necessity to play onto the map, and they have some tools to enable that. But when you watch English in games like this, it just feels way too easy to sit at home and get away with murder. Well, that's going to be all from Cat in week number 4. I look forward to seeing who he might try to upset in week 5. He definitely has been one of our wild cards so far. Just not against the reigning Canadians. We'll see you in the next one. Alrighty, so 2-0 for Wham. We'll get ready for the next series. Did we get confirmation on the set stream Are they going to be played simultaneously? Am I reading that right? Is that likely what's going to happen? Because I'm guessing Louis MT won't be able to play at like 7 my time. Because that would be middle of the night for him. But anyway, let's quickly hop into Puppy Ball versus Scatterbrained. Right, let's see. I'm not going to add in the maps because I want to move fast with this to make sure we have time for it. But I will add in the draft at least for you guys. Okay? So here we go. Reset draft. Oh my god, I hate when it does this. It freaks out if you manually type a name in. It doesn't like shuffling it. Okay, there we go. It works now. Boom. So, we have got Puppy Ball versus Scatterbrained now, and then immediately after this, we're going to be going into the winner of this series, going up against Kiljardi in a best-of-3 single elim. So, let's hop in. Game number 1, Himiyama. It's going to be Delhi versus Mongols. This is pretty good for Delhi, right? I mean, it always has been. I don't know what Mongols' tool's meant to be. I theory crafted that like this idea of playing mass infantry with the extra range and yams should be good. In fairness, I mean, Scatterbrained shouldn't be going for fishing, right? So maybe Puppy Ball goes for it instead. You only just realized the Canadians are Puppy Ball and Wham? What did you think? Did you think Magic would come back to the game? What? Nani? Oh, that reminds me. I need to check my partner's home. Because I want to have her bring my box out. Oh, you mean the numbers. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I just like to think they weren't originals, right? Like, they weren't first to their name, so they just had to settle for it afterwards. I love doing that with people that just have random numbers. Just like, who we got who does that in this scene? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. There's definitely someone that does that. Oh, yeah, like Blade, 55,555th of his name. Boom. It always reminds me of... Do you guys ever play Destroy Humans? It reminds me of Destroy Humans. Destroy Humans had a really cool thing. The OG one, the PS2 one, had a really cool thing. Which was that when you died, you respawned as Crypto and your number got upped by 1. It was really funny. Can it be automated? No, because we're casting these from replays in prep for the live series in 30 minutes. So, why would I do Gambler on a game that's already been played? It doesn't make sense. It's like, who's going to win this? Opens Wikipedia. And then rams, no glasses, push-ups down my throat. So, let's get underway and have a look at this one. So, Scatterbrained going up against Puppy Paw here. I mean, we are getting what we thought we were going to see, right? Puppy Paw is going for the opening onto the dock. Just makes a lot of sense here, right? Mongols can't feel threatened at all. This is so greedy the way he done it, by the way. He went Uvu first into dock. But the reality check is, like, Delhi aren't going to try to contest you on the water because it's too risky. Like, if Delhi came out to try and do some of the water here and you went for a Rax opener, it's just GG. So, yeah, Scatterbrained made the right call, but Puppy Paw done a really good job of taking advantage of it. I said that this map, this matchup, is really bad for Mongols historically. However, we are playing on a map that has got the pond and also does have the trade posts. So there is some flexi here. Likely we're not going to be seeing Silver Tree. I think Deerstone is the way you want to play against Delhi in this matchup these days. Just gives you a lot of aggro, a lot of potency. Hell yeah. Got some good news. Well, we got loads of bad news. I had like 3 projects I was hoping to be involved in the coming weeks and months. And I got declined on all 3. But you guys were incredible yesterday, and that cheered me up because we had a fantastic stream. Mind-blowingly good stream. And I just got some good news from my other influencers. Some people I rep. We just got a deal come through. Whoop, whoop. There's one. I'm really happy for them as well because it was a deal they really, really wanted. Although now I'm like, damn, maybe I should have charged more. I was like, I don't know. I probably could have charged more, but I didn't want to. It was a good price, and like my boys wanted the deal, so I was happy with that. But I could have made more money. Anyway. Dome of Faith coming in. I mean, I say I make more money. Agency makes more money, and then I make some money. So Dome of Faith coming in, and Moment of Truth coming soon. I mean, this has to be Deerstone. I think Silverchair is just too greedy, because your opponent's going to open Ghazi, right? And that means, like, what are you going to do? Try to play Keshix, but your initial trades get blocked out. You got a very aggressively placed gold here as well. You kind of need the Yam. Feels like a necessity with this particular spawn. Yeah, actually, I just realized how unlucky Puppy Paw was. Guys, look at this spawn. I just said this is a better version of Himiyama on average, but oh my god, that is bad. All of his tree lines are so far away from the gold. Meanwhile, like, look at the comparison of what Delhi got, right? Gold next to tree line, which is the dream. So yeah, Deerstone is going to be coming in. Fishing is up to 3 boats. He even actually keeps the villager out here. That makes sense. Normally, you'd want to take the villager home because you're actually taking resources away from your limited source. So, i.e., this guy could be gathering gold, wood, or whatever, which these fishing boats eventually can't touch, right? So you'd think you want to just let the fishing boats do it all. The thing is, though, there's a good probability that Scatterbrained will take this dock down because he's going to be opening Ghazi, right? So you want to get as much out of his possible just to kind of weigh and hedge your bets. Stables is coming in. Uh-oh. I've seen this matchup a few times on the Stickum Cavalry, and you'd think that Ghazi would do quite well. Surprisingly not. Keshix can kick the teeth out of them, so the only way Ghazi can win is if you just kind of peel, poke, keep coming back, right? So you whittle them down over time. But the thing is, this dock is probably going to force Scatterbrained into a very focused, aggressive timing, which is bad for him, right? Because it means that if Puppy Paw can force you to keep rushing towards this fight, you're not going to get ample time to heal. The Keshix can win as a result. On top of that, this could easily be an archership. Puppy Paw just teched up. He's got the food. Hasn't quite got the wood, though. No, instead he says, screw it. I'll go for the Keshix. And that should be the double pump, right? Yeah, double stables. We're going mass cavalry here. I love this. This is a true ego child, but a very smart one. He's trying to force Scatterbrained off of Ghazi, which is the best unit for him, considering that he went for Dome of Faith. And with double stables, it will work. Because you have the occasional double production via stone. In fact, look at the lineup for this. This is perfectly done by Puppy Paw. Yeah, he'll be able to get the double production going. Boom! So 2 Keshix already, and then in 30 seconds, 3 more. He's close to catching up entirely to the Ghazi count. Doc is going to be protected, so well played by Puppy Paw. Looks like Scatterbrain's going to try and contest, but I love that. He pulls into the choke. He could just keep contesting here, because the Ghazi would have to wrap around. But what he's trying to do is wait for the second wave of Keshix here, because then Scatterbrained can't fight you. He's going to start clubbing away at that scout. Looks like things have been torched. Interesting that he just didn't go for the archer defense. But I guess it makes sense. The pond is so small, a massive Ghazi could kill it. Looks like Scatterbrained is going to commit into this. Okay, so Dog looks like it's going to be going down. The Keshix are starting to force the fight more. The Khan frontlining a bit too hard here. He will get the final strike, so brings it down, however. Does lose a Ghazi for it. Keshix count already up to 5. Scatterbrained only 1 ahead on Ghazi. In fact, across the map, he's not. He's starting to fall behind, and this is where we're going to see that force split. He has to go into Spearman instead. He can't stick on just cavalry. Yep. I mean, it's smart. I think this is the way you can win the Ego Chows. The only way you can win this early game is just playing hard with the Ego Chow. Had he gone for trade, I think he would have died, because he wouldn't have had that aggressive timing on the Keshix, right? And no, why would he force drop off the boats? He's going to come and rebuild that dock anyway. So fishing back underway. Oh, awesome. My protein works package just arrived. Thank you, Emma. We have a look at that after this series. Under mesh being prepped, but I mean, right now, Puppy Paw is just doing one thing and one thing only. Spamming more Keshix. I mean, realistically, he should be following up archers, right? Like, you force your opponent spears, you go archers, but also the tricky part is, like, you kind of don't need to a certain degree. What I mean by that is all Puppy Paw needs to do is control the map. Because if you control the map, what is Delhi? A Civ. Yeah, but not a very good Civ. Because then they can't capture Sacred Sites. So they can't capture Sacred Sites, they can't trickle gold and get a win condition. And it's not like you want to play Ghazi now, because as we can see, they are completely and utterly unmatched. Outmatched, rather. Keshix, just dunk on them. Actually, Puppyboy just doing a good job of not really losing too many Keshix here. Could even turn around to just get some health back. Would need to do so, or he's going to lose one there. Nice body blocks. Peels him back in time. And you might be like, oh, well, that Keshik's dead anyway. Yeah, but he's probably going to get a charge off, and in a big fight, Scatterbrained might not notice the injured one, so he won't get that kill. In fact, look at where it's shuffled now, right? It's not going to be first to go down. So it's effective DPS increase for Puppyboy. And Scatterbrained, way too ambitious with his placement here. I don't know why he thought he could walk out yet. It's not time. Spear count is looking underwhelming and basically dead. Finally chops a few Keshix down. But it's still a big lead for Puppyboy. I mean, he's almost ahead. Actually, he is ahead on military, right? Because there's 6 scholars here. That's crazy when you consider how expensive these are. A Ghazi, 140. Spearman, 80. These are 200 each. And well, he tried for those sacred sites, didn't he? Tried and died. And, oh, well, you know what this is? This is something you can just heal off of. If you want to be super min-max efficient, you could actually just pull the full health Keshix away and kill the scholars with the injured ones. Actually, that's kind of a weird circle jerk of healing then, isn't it? Right? Scholars heal each other, the Keshik heals off of killing them. And we do have Scatterbrained coming in with the Undermesh, now Bloomery being followed up. Looks like did he have a gap there? I feel like he should have been teching these quicker. Then again, he only has 5 scholars, 2 of them in production buildings, so maybe it kind of lines. I feel like there was a gap though. Keshik's going in again. Spear count is at least looking good now, right? We've got a switch coming into archers out of Puppyboy. And, uh-oh. Whoa, Scatterbrained, whoa. Is there a maneuver speed arrow right now? No, it's still in cooldown, so Scatterbrained luckily dodges death there. I say that. He's still charging. A little bit overzealous from Puppyboy, especially considering there's textiles. However, if he shuffles north, with this many Keshiks, you could just burn down an outpost. Like, this is the scary thing. When you get this many Keshiks, outpost doesn't really work as a defense for Delhi. Not unless you've got a lot of spears very close nearby. Looks like he has at least moved all those spears out to capture one sacred site. Keshiks are going to march north. Yeah, Scatterbrained just needs to leave. If he goes in the tower, he's dead. No. I mean, you're just dead. Like, there's no way Puppyboy won't do this. Right? He sees you capturing the sacred site. Even if he didn't, it doesn't take very long to do this. Villagers are going to shuffle away. Love that. He just finishes off the tower to guarantee. Also gets the 50 resources. And Scatterbrained, that's now going to be a 10 villager lead for Puppyboy. Or sorry, 10 eco lead, right? 3 of them fishing boats. Yeah, this is close to over. Scatterbrained hasn't really been able to do anything like productive, right? Like, everything has been defensive and reactionary. And he hasn't built an edge off of that at all. Military is neck and neck, but your opponent's army's quality, we already mentioned how good it is. I mean, you can look at the army value, but that's a lie, right? Because army value is bugged. It doesn't equate wood. So you'd have to add, onto that army value, you'd have to add, what, 750 extra resources? I mean, the Scatterbrained is missing a little bit as well from the wood, but not as much as Puppyboy is. And the UI shows the 2 archer icons because one was being like a double production. So double production shows up differently on the UI. Oh, time to burn houses, guys. Because Mongols like getting paid. Just like me. Where's the sub-trainer? I couldn't resist. I mean, this is so expensive as well. It's not just that you're going to get house, it's also just your opponent is building up a bigger bank, right? It's 50 resources exchange for him, but also 50 resources lost for you that you have to reinvest. It's a 100 resource differential per house dead. Then you add in the build speed, right? It takes 15 seconds to replace. It's painful. Like, the total difference there with the build speed included is like 110 resources, roughly. 115. Keshiks are going to dive onto the gold. Hold on a sec. He did get a few picks there. So picks off what? 3 workers? Not bad. However, might come at a price. Keshiks are already steering south. Cut off is incoming here. Puppy Paw, he could go for the charge. I'm going to reduce him a little bit. The spears are mirroring the move here. However, I'm pretty sure if 25 Keshiks charged in, I mean, it wouldn't be pretty. He'd lose a lot of Keshiks, but he could just kill him. The Archer Mass is just so big, right? Like, he has 7 Ghazi. We'll see the final fight, because this is clearly him dead. Even just turning for a second there guarantees it. Archers are already on top of him. The Khan already used the maneuver speed arrow a little bit early, admittedly. But, like, did any Keshiks die? 5. 5 died. And in return, all spearmen have been eradicated. That's going to be game 1, then going to Puppy Paw. We'll speed this up now, as we're limited on time. Scatterbrained, I mean, it kind of felt true to the name in this one. He wasn't really sure what to do with himself in this one. Puppy Paw just done a great job on doing that initial ego chow that threw Scatterbrained into the trash pit, right? Like, there wasn't an easy play out from there. I think my big advice would have been try to raid. Yeah, make this transition to spears earlier and just use Ghazi raiders wider and just try to hit economy. I think it's the only way you can justify this. But we'll stick on the 2 turns now to get to the resolution. And that's the difference between like 10 Ghazi and 20 Keshiks. One will get through the outpost in time. So Village on the backside might be in a bit of trouble. Scatterbrained. Oh no, they even get the ships out. Meanwhile, army is parked and ready to go. He's on his last stand. Scatterbrained is also out of food, right? Yeah, he has no sheep. He has no back spawning berries. Like, he's just royally screwed. People are like, yeah, he's got all this gold at the back. I mean, yeah, but the food, man. The food. He even dives in to try and kill the primary TC. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. Archers are going to clear up the spearmen. I mean, he has to fight them here, right? Or loses his base. He's about to lose his economy. GG gets called. Game 1. Oh, God, it's day of it, isn't it? Canadians just winning again. Can he make it a 2-0, though? Let's find out. Yeah, that was really well executed by Puppy Paw. Like I said, I don't think that's an easy matchup for Mongols at all. Okay, so next up is Chinese versus Zhuji on Scarguard. Unless you go for a Zhuge New Rush, I'm not convinced of the advantage Zhuji has in this matchup on this map. It's also Puppy Paw based on his signature civ. So it's pretty brutal. What's cooking? Good looking. Thank you very much, Doritson. Oh, we're vibing. We're going to be checking in on this bad boy after this game. So we're going to be checking in on our newest delivery from Protein Works. Got to make sure it has actually got my... It has got my address on it. Let's make sure you guys don't see that. So yeah, newest delivery from Protein Works. We're looking at that after this game. And then after we've checked out our newest care pack, we will be looking in on a live series between Kiljardi and the winner of this. And right now, I've got to be real, it's looking like it's probably going to be Puppy Paw. Unless Scatterbrained can pull off a miracle. So, Scarguard, for those that have not seen it before, this is the map that we had as our default map in KPMM3. It has 74 deer on it in total, 10 sheep. 5 of those sheep in each player's TC range, and 4 of the deer in each player's TC range. That means in the mid-map, in total, there is 66 deer up for grabs, as well as 2 boars on the mainland and 2 boars on the island. It is a lot of food. And the meta has been to play into Pro Scouts. Hence, Zhuji and Chinese. 2 of the best civs at doing this because of how efficient they are on the timing. Remember, they get a lot of extra food. Their tech timing is very aggressive because of how quickly they can build their landmarks. And then because they supervise onto the mill, they end up not only getting a lot of extra food, but at the same time, simultaneously, they unlock Pro Scouts in only 30 seconds. It's insanely powerful. Difference here, though, you may be noticing that Scatterbrained already has got a quicker tech timing because he opens with Imperial Official. Puppy Paw has not gone for an Imp Official. He instead has gone for the Fast Imperial Academy timing here. So, yeah, Chinese players like to do this because you're able to get the Taxman very cheap out of this, and it means you're not behind by 1 villager. However, what went wrong here? There you go. There is a bit of a gap. The gap isn't full, though. Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a delay on the production coming in from Scatterbrained already. So Puppy Paw slightly ahead on the TC production timing. Garden, not that great. This element, I think, usually suck for on this map. They don't really get good meditation gardens. It's not Scatterbrained being bad. It's not the spawn being bad. It's just Scarguard isn't good for meditation gardens. You'll be lucky if you get one that gives over like 85 resources. So this one's 36 food, 25 gold, right? Best case scenario is one where you might get, berries here and like a secondary gold beyond and a tree line, right? It's very rare though. I don't think I've seen a jackpot spawn yet for a meditation garden. In fact, there isn't one that exists on this map at all. Like, this is the closest, right? Like 25 stone, 25 gold, and then you get the wood. Anyway, China, as a result of that, means the meditation garden isn't as good, but Imperial Academy is always going to be good. However, Puppy Paw has not gone Pro Scouts yet. That's a drastic difference between these two right now. Pro Scouts has already been queued up by Scatterbrained. Puppy Paw, however, for some reason hasn't. He's getting the wood, so he's definitely playing into something. Is he just going to rush Song? I mean, you could Song Borbekin here, actually. It's kind of crazy. Look at the location. It's 6 deer in a boar. Like, it's actually not that bad of an idea, and then you play for an all-in timing. But I think we're getting Pro Scouts, right? We've got stables added in. If I can click it instead. Yeah, he's saving the gold. He's definitely going Pro Scouts. He's just Fast Castle and MAA all in. I think you build 4 or 5 men at arms, but you don't. I don't know if Fast Castle is as good. I've said about this before with Juji. It's weird because this map only has 2 easily accessible relics. So fast casting civs that rush relics aren't as good here as you would initially think. Unless you can find a way in your build order to build into a dock and then build a transport ship as well, right? And that's also extra micro as well. Against China is good. I mean, you say that, but at the same time, if like China just opens with horsemen, you haven't got much food to work with, so he'll just wrap around poking you when you go out here, right? Like if you look at the spawn for Scatterbrained, the deer are really far away. It's not exactly safe, is the problem. Also, the very big issue with that is it's so risky because you can't easily afford to build more Imperial officials. Like, he already built a second one, and he already finds himself behind on villages, right? Like, Puppy Paw has 22. Meanwhile, Scatterbrained has 20. I think also maybe Power Scar just not the way you want to go. In this matchup, I'd say Lances has a little bit more value. Because you're going to have to dive the TC, right? So, like, Power Scar are going to die faster when they dive there than Lances would. So we did end up getting Pro Scouts, right? Yeah. I mean, I should hope so with 6 Scouts. So Puppy Paw adding the spears now. This looks like Fast Castle trajectory for Scatterbrained. Should be getting the Mount Lu, sorry. Should be getting the Shaolin Monastery. I was about to say Mount Lu Academy because we were talking about it earlier in Crackley's chat. So what's Scatterbrained's play? When he gets Castle, he's probably getting Lancers, right? But your opponent's already building Spears. This is where it makes sense to go Power Guard. Like, you kind of need the conf that your opponent's spamming Spears. Once you have that, yeah, Power Guard just slap. Don't believe me, you can ask Crackley. He'll back me up 100%. I think you want to know what your opponent's doing first. I think there's... For example, like if, for example, Chinese had Barbican drop here, right? I'm not sure you just want a fast castle. Because I think they can actually get castle very competitively with huntable boars. And then play into you. But yeah, if it's like Pro Scouts, you can just kind of get an edge. And what the flamingo is that? I don't know if this is it. Mount Lu Academy, in theory, really good. He's going for the supervision build, right? With the... It's the regional expansion. So this thing here, guys. 150% up to 300%. Does he have the economy for this, though, is what I'm wondering. He's currently supervising for the initial launches. We don't have the tech being prepped. It feels like his eco is a bit too small for this. Because if you increase the pump, you're pumping out lances every like 8 seconds, right? That's 240 resources, so that means you're going to be spending like, what, 2,000 resources a minute on lances. you can only afford half of that. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's nice for the food though, but this is the thing. Like, this build I think makes more sense if you didn't go pro scouts, right? Because then remember the way this works is Mountain Academy gives you taxation food as well, right? So when you tax, you get food. Spearman arriving with the Horseman as well. Good idle force on the gold. And Puppy Paw on his way out behind this. Astronomical Clock Tower is coming in. Damn, this is a big blocker. Scatterbrained. He doesn't have the same amount of power of taxation that the Chinese do, right? He doesn't have an Imperial Academy giving him so much passive taxing at home. He needs to be gathering gold here. Great micro. Puppy Paw just ignoring the Lancer. Gets the villager picks, and all of a sudden, look at the eco difference here. Scatterbrained at 27, Puppy Paw at 32. Yeah, this is dangerously close to over. Scatterbrained needs a positive. He needs it fast. I mean, what can he raid here? There's not really any exposed economy because it's pro scouts, right? So he's going to have to dive the base. Puppy Paw just needs to build a handful of spearmen and vet them, and he's good to go. In fact, he might just ego challenge the Lancers now. So that means we are going to be seeing Kiljardi versus Puppy Paw then in the quarterfinals. That will be happening, by the way, in about 5 to 8 minutes, I think is when the draft should begin. So we're going to speed this up a little bit just to make sure we've got time. Lancers are at least going to be able to chop down the spearmen one by one. Not ideal the way Puppy Paw is doing this. We have a Barbican drop coming in. We talked about this earlier for the deer. It's only for the boar now. And he has got enough Lancers coming, right? He should be able to protect this. Unless, wait, hold on a second. Look at the timing here. It's only 2 Lancers right now. However, Scatterbrained's ones are injured. Heavily so. Good target here. He needs to get rid of the spearman first before the Lancer. Shuffles around on the villagers. Wait, but no. I get that he doesn't want the Barbican to go up, but that means that his Lancers can't win against Puppy Paws here. Gets 2 villager picks, but the landmark goes up, and that means Song is online. Puppy Paw is now scaling ahead of you on villager count. And he already is ahead. Yeesh. Scatterbrained. I think the door is closed. Yeah, we were just discussing this crackety. He even went for the Mount Lu Academy. I was saying, though, I don't think Mount Lu Academy makes sense for regional inspection with Lancers, right? Yeah, I said, like, with the pro... He went pro scouts play, and the argument is he shouldn't have done that. But I think if he doesn't go pro scouts, there's a world in which Puppy Paw just hunkers down and goes for a Barbican drop here on the fort instead. Like, I actually think Puppy Paw didn't need to go pro scouts. He could have just went for a Barbican drop here and been good. Mount Lu's great with PGs. Agreed. It's not good with Lancers, though. Yeah. I was just saying, it costs you about 2,000 resources a minute with regional inspection complete, right? Whereas if you do the maths on that, folks, it means, like, if you go for regional inspection instead with Palace Guard, it's like half that cost. It's actually, like, if you remember, Scatterbrained had about 1,000, 1,100 resources a minute. So, we'll go back to the fast forward. Scatterbrained at this stage is dead. He just doesn't know it yet. I mean, you just saw that from Puppy Paw, right? The amount of Lancers that have been queued up. It's the taxation as well that just makes this so damn good. He's getting so much return for this pump. Generating so much additional gold for him to work with. I mean, look at what he's got in reserve right now. He also has the vet spears, right? So even harder for these Lancers to get in once that starts to scale. And also, it's beneficial for Puppy Paw to be able to build spears instead of Lancers. Because remember, the taxation is going to be the same, right? And what is up, Gergendor? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate the support. Keep that support coming. You're absolute legends. Let's see if we can crack, what as I said, 350 is a soft goal, which I think we're maybe like 25 away from. Or 30 maximum away from. Actually, I think we're 30 away from. 30, 35 away from. But if we can do 400 subs by the end of the month, I would be mind blown. Wow. And no, yeah, Scatterbrained didn't go for the blacksmiths. Which, by the way, Dudley Horses is kind of worth it now, right? It's fully fixed, so it gives the true percentile increase. So Lancers would go down to 1.2 attack speed. That would have actually given him a semblance of, like, doing this. But he took a really hard hit on his gold. That other time would have slowed him down anyway. Flash coming in. Spear's also arriving in his base. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than this. It's 15 Knights versus 10 defending, and Spear's added in as well. And there's going to be villagers now dying. So, GG will get called, and Puppy Paw will continue through for a showdown up against Kiljardi. All right. So what we want to do now is actually two things. I want to open and save the latest version of the PSD with those updated results added in so that we're up to date for today's games. But I also happen to have this beauty from Protein Works. What do you think we got, chat? What did the doctor order? Oh no, I just realized my keys are in the door. I don't have anything to actually cut this open. That's going to be problematic. Do I have anything on me to cut this open? I don't think so. I think I'm going to have to limp to the door. All right, one sec. Put the music on. We vibe. So we've got about 2 or 3 minutes before the draft begins for Puppy Paw versus Kiljardi. Let's see. Is the updated graphic ready? It is, so I can export that now. Oh, wait. No, it's not. We need to update Wham versus Cat. So give me a sec. I'm going to update the scores here. And then I can export that to PNG. Le PNG. And then let's have a look if that updated through. It did. Fandappy dozy. So that is how things have been painted up here, guys. We're going to have Puppy Paw versus Kiljardi happening in a few minutes. And then we should be getting into our semi-finals afterwards live, which is absolutely bloody phenomenal. But before we do that, I think it's time to have a look at what we've been sent. Let me quickly limp to the door to get my keys so that I can actually cut the box open. And then when I leave tonight, I'll forget about my keys. So, what have they sent me? Yeah. God damn it. I won't cut. All right. Let's have a look in here. Oh, hello. They've sent me more of the super meals. They've sent me the Thai curry sensation. Interesting. Which one was this? Was this the one with the sultanas? I'm not crazy about sultanas, but I don't think I've had this one. Yeah, so Thai curry sensation. We've got that to try. Whoop, whoop. We have got some of the ridiculous bars. Hey, look at that. Wild chocolate peanut. I haven't tried that one yet. I've had the triple brownie. I really like the triple brownie. In fact, I got one of them here. Whoop, whoop. And then they sent me more of my multivitamin gummies. Dude, I've been munching on these. I really love these, by the way. These are so cool. So these are like soft, sweet gummies that give you your vitamins for the day. Some are berry flavored, by the way. And then they keep sending me caramel latte. I'm not really a coffee person, but I've got matcha latte. Emma will love those. And she'll stop stealing my matcha latte. And they sent me the chocolate fudge flavored Load of Legends. I would say my favorite is the salted caramel ones, but these are pretty damn good as well. So awesome to have those. And then, is this a new shaker? Good. I like to have multiple shakers. Nice. Wait. Oh, dude, this is one of the straw shakers. Because I've got like the pop cap ones. These are more handy. You just sit there and you sip. So we have got a straw shaker now. Whoop, whoop. Awesome. And then, I'm noticing something else I haven't seen here before. What is this? They have sent me... Oh, it's a small tub of only the peanut butter. So I've got the small ones. I didn't know they came that size. Because I've got the bigger ones. That's cool. And then, the thing we have the most of, we consume the most of course, is our meal replacements. What did they send me? So they sent me the chocolate bueno, more the chocolate bueno, that's cool. And the strawberry shortcake this time. So we had the strawberry and cream, so we haven't had the strawberry shortcake, so that's cool to get a slightly different one. Oh, bit gutted I didn't get a restock on banana. I should have told them about that. Banana is my favorite one by far. I gotta say, I'm a real big sucker for the banana. So yes, big shout out to Protein Works. Appreciate you boys sending me another package to refill me for the month. I actually had some water prepped here when this would arrive. So what we'll do now is we'll get ready for the draft of Kiljardi versus Puppy Paw, which the boys should be getting ready to do in un memento, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we haven't missed the draft. I haven't done it yet. Okay, so we'll be ready to go for that. We'll catch that in a second. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to run a minute of ads now, and I'm going to make my shake. I'm going to try the strawberry shortcake, guys, okay? So I'm going to run a minute now. So we should be safe at the start of the games. So I've got my 350 mil, right? Yep, 350 milliliters here. Let's go. Oh, no, it's a cut, isn't it? Crap. Emma, are you there? Is she here? Scissors plus XD. I always keep assuming they're just tears. They're not. They're you have to cut them, which makes more sense. Like, yeah, pulling them would be kind of silly. So we'll wait for that for a second. We are just eyeballing the draft menus right now, so hopefully Puppy Paw and Kiljardi should be ready to go in a second. Here you go. Show you what I'm looking at. So I'm waiting for it to pop up here. And then, by the way, we should have, and I'm just confirming this, after this, it might be both semis at the same time. So what we'll likely end up doing is either we'll do them back to back, or if the stream's going a little bit too long at that point, what we'll do is we'll maybe actually just watch one of the semi-finals from recordings before the grand finals on Thursday, which I think is pretty good as well. 6 kilograms of pancake mix. Dude, I got to ask them to send me more pancakes. Like, admittedly, I haven't used the pancake mix as much at the moment because I feel bad about making Emma, like, make pancakes or whatever for me. Like, because it's very hard for me to stand there and make pancakes with, you know, my foot like this. So that means I haven't been eating the pancakes that much. I need to eat some more of them, though, because I want to use the salted caramel peanut butter they sent me on those. But should we try the... What do you think, guys? Should we try the ridiculous... wild chocolate peanut? Actually, we'll save that for a little bit. But these, I can't remember if Loaded Legends are available for the US people. These ones are. These are the vegan version of the bars, which are pretty good. Hopefully, I'll get a response from Emma in a sec. Is she responding? Do we do the... Who's ringing you guys? Oh, whoops. Didn't think she was going to pick up. Thought she'd just read her messages. But I believe, yep, confirmation in, guys. The map pool has been announced for Midweek Muster number 5. Registration closes tomorrow at this exact time. So you have literally just a few minutes under 24 hours to register for this one. The newest one is up, so make sure you get in there and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you register if you want to play or want to be in with a chance of playing. The map pool has been announced. So in this week, we'll be taking out Cliffside and Haywire. I'm going to be adding in Transhumance and Dry Arabia. That's right, Dry Arabia is finally making an appearance in the tournament circuit. Transhumance, by the way, is a map that Tune worked on a while ago. It's had some tweaks, some iterations. I believe Kavayu helped alter it a little bit as well, if I'm not mistaken. You start on an island in the corner. It's a little bit Canal-esque, but with a different style, right? It's not about the water down the center just being the be-all, end-all. You start on an island that has shallows to walk across onto the big mainland area. So a really interesting one. Thank you, Emma. I have got scissors. Oui, oui, très bien. And, whoopsie. It was already open. Oops. Probably because I was doing all that tugging. All right, so let's go ahead and try strawberry shortcake. By the way, guys, a lot of these things are on offer right now. If you check down my panels, there's a link. If you check the link there that keeps popping on the chat, you can use it as well. Right now, there is Black Friday sales going on a bunch of Protein Works products, so it's worth grabbing now. Big discounts. Probably the biggest you're going to see in the build-up to Christmas. And if you use my code KillerPigeon, you get an extra 10% off. By the way, you are seeing that chat bot earlier correctly. If we get renewed, I've already said I'll put an extra $200 into prize pooling and whatnot for things like show matches, etc. So that's my little give back to you guys. Let's crack the goal. Let's slam dunk the sales on it in prep for Christmas. I mean, you know, it's a nice balance out as well when you think about it, because I know what you're all going to do at Christmas, right? You're going to cram your goddamn faces. I'm going to cram my goddamn face. But these meal replacements are a nice way of kind of balancing that out before or after, right? So you can either be a bit more lean now or after Christmas. It's pretty smart when you think about it that way. All right, I think I've sealed it. I think I actually might have... Did I cut into the seal point? I don't think so. I think it might just be full of... All right, that one's a bit hard to seal. We just have to be careful with that. I'll try and keep an eye on it. But let's give this a shake. See how it is. So, draft is now up. Maps have been picked. It's going to be Himeyama, Kilauga, and Skargard. So let's reset series, reset all the details, and we'll get that added in. Not 30 maps, Jesus. So Skargard, Himeyama, default. Skargard. And finally, Kilauga. All right, how are the boys looking on their draft as well? So, right at the beginning, Delhi and Roos picks coming out to begin. And let's give this boy a shake. See how it tastes. And then flip it, right? Did the whole cocktail shake thing. But yeah, I think Transhumance has been iterated a few times, by the way. It might have been iterated since it was seen in Rising Empires, so that now it has a double crossing of Shallow instead of a single. But Kiljardi with his Zone pick so early is interesting. I mean, it's a blocker theoretically to the Delhi, right? Hasn't really been playing out that way. We haven't seen it too often recently, but you know, you've got the new Dome of Faith builds that play a bit differently. In theory, it still operates the same, where Ghazi get annihilated and Zone reaps it. Okay, Strawberry Shortcake. Here we go, guys. I need to shake it a bit more. That's very interesting, actually. It's strawberry, but not just full strawberry. You know what I mean? It's not like a strawberry milkshake. It's almost got like a creamy undertone, if that makes sense. So it's kind of different. I reckon this would be great with... I used 350 milliliters of water. I reckon like 100 milliliters of milk in there would change it. If anyone's been trying these, by the way, let me know what you've been going for. And let me know if you've been mixing it up in terms of what you've been mixing it with. Because I've always just been doing these with water. But I recently discovered I quite like taking my matcha latte mix. And instead of just using full water for those, which is like 250 milliliters, I add in like 50 milliliters of milk. And it's so much more pleasant. I mean, it's already a really delicious freaking thing to drink, but it makes it even better. Speaking of which, chin chin with my matcha latte. Oh. Oh. No gulping? No, I done all the gulping for us. So, Mongols for Kiljardi. Kind of his just signature whip it out when things are looking rough, right? Like, we've seen Kiljardi is very comfortable with the Civ. Even in bad, rough matchups, he usually can find a way. What's that? Screw gulp. It wasn't really nerfed. Sorry, I'm just double checking something. Dumbest thing in the game right now? I'm always going to moan about English more. Alright, let's import this draft so we can get ready to go. Let's decipher who got the better side of things, actually. Because Poppy Paw, Japanese again. These guys love just picking Japanese in there. Does it work on this draft? Possibly. Kalau was not bad for Japan. I think we're likely looking at what? Delhi? Do you open Delhi here? He's done that thing. It's really crafty, actually. We saw the same thing happen before when Zhone got drafted like early to block a Delhi pick. When you see that there's a Delhi pick and you go Zhone, the weakness you have is your opponent can pick English. If they pick English, consider yourself neutered, right? Because Zhone sucks against English. She just gets sniped, she can't fight. So there's a bit of a gamble element in this series where, like, if opening game, Puppy Paw goes Delhi and Kiljardi goes Zhone, great. However, it's Himiyama, you can just as easily go English. And if it's English, Kiljardi's in a bit of a bind playing Zhone. I wonder if instead Kiljardi's going to begin the series with, say, Mongols here. Malians can be okay. Depends on the spawn a little, though. Biz Gulp and the protein works. That's why they're so damn strong. OP even. You could be OP too. Just gotta get these. How many Lombos to snipe Zhone in one shot? Depends on the form of Zhone you go. Let's assume you're going melee Zhone for whatever reason. But that one has more health, right? So you have 225 health. Lombos do 6 base damage. So that's going to be 4 going through. On 225 health, that means if you have, like, what was it? 4 times 70, I think it is, will get you an insta-kill. Actually, I think you can do 4 times 60, right? 4 times 60, yeah, 4 times 60 will do it. So about, if you have, I think I've done the maths on this before, where it's like, if you have 56 Lombos, you'll instantly kill Zhone. No questions asked. Because even if she gets ranged armor increase, you can get steeled arrows. So there's always a 4 damage breach onto Zhone. And that's with melee Zhone, which you don't want to do anyway. If you do ranged Zhone, you have no ranged armor, right? So it's even quicker of a kill. Level 2 or 3? Level 2. Level 3 has range resistance, so it will not die anywhere near as quickly. Alright, so we're getting the game ready to go now. Kind of crazy how quickly people dropped off as soon as we had a small break between the games of like 5 or 10 minutes. But we are getting ready for it, so we should be getting in lobby now, and then we should be hopping in. Going range Zhone against Malians? I mean, you can go range Zhone against longbows though. The logic is if you go melee, you'll just get kited and killed anyway, right? So there is some credence, there is some viability behind that. It's not the worst of ideas that I've seen. But reminder, guys, as it stands with the bracket, goal will be to do this series, Puppy Paw versus Kiljardi, and then we should have Louis MT versus the winner of this, and Wham versus Vortex. We're figuring out if there's going to be an order to them, if they're going to be staggered at all, or if they're going to play exactly at the same time. We will be catching at least one of those series live, though, is the goal. In fact, I'm just checking comms here to see if we've locked in. Yeah, so Wham versus Vortex should be scheduled for like an hour and a half from now. And Louis MT has stated availability for a matching time. We'll see if that comes to fruition or if that one gets pushed until tomorrow. But the goal will be to have one of those semifinals today. And then if we don't have time to do the other one, we can catch that. We could probably like start the stream a bit early on Thursday to catch that one, I think. I think that would work. I don't know. As much as people are like, I hate watching a recording of a game. I mean, it's the official cast of it, so it's worth it. All right. Fantastic. I just got some golden news about one of the components for the PC build. I'm basically just sorting out the funnel thing, which is going to be the hard drive sponsor, and then we should have everything we need shipped and on the way soon. What is up? The future is ours. Thank you very much, you legend, for subscribing to the channel again. Appreciate the support. Welcome back, buddy. Okay. A little bit slow on actually getting them in the lobby right now. Love Puppy and Wham, but I want to cheer for the underdogs this round. Oh, so you're believing the power of Kiljardi here. And then if that doesn't work, the power of Louis, right? Louis did make it to the first KPMM, actually, if you guys remember. In Midweek Muster #1, I believe it was Puppy Paw he actually beat to make it for a showdown in the finals up against Wham. Do you guys remember that one? That was an insane series. That was when we had a Toll as a default map. So Puppy Paw ended up losing 3-2 to Louis MT in the semifinals. So even if Puppy Paw wins here, there could be a repeat experience of what happened to him in the first week. Wham Puppy like soul bosses. Okay, but which one is... Okay, yeah, but if we're going to go for that, which one is Smaug? And which one's Ornstein? See, now you gotta be careful because you're risking calling one of them chubby. I hope people get that reference. Dark Souls 1 is good. I actually think Demon Souls is still underrated to this day. Demon Souls, I rediscovered my partner. She's got PS Plus, and I might go back and play the definitive edition of Demon Souls at some point. Because I played that game when it very first came out, and I was instantly in love with it. They are both unchubby. I mean, dude, you put it on the table, all right? You put it on the table. Eat it, Smaug. Eat it. I also always love the difference with that boss with Dark Souls. With Ornstein and Smaug, the polarizing difference of, like... Most people probably only ever saw Smaug and what he does to Ornstein, because screw it, right? Like, who wants to go the other way around? And honestly, going the other way around is harder. Buffed Ornstein is much more challenging. But, like, the poetic difference of, like, if Smaug is left alive, he smashes Ornstein to absorb him. And then the other way around is, like, Ornstein mourns Smaug. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Talk about discovering your best friend's a dick after you die, you know? Sorry, I just need to confirm something with one of my influences. Alright, 3.5 minutes from go live. What I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to run 1.5 minutes of ads so that we'll be rearing and ready to get into game. You guys won't have to worry about ads for the opening game, okay? So I'll run the 1.5 minutes now. So I played some Bloodborne. I just never completed Bloodborne. I still need to complete Bloodborne. I need to get back to it. I'm going to have to start from scratch at this point, to be honest. Win ads. You know what you do to fix that. Bloodborne's amazing. Oh yeah, dude. I love that game. I can't remember what at the time dragged me away. I just never got around to finishing it. What other ones did I play? I still actually haven't gotten around to Elden Ring. Maybe, like, I don't know, maybe in 2025 we'll have to do like a subathon or something. And that'll be part of it. Do an Elden Ring playthrough. Finally. I got so many games on my backlog. Do you know one of the first things I'm going to smash into when we build this new PC? Is Space Marines 2. I can't believe I've been holding off. I wanted to play it at release. The only reason I didn't is I was like, if I wait and build the PC first, I will be able to experience it in max settings. Full blast, right? So I'm looking forward to playing through Space Marines 2 on this new PC, for sure. Skyrim's Vigilant mod, it's like Souls games, insanely good. No, I haven't. I haven't played into Skyrim in years. I still remember, like, Skyrim, I rented it on PlayStation 3 and played it religiously for the week it was rented. And then went and bought it, and, like, you know, after I took it back, I just bought it straight away. I was like, hell yeah. And I just didn't play it. I just didn't touch it. It was like, hell yeah. Oh, okay, I don't care anymore. I don't know why my brain was like, and we're done. After we then went and spent like 40 quid on the game. Space Marines 2 is awesome. Warhammer's always awesome, man. Still waiting for Relic to make a good new Dawn of War game. All right, guys, we're 1.5 minutes out, so almost there. In fact, oop, wait, wrong one. Let's go do that. That's not right. Oops. Hi, YouTube. Guess I've been keeping an eye on you guys. Having a little chat on the side there. All right, so Joan versus Delhi. He actually got the opening. All right, Kiljardi might be able to make the Canadians bleed. Let me get predictions ready as well. Versus Poppy Paw. Go for 2 minutes of predickies. I think we're all caught up in everything for now. Hype for Henry Cavill's 40k show? Yeah, I'm also intrigued. I found out something else he's working on. Did you guys know that there's a Highlander remake in the work? And Henry Cavill is involved. I didn't know about that. I didn't even realize that Highlander had so much extensive stuff around it. Because apparently there's a TV show. I never knew there was a TV show of it. I mean, Henry Cavill's 40K show might not even come out if they don't back down on the Custodes detail, where they've tried to like make the Custodes woman. Because they want like a powerful female character, and he offered alternatives that made sense, but they just kept saying no, they want this, right? So it's like, it sadly might not even happen. The deadline's very close. So unless Amazon agrees to what Henry is requesting, we might not be getting Warhammer 40K. The beginner you were begging for up against the reigning champion. One and all, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We have got a best of 3 single elim between Puppy Paw, our reigning champion in KPMM, and Kiljardi, a slayer if there ever was one in these brackets. He opens with Zone, historically a fantastic counter pick against the Delhi because of inevitably how quickly you end up farming the Ghazi in the mid game. The question mark is, how is Puppy Paw going to navigate these shaky waters? What is the difference we're expecting to see here? What is the solution to what has historically, since this release, been a bane for the Delhi pick? And is the Dome of Faith build the way? We're going to find out. So Himiyama does offer up that central pocket pond. And interestingly enough, Kiljardi is going to be going for it. So doesn't actually worry about the Delhi coming out at all, which is interesting, right? Because Delhi could have opened with a dock play and built a fishing boat to be annoying. Kind of ambitious, actually, that he went for this, but it is going to work out. I love that detail. That's really cool. Yeah, so there was a sheep here, right? Which rallied to the dock. And then what he ends up doing is, instead of burning the fish, which you want your shoreline fish to be gathered by fishing boats, right? You use your villager instead. It's smart this way because obviously like the fishing boats can't gather from the sheep. But if your villager gathers from the shoreline, you're pretty much taking your job away from your fishing boats. On top of that, the other thing that makes this cool, since we would have last seen it in tournament play, is the fact that this got added. Royal Shipyards. Docks now provide population space, so it's like you're getting a 50 wood rebate on the investment. Look at this one as well. We have got double fort spawn gold for Puppy Paw. If this is Dome of Faith, that's going to be brutal for him. Kiljardi's going to be able to exploit that with French Knights very easily. Berries have at least spawned retracted behind his base in one case here. Looking at the other resource for Kiljardi, he has good, healthy backup options, right? This gold on the backside in particular, quite easily defendable. Is it worth to build a couple of palisade walls on the fishes to block them? You could. I think the challenge is, though, like, if you come out here and start building walls, they take 8 seconds each. A villager sees you coming, he's going to start attacking you, right? And he can start to stab you down before you can complete them all. And you're still going to be idled up. So unless you can like wall all 4 of these shoreline fish, I don't think it's really worth it. Dome of Faith is going to be on the way. I'd have to check the rules as well, whether that rule got removed. There used to be a rule in competitive play that you can't lame fish by building in front of them. But of course, several patches ago, they changed it now so that when you destroy the buildings, they come back, right? Is the player only going 3 fishing boats? We've seen a few players go up to 5 or 6. I just don't think it's worth it. 3 is nice and healthy. You go more than this, you slow your tech timing, and his tech timing is already slow. The other weakness of doing this is you're playing a Civ that like typically gets a slow tech timing, right? Because you want to get level 2 zone. So to get level 2 zone, you can only have zone building. I.e., you're only building with about 2.5 villages if she does it on her own. And you're already seeing the result of this, right? He has to join in with 2 more just to try and make sure he doesn't fall behind. Because although Knight should be able, and Jones should be able to dunk on the Delhi in Feudal Age, it only works if you get to Feudal Age at a good time. So, racks are opening from Puppy Paw. Already understands the conundrum he finds himself in here. Likely is we're going to be going for a full infantry comp. Difficulty of that is, like, as Delhi, you want to be moving out for your key objectives on the sacred sites. And it's going to be very hard to guard your whole home while also moving out for those key objectives. And immediately garrisons the Scholar. He's going to go for the burn down on the dock. Ooh, wait, does the timing work for that, though? I don't think so. Even with double production, actually, like mathematically, especially with the villager here, which you're going to have to waste time forcing away, Kiljardi should have enough time to get an archership. I mean, it's not bad for Puppy Paw if he forces an archership, right? Because he's going to need spears against knights anyway. So it's not like you're losing out in that regard. Yeah, terrible start here. Attacking the fishing boats instead. Finally switches over to the dock. I do think that Kiljardi rushed away there. I understand the desire, right? Your villager is slower, but you could have maybe dangled him for a little bit. Tech up is what? 10 seconds away. You need more than 4, I think. Puppy Paw, it's going to be difficult to get the kill if Kiljardi just invests in that boat. And looking at his economy, I believe he already has what he needs. Last wood drop-off needs to come in ASAP. First Knight does get queued up. I'd be surprised if he doesn't go for it. The Archer ship should be very quick here. The alternative is you go for a demo ship just to get that wipe. But that's a little bit ambitious. And there you go. Archer ship gets queued up. However, Kiljardi's economy was not well balanced for this. Yeah, I think he kind of fumbled there. He could have had this going about 5, 6, maybe 7 seconds earlier. Instead, when the Archer ship comes out, the dock is already going to be on fire. Not ideal here for Kiljardi. So, although we'll be able to come and redock this later, he's going to be idle on the food in the meantime. Yeah, well played by Puppy Paw. I mean, it looked like the timing shouldn't align, but pitch perfect in the end. And wait, he's housed! Okay, that feels even worse. He gets it out just in time to hurt one spear, and that's it. Scout has already scooted over to the gold line, and the Knights are now coming around. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is going to go on the offensive to the other side. Level 2 zone in, and it is going to be the range form here, not the melee. And yes, Kiljardi is 31 of 30 because he lost the dock. Remember, docks for Zone of French, they give population space now. So when you lose them, it's like losing a house. Knight is going to march in. Wasn't able to charge, though. That's actually beautifully done for Puppy Paw. And on top of that, he has the Scholar here. So a terrible opening exchange for Kiljardi. You're the forced drop-off on a mill on shoreline? Yeah, but you pay 50 wood for that. It's not worth it. You'd rather just build a dock, which is basically like 100 wood because you need extra houses, right? Remember, Zone doesn't get the 25 resource drop-off buildings. They pay 50. So Puppy Paw bloating a lot of spears here. What is the win condition now? Is it to rush castle? It kind of makes sense, right? Then again, your opponent just went range form Zone, so I don't think you're as paranoid about Kiljardi hitting level 3 with Zone as you would be if it was melee. There's going to be a little bit of patrol in the center just in case there's some shenanigans. Because the other thing about this Himiyama compared to standard Himiyama is the pond is a bit smaller. So you can more realistically reach in and just burn down the boats with spears. Joe is going to open with a capitalization of the fact that it's only spears so far from Puppy Paw. Ghazi are being added in, though. This is very kind of lopsided. Typically, you see it the other way around, where it's Ghazi, then spears. But due to the state of the map and also the matchup, Puppy Paw, of course, has to come the other way about this. Pro Scouts, by the way, about to complete in 50 seconds. So he's going to have a lot of safe economy. Meanwhile, now with the Ghazi coming in secondary and scaling, Kiljardi is going to eventually have to come out to dangerous territory. He only has 4 sheep left over. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is sitting healthy with 13. Yeah, this is not looking great right now for Kiljardi. Not really what he had in mind opening this series, for sure. Knights are going to march in. Kiljardi needs to start finding some picks soon. Sure, he's got an eco lead from what you can see there, but remember, that's the fishing. He hasn't even got the advantage of eco text. Like, this is the ugly thing, right? In this matchup, Delhi are just more eco efficient. Against French, there's a gradually scaling advantage, but oh my god. Painful pick there. Luckily for him, the Ghazi that was going to go for the killing blow there goes down. No coup de grace coming out. But it is a worker lead now, right? Essentially 2, because Kiljardi, of course, converted one of his workers into a melee unit. Sorry, a military unit. And they lost a villager on that gold. Boyd needs to get some trade soon. He's at least got the redock here, right? So back to fishing. And a bountiful amount of fish left here, right? 500, 300, 450, and then finally 110. Kiljardi, I mean, the problem is the longer this takes to get into position, the more likely the whole wall is going to go up. A lot of civs have issues now walling against French, and I think it's actually a big part of why you've seen the win rates just ramp up, French in particular. However, this is not one of the civs that really suffers to the same degree, because Delhi can, of course, just build walls with their spears. So they don't have to idle their villagers out. They have to put them in dangerous territories either. So it's going to be fun the boss. So just trying to get the XP here. Kiljardi makes sense, right? This is quite a calming period. There's no one really to attack right now that he can see. However, small groups of units, man. I mean, it's a bit ballsy, actually, the way that Puppy was playing this, because the danger is you're just kind of trickling XP into zone. I think he's doing this intentionally, trying to avoid the big fight. Does at least lose the Ghazi before zone gets in range, but the spears do still give over. Outpost now going up, so Kiljardi, another expense for him that the Delhi don't have to worry about, right? You have to add in these outposts, these mills, that's 50, 100 wood a pop. On the other side, it's just all coming home. So what's Kiljardi looking for to win this game? That's what I'm not convinced of so far. I think he's just trying to edge towards level 3 zone over time, right? Bulk your knight count up to like 20 and then just play for a castle play. I mean, Puppy Paw, though, at this stage, sure he hasn't got sacred sites, but with the bountiful food at home, you know, there is a world in which he just creeps up, right? Instead, for the time being, he's going to keep adding in Ghazi because the idea is you can just keep chip raiding. You've already found some hits, right? There's additional ones to be had here. Kiljardi about to discover the hard way as the Ghazi do ride in. Quick reaction there at Kiljardi, but not quick enough against Ghazi. Should be one villager going down if he targets it right. And does get it. Almost gets a second there, so another life claim. That's now a 2-worker deficit Kiljardi has to deal with. Other side, we do have textiles, so Puppy will... Actually, he's missed villager production. The count doesn't make sense, right? He should be 3 total ahead because he's got 2 worker kills and zone converted. Then you have the textiles, which brings you back down to 2. So Puppy Paw should be ahead by 2 villages. Something went wrong here. Oh, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. He's got the fishing boats. Never mind. Maths does add up. He's correctly ahead. I was just keeping you on your toes. So, from this position, though, Puppy Paw was going for that castle play we talked about. I mean, Kiljardi, he doesn't really have an army big enough to dive. Ghazi once again in. And another worker kill. He even gets a knight. Talk about min-maxing your value here. Feels like Kiljardi is losing this game to a group of Fugazi. Knights are at least going to get a trade. Finally, he's able to make a move there. So 3 worker kills, puts him ahead again. However, he's about to be behind in a big way. House of Learning on the way. On top of that, spears are marching for the blocker here. And Kiljardi, he's going to have to sacrifice 1, maybe 2 knights. He's corralling him into a dead end. Oh, that was sick from Puppy Paw. Kiljardi, he knew it as well. He'd already scouted that area. So ends up losing 1 knight. Magically gets away with the rest, though. And this should be what? Home blades into your own knights? I mean, he's already forcing Kiljardi to transition into spears. Not really where you want to be in this position. Nice, also not moving. Kiljardi, a little bit sloppy here. Everyone goes down. Every little really counting. He does at least get confirmation of the age up. He knows it's going age 3. And the spears, he's in position here. Puppy Paw, not the perfect grab he was looking for there. But he's got Ghazi to chase down. That's going to be all knights dead. He's got 3 more in reserve, but this is still so expensive for Kiljardi. Yeah, and there's no escaping the Ghazi, right? Like, not with this movement speed. The bonus damage they get is heavy, just guarantees it. So 2 more wallop down. And without the front line of knights, Kiljardi doesn't really have a go time here, right? When the tech up completes, you can't dive now without knights to forward you here, right? If you just try to dive archers in, a handful of Ghazi can ruin you. So tech up complete. Relics already being picked up and shuffled home. Puppy Paw. He slivers it in unnoticed. The Ghazi sidestep actually wasted Archer's time there, so Scholar will be able to get it home. He'll try to switch over now to deny the first relic. Does do so, but it's pretty much home, right? The only thing you got out of that is 13 XP and forcing your opponent to ungarrison a Scholar. No additional relics coming in, though. It's been very creative the way Puppy Paw has approached this. Like, typically you'll see these Delhi players rush out for a Sacred Site, and that'll be their undoing against Joan. She's just waiting with open arms here, but this chip raid approach, ironically just playing French style against them, is why Puppy Paw is up like this. Kiljardi needs to find an up soon, but the problem is You don't really have that big Royal Institute GG play, right? You've got 5 Knights right now. So instead, let's keep playing the Age and just try to starve his opponent out. Torch damage coming in. Kiljardi trying to repair the tower. Good luck with that, though. Has to try and run away. Loses one of the villagers already. Likely to lose more here. Hasn't got the textiles right. Army is at least coming home. This could be a big farm for Zhone. However, the out of time, the eco losses, I mean, at this stage, we mentioned, once you're level 3, you don't really panic about the idea of giving Zhone that level 3 anymore. Right now, it doesn't feel like she's getting in a rush. Lance is coming behind to distract him here. Ghazi also arriving. Kiljardi completely out of position here. The Spearman can re-engage. He has to make a stand. Zhone going to try to farm up what she can, but this is not going to be your melee level 3. It's just going to be range level 3. Not good enough. And the Lance is just simply too good. It's too many Knights lost. Kiljardi is not going to be able to get that easy peasy win with Zhone versus Delhi. Instead, the reigning champion is looking to come out ahead here. He does at least get that level 3, but the price has been high here, right? The idle time, the Lancer Mass. I mean, you're still locked into feudal. If you could have Castle in the way with level 3 Zhone, makes sense, right? But what have you got here? Like, you have to go and attack now. You have to attack into the base with mass Knights coming your way. I mean, right now, you wouldn't actually believe that he's playing French, right? It's just pretty much spears and archers. Credit to him, actually. He's doing a good job of picking these Lancers. And he's getting the Ram Rush timing. Ooh, did we call this too early? Can Kiljardi pull out a miracle here in game 1? He has to, right? Relics are coming home. One should already be being banked, unless there was a misclick. Wait, where is that? Where's the relic that you had at home? Oh, no. Puppy paw, no. He garrisoned the relic with the scholar holding it. I hate it when this happens. So there's a scholar sitting inside of a mosque holding a relic right now. Oh, God. Not again. Well, the Canadians always give us memorable moments with the Delhi. And that meme aside, this will be memorable for different reasons. He finally shuffles out. There we go. He garrisons it. But this is expensive, man. Kiljardi, he doesn't have any spears here. The small handful he has is at home and losing to Lancers. This is undoubtedly over. Yeah, that's the problem, right? You need such a big army to go in for that clutch play to win the game. One Ram isn't really going to change anything here. So opening game is going to be going the way of Puppy Paw. Already on a fast track here for a showdown with Louis MT in that semi-finals. The question now is whether Puppy Paw will just stomp him, or if Kiljardi has got some bullets left to fire in the chamber. He doesn't seem to think it's over, but... Oopsie. What was that? This is pretty much over, guys. I mean, Kiljardi... Looking back at this game, I mean, his opening wasn't a bad idea. I think just losing the dock is problematic, especially when you go for the boat after the fact. That hurt him a lot. And then there was the raiding, right? Like, Ghazi got so much more work done than Knights. That's absurd. That should never really be happening. Especially when it's only 4 Ghazi. It's not like he massed them. He went spears, right? It's a very difficult situation that Kiljardi put himself in early. And an unforgiving matchup to be even slightly behind in. Denial on the D on the south side. Kiljardi was... I actually don't even know what to say about these wolves. What? Did he misclick? I'm so confused right now. Zhone's going to try to shuffle away, but Hotch is just slowing her down. Also have to be careful. Remember, Zhone, she doesn't have great XP here. No melee armor. Barely stays alive there. Has to pump the Divine Restoration. If you turn around now for a shot, you just die. He's got Divine Arrow coming in, and the temptation is there. Meanwhile, north side, though, he's distracted, right? He's not looking at this. The villagers do get clipped. 3 more going to be going down. Zhone also gets killed. Does cost him a few Lancers, but that's enough to get him out of the game. GG called. Game 1 going to the Canadians. Can anyone beat these beasts? Oof. Not to find out. So, rough beginning of this series for Kiljardi. Not really the way he was anticipating things were going to go. He gambled. He got the matchup that should have been favorable, but outcome undeniable, man. I mean, Puppy Paw just played that so cleanly. So, that is going to be a win for the left. Remember, these are best of 3, so we've got at least one more game. And let's see what that game is going to give us. What was the predictions like? Yeah, you guys went pretty hard on the puppy pool. Poor Kiljardi. So, I believe they've just drafted. Let me pull that up and we'll see what we're going to be getting in game 2. Because we can either be in Scarguard or Kalauga. I think Kiljardi is going to go Scarguard. Probably go for, what, Roos there? Probably Roos versus French. And what is up to Santiago? Look at this legend. Dude, this guy's incredible. 10 more gifted subs. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate the support. Is that a back to Warcraft I see looming in the background? How's it going, mate? Another sub goal cracked. That puts us up at, what, is that 327 subs? Let's keep going, man. Let's try to hit the 350 goal for this month. Like I said, if we go beyond and we manage to get up to 400, I'll be mind blown. Who else hates ads? Hell yeah. Santiago here to save everyone. What a legend. Yeah, it's good old back to Warcraft. Love those guys. So, having a look though, map 2, where are we going? We're going to be heading into... It's French Malians. Dude, he's going... Yeah, this has to be Kalauga, right? I think he's going Kalauga with French Malians. We've seen what Puppy Paw can do on this map. You guys might recall the infamous trade game. I think we might be heading for another one of those. So Scarguard, Puppy Paw versus Kiljardi. Let me get the predickies ready. We should have like a minute or two before we're in. Actually, should I run ads again? 10 lucky people don't have to worry. Others will. Let me see how long we've got until we're in game, and I might be able to run ads. Yeah, we've got enough time. I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads, so you guys then don't have to worry about them once we're in game, okay? Boom. You know what you do? You put this in chat. If you are now getting ads, by the way, subscribing gets rid of them. Boom. Oof. Yeah, is what it is. I mean, I've been incentivized to run them, but also, like, they'll run even if I don't. Double ad? I mean, we've done a minute and a half ads, so, like, usually when the ad time thing gets popped, I do 30 seconds of ads, so we're kind of balanced on that. Why is the game over if no landmark destroyed? Because he doesn't see a way out. Yeah, like, they're not often going to wait until the very end because it's kind of pointless, right? If they know the game is over. Oh no, another one. Yep, I've heard the Richard Hammond comment before. I've heard it quite a lot. I literally had a picture of Richard Hammond pulled up on an official broadcast in Dota 2 before. Fun fact. Fun fact, KP will like you 10% more if you sub. It's true. I'm sorry. No, I'm used to it by now. I think it was usually Richard Hammond, Tony Stark. What was the other one? There was a third one I can't remember anymore. But primarily it's Richard Hammond a lot. Especially when I don't have a haircut for a long time. Get those wild locks going. Far-fetched from Tony. I think it's the beard people convince themselves based on. Also, in fairness, actually, also. We just need to have more out there glasses on. There we go. That's more Tony-esque. All right, boom. Nailed it. Now I can't see, though, because these aren't prescription. Oops. Wow, look at that. Can you imagine if that actually was a real thing? You just changed glasses, you look like someone absolutely different every time. Look at the cam for a sec. What's up? Ugh. Hey. There you go. Oh. Oh. Need to talk to those guys. They still haven't sent my bloody new prescription glasses, actually. I don't know if I like those more than the other ones, the Fallout ones. Fallout ones are very unique. Right? Oh, let's get Predickies ready to go as well for you guys. So I'll start them up. Get them ready to roll. Yeah. Because we got... Quite like these ones. They're very unique, actually. Boom. Which did I wear better? I don't know. These kind of fit. They got a very big gap between the lenses. Very unique. Oh. They're meant to have sent some prescription ones of those to me, but I've yet to receive them. Ooh. I actually want to get some thick frames again, instead of just having these. I used to like my thick frames. Look quite similar. There you go. Richard Hammond, Richard Attenborough playing John Hammond from JP. Wait, what? That's quite a combo meal you've gone for there, mate. Bloody hell. Calm down. All right, let's flip this around because it is not Kiljardi in the lead. And then let me double check everything else is hunky-dory. All right, yeah, I think we're ready to go. Now, last time we saw this matchup on Skarsgård, it delivered one of the most memorable games we've seen on this new map so far. And it's got the memorable player on the French again. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We've got Puppy Paw up against Kiljardi, game number 2. Last time, this matchup had the Malians manned by Wham and Puppy Paw on the French. And in that game, he done the infamous trade route on a fishless map in Skarsgård. Could we be seeing it again? Will he attempt it against one of the most aggressive players we have in AoE 4's competitive scene? Let's find out. Yeah, Kiljardi. Malians versus French. I mean, the way this is usually meant to play out is just chill and go for an age up. You feel pretty good as Malians, right? But as I was saying, you know, Puppy Paw found a really creative way to kind of resolve the threats when he went up against his bro. Wham somehow scouted the entire map on a delay, and as a result, never really scouted the trading time before he started to return true value to his brother. Wonder if we can get something similar here. Doesn't look like he's shuffling out. For now, he's just sitting at home. Kiljardi, I mean, maybe the play here, right, is you wait for Kiljardi to loop around and then you go for it if you want to make that play. The alternative is you can play Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts on Pro Scouts makes a lot of sense here. Malians get it very efficiently due to the passive gold, and also the Scouts are just so good. And then French get it very efficiently because it's much cheaper. Remember, they get that 30% discount off the cost of it. Do trade posts apply to trade ships? What does that mean? Yes, that's how you trade for them. Trade posts, you can trade with ships, or you can trade with land traders. Skull Cavalry on the way. Mance coming up on the other side. So you haven't seen him go for that sneak out just yet. Instead, he isn't even looking at what his opponent is doing because it's Malians. What else are they going to do? Oh, you mean the Malian Towers? I believe so, yes, because they have the toll taxation on them. But we haven't seen someone do that to that extreme with Malians yet in a competitive game. We've got some deer laming coming in from Kiljardi. The thing I'm curious about is whether Puppy Paw is just going to play Pro Scouts or if he's going to move out, play pocket economies, and just aggro his opponent. Realistically, you can play French that way in this matchup because Kiljardi's going to have to add in a lot of Donzos initially. He won't be able to just rush into aggro units like Sofas, Scouts. But as you get into the mid-game, as French, if you haven't done enough damage by then, Kiljardi will start raiding you and finding your eco out on the flanks here, and everywhere. So it might just be safer to go for the Pro Scouts play. You're also going to be building an eco lead over time. Remember, if you can delay a fast tech from Malians, you gradually build a bigger advantage as French due to the fact your TC does produce quicker. What's that mill? That mill right there, mate, is a Pro Scouts drop-off mill. I mean, he could have built it on the berries, but then it would be a little bit exposed. General strategy for French beating Malians, try to outboom. You want to try to just raid, delay them, keep them the age. You can play 2TC, actually, but we haven't seen French do that for a while. But the logic is that Malians hate 2TC rushing civs because it allows the 2TC civ to scale quick enough that by the time Malians get castle age, it's not optimal for them. But if in this matchup you just keep playing aggro as French, you can basically play blocker. The Dark Age play isn't a bad idea. We've seen French do that before. You basically rush an outpost on the gold. Even without that, though, if you feel confident you can play long feudal, you'll be in a good position because over time, you are going to end up with more villages, right? Like, by the time you go feudal age as French, on average in games, you are going to have about 0. I think it's like 1. Actually, it's like 1.1 villages more or something. Right, with the recent changes where they buffed the Dark Age to match the Feudal Age production speed, you ended up with about an extra 0.6 villages off of that patch alone. I mean, you're already seeing it at the camp, right? He's, what, about 1.5 villages ahead? Actually, no, he's at Raw 2 already. Proof that the buff is pretty bloody handy. So Donzo Ratchet is coming out. Second pit mine is not realistic here for Kiljardi. Look at the spawns. He'd have to come so far out the base, so he's going to be stuck on one for a very long time here. Pretty good position for Puppy Paw. Means that he doesn't have to worry about that gold pump being too over the top. Makes it very hard, actually, for Kiljardi to transition javelins in a rush. Makes it very hard for him to start adding in the cattle easily. By the way, we don't have pro scouts from Kiljardi. Hasn't gone for it. So Puppy Paw, he just unlocked it, just completed. He's going to be hoovering up all the deer. Meanwhile, Kiljardi is going to be stuck in his base, limited food, probably forced to add in cattle soon. This is not a great look for the Finn. Wish they removed pro scouts, scouts from Cavalry Hotkey. KP talk to the devs and see what they can do. Got it. I'll be sure to get them to add traders to the Cavalry Hotkey. I think that's what you're asking for. You wanted full inclusion of all cavalry type units. Although then again, traders don't have the cavalry tag. Glad I could help. Love this pull very aggressively as well. He had the scout out here. Pro scouts ticks in. He just takes a deer from his opponent's side of the map. Was our starting to go up. So Kiljardi understanding that just it's not sustainable spamming Donzos like this. You need to be able to move out soon. Especially if you know your opponent's playing pro scouts, you want to try to intercept and kill his scouts. Force a reinvestment. And he knows it's pro scouts because he is snooping on the backside of this. In fact, yeah, Puppy Paw, it was like you just got caught with your hand in the fridge reaching for the frozen yogurt, right? He's like, oh, you see me. Oops. So 4 scouts in play for Puppy Paw. Donzos aren't going to be approaching aggressively here, though. So what is Kiljardi's win condition with this build? It kind of feels like he's going for a mass Donzos all-in timing. But if Puppy Paw just scouts this at any point early, he'll prep archery ranges and it's over. Right? So what I think Kiljardi is doing is gambling on the fact that Puppy Paw likely won't look. Because when you go pro scouts, people get greedy, right? When you got pro scouts, I don't want to scout the enemy base. I want to pick up these carcasses and get food. And you're already seeing it from the vision side of things, right? Like Puppy Paw is not entering Kiljardi's side of the map. We have got some walls coming up now from Kiljardi. Logic with this is if he can wall enough, he can start moving out with these Donzos without worrying about flank raids from 3 different locations. And yes, pro scouts would be good for Malians. The reason why I don't think Kiljardi want to do it here is if you open pro scouts, you have to add in stables as well. You have to get warrior scouts. The cost of doing so is higher than what French pay. And it means like the opening nights, the opening 2 nights will get kills. You don't want to allow kills. So the problem there is like if you're not doing it as an opening play, you're so delayed, you want to do it then. I think is what's happened for Kiljardi. I kind of understand where he's coming from, just trying spears here. Like, there's a lot of matchups where Malians will rush pro scouts. For example, civs that don't have feudal knights comes to mind. So Chinese Yuji, it's really good to go pro scout straight away. In fact, you rush your warrior scouts and then you block your opponent first. But in this matchup, you can't do that because there will be knights. So archer transition is on the way. Kiljardi does at least know about it. Has started to prep javelins himself. The Donzos are shuffling up, but folks, they're shuffling up into archers. It's at the early point of the scaling, right? There's not many archers yet, but the Donzos don't really have a target yet, right? Pro Scouts guarantees that. He can at least idle out the gold, but the food and wood is what Puppy Paw needs now. Nice snipe there. Does at least get a kill with the javelin throws. Meanwhile, Knights are still roaming. There's 6 Donzos here to protect. I mean, theoretically, Puppy Paw could take that fight. It just wouldn't be worth the exchange, especially with extra production coming. Archers have been revealed, so this is where Kiljardi should be just pumping additional javelin production. Only 1 archer range so far. Likely we'll see him go 3 racks is 2 archer ranges by about like 12 minutes here, just to keep pumping numbers hard and fast. The Knights. Not ideal from Puppy Paw. He is going to commit to it though. What? That was a disastrous fight, and the crazy part is Puppy Paw knew exactly where the Donzos were going. don't know if that was like a select all army move. I mean, it couldn't have been, right? Because there would have been an A-click. He would have charged into the Donzos. So Kiljardi given a gift there. Now a decent position to try and shove forward into, considering the Knights aren't aggroing. The second group was really far back. Chivalry is on the way. Archers do get the bad news. Javelins have been added in. They're going to start a step back to try and deal with the Donzos one by one. More archers are starting to arrive. A lot of wasted shots going into the scout, but should be able to bring him down. So all of a sudden, Kiljardi is riding blind. However, Javelins do give good vision, remember, even without the scout. The archers are a bit ambitious. That was a terrible trade. Yeah, Puppy Paw just really overextending here. Just giving the Javelins maximum value. I think Puppy Paw probably needs to get more archery rangers going here. You're going to lose a decent chunk to the Javelins, but if you can't clear the Donzos, the Knights aren't going to be able to reign supreme. I like this from Puppy Paw, though. He can intercept reinforcements. He can also try to hit the economy. He's going to force Kiljardi to retreat. His army coming back home here. Reminder that we are on single elim formats. I forgot to show this at the beginning. Kiljardi able to 2-1 crack to get to the stage. Puppy Paw a clean 2 over Scatterbrained. The winner of this will be going up against Louis MT in a best-of-5 semi-finals. Right now, Kiljardi's position isn't looking terrible per se. I think Puppy Paw lost quite a few troops unnecessarily. The Knights, the Archers, didn't really need to happen. And I think he knows it. That's why you're seeing this. Instead of building more Knights, he's building into Horsemen. Dangerous against Donzo, but a more efficient bulk force to try and deal with Javelins. It's not the worst of ideas. I get where he's coming from here, right? It's like he already lost a lot of military force. And although he's 5 villages ahead, we have to remember that this is 1 pit mine, second one getting set up, and a Mansa quarry. So your opponent is competing with your economy. You have Undermesh down the way from Puppy Paw as well. This Horseman will be quite tanky. That does make them a little bit more tanky against Donzos, by the way, although Donzos are like the overkill one. Because remember, the Donzos, although they get bonus damage against cavalry, the javelin they throw is categorized as range damage. Walls from Kiljardi. This is ambitious. I mean, it's actually not a bad idea. Look at how many deer are left on the map. If he's not going to take them for himself, he needs to deny the French. Because this map in total, when you minus the deer that stand underneath your TC, has got 66 deer up for grabs. That is an insane amount of food to work with. Remember, each deer has 350 food. So you're talking in excess of 21,000 food. Kiljardi cannot allow Puppy Paw to get that type of runway. That poke has frustrated Puppy Paw. He's going to try to respond to this. The Horsemen have been revealed. Donzo count is high. Javelin count not so much. He has to commit those Javelins just to try and get rid of the Archer backline here. Puppy Paw doing a good job of peeling him here, actually. Donzo count just not really looking that scary anymore. Only, what, 14 left on the front line. 1 or 2 Horsemen are going to get pinched. But the interesting part is the Horsemen seem to be kind of fording this. So when you turn around, the Knights shuffle away. The Horsemen are the ones that get left. So it's kind of interesting, right? It's like Puppy Paw is going to Horsemen instead of Knights to bait his opponent to defend with the Donzos. And it's more cost efficient than Knights doing that, right? Because if a Knight gets pinched, and he's dead. If a Horseman gets pinched, there's half the losses than you'd otherwise have experienced there, right? I'll say Puppy Paw, he says, enough of this crap. Are you teching up? He's checking if Kiljardi is being honest to the age. We can see the Finn is only now adding in the very first ranch. He has been committing to this. Knights and Horsemen are going to get in the way. He's going to pin him here. Spearman out of position, catches that second wave. Javelins are now starting to arrive, though. Count is looking good. And the Archers need to be very careful about this engagement. However, the Horsemen Knights go in on the north side of this. Overwhelm the small group of Donzos. And oh my god, Kiljardi. I don't think you win this fight, right? No. Knights, Horsemen now have access. Donzo count is only 7. And there's still a decent number of Knights left in here. 5 of them in total. Comes in for the clash. Second wave of Spearman is coming in behind. So last the Archers on the forward side have been cleared, but Puppy Paw has got a second wave on the way. Select all army betraying him a little bit, but the numbers do not betray him here. 24-12. Kiljardi, it looked like a fight he should win, but that tree line decided it. Puppy Paw takes the edge, takes the lead, and looks like he's going to take a 2-0 now. And big shout out to Cycron coming in with a sub. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the prime subs. That was brutal, man. What a play by Puppy Paw. Just such a smart read to play Horseman. Right? Poor man's French at that stage, right? But it makes a lot of sense here. He just needs cannon fodder. Bodies to throw into the fight. I mean, in theory, Donzo's counter your cavalry, right? But, I mean, if there's 3 times more units attacking you, not the case ever. Puppy Paw understood if you had that type of blob, you know, if the Donzos won't fight him, then the javelins can be exposed. Just a great read, a great pivot, one that you don't really see that frequently with French in Feudal Age. You know, any civ that has access to knights in Feudal will tend to go knights because they are that much better. Kiljardi behind this has what? A scuff play now to go into Fulani. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw continues to bloat. Look at the count. Why doesn't Kiljardi have double broadaxe? Because he forgot. I mean, he definitely had the gold, right? There's not an excuse there. And he is gathering a lot of wood, especially with Donzo production. So yeah, he just forgot. I think at this stage, you want to have it, right? Puppy Paw. I think he has this series. Dive comes in, starts to deny the production buildings. A forced idle time on the tree line. There's a little bit of attempted deer gathering up here with the one villager, but I mean, the rest of his economy is at least condensed. The problem is, in this awkward situation that he's losing from, he's trying to go for castle. You can see it, right? The Fulani is starting to stack up. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw understands the state of the game. He is so far ahead after that fight, it would be criminal to go for a tech up now, when you could very clearly look to end the game. And that's it. Wow, he sees the wave and immediately calls GG. 2-0, Puppy Paw is going to make it through to the semifinals with a best-of-5 showdown ahead of him up against Louis MT. All that to come on the channel. Oh, yeah, that was clean. Also, as a result, quite brutal. Kiljardi just not able to match up. I think it almost felt like the wind was knocked out of him after that game 1, actually. So, French versus Malians. A rubber-dub-dub dunk for the French. Power Pro Scouts? On that map in particular. Okay, so that in mind, let's check what is this plan looking like. I think I just uttered about it, so we should have an update on what's happening now. Oh wait, no, that was someone in general. Oh yeah, you talking about like the Richard Hammond comparison? Yeah, I've seen that one. I've seen that one loads. Like I said, like this is not new. It's literally something I've had on a yeah. So this, I literally had this on an official. It was on a WePlay broadcast where they pulled up a picture. So yeah, not the first time I've heard this comparison. But right, let's see. Let's sort the gambit. Puppy Paw wins. And now, let me check with the players. Chum, are you here? We haven't heard from Wham, right? I don't think we've heard from Wham. But we know we've got Puppy Paw here, and Louis MT has been on standby, ready to go. So he was scheduled for maximum 25 minutes from now, but we can bump him and see if he's available a little bit early, which would be awesome. Why does my beard look so much like Iron Man? Because it's just the way it trims. I like it. I like it more. I think I like it a lot more than just having a goatee. And it's not as clean if it goes all the way around. And it's a bit patchy here in a way I don't like. I don't have like the shade that I love. Who's paying for this 9 grand every week? It's the 9 grand circuit across 30 weeks, not 9 grand a week. Good lord. The size of this scene, 9 grand a week? No. So, $300 prize pool every single week. 30 weeks tournament format. Hence why it is referred to as a $9,000 tournament circuit. Let me just check on YouTube how we're looking. Too easy. Louis winning this. Ooh, bold prediction. I mean, last time he went up against Puppy Paw, he was able to annihilate him. Get 9 grand a week, that would be huge. Yeah, the scene is not big enough to sustain that. Like, EGC's getting, like, what, 22.5K for the team tournament for 4 weeks, right? If there's a 9K a week, we would have a way more bigger play base. I think that's the kind of yes, but wrong way round. To get 9K a week for a tournament format, we'd need a much bigger player base, is the better way to put that. Like, right, like cart before horse sort of thing. I talk about this a lot, about how a lot of scenes have had their economics make no sense, where like you bloat it up to a stupid degree, like, you know, $2 million spent on esports events in 1 year and the player base isn't there yet. It's like, if we build it, they'll come. It's like, no. Build it in a sustainable way, and then they'll come and stay, right? Whereas quite often you get this kind of meme of like, new scene, let's play the tournament and like cash out. Like Off the Grid just had a $600,000 tournament. Don't know if you guys saw this. So Off the Grid is a crypto game, well, like a Web3 game, right? It's a Web3 battle royale. So it's like Apex Legends and whatnot, right? And they had this huge tournament. They had all the big names in, right? Like you had, you know, like Imperial Hal, all those type of people, the Fury roster, so on and so forth. $600,000 in a prize pool. Would you guys like to guess the view count for the biggest person in the directory now? Let's take a guess. This game that had people that like averaged 20,000 people a stream. The biggest person in the directory now is 132 viewers. The second place one is 22. So yeah, it's like everyone wants to do these big hype events to get streamers involved, and it makes sense. But it's also like if their goal was to just be an esports scene, it's flopped. They haven't like done the dynamic right? They've not created a system that feeds new players in at a rapid pace. Like, dude, I said it before, the best esports scenes are the inclusive ones, right? I think something that is missing from esports attempts nowadays that was there for goated, like OG esports when they began, is the whole idea of like 400 people turning up to a LAN and participating. It's huge. Sup, King? Do you accept donos for prize money? Yep, there is a specific way to contribute towards prize pools, and that is via Coffee. Coffee link is for prize pool donations. Patreon is to support me, my family, and everything I do. And then things like the donation link directly via, I think, Streamlabs is for me and my family as well. But then quite often that money ends up going into things like production and whatnot. But if you want guaranteed, the money only goes into things like prize pool or additional tournaments down the line, show matches, etc. That's what the coffee's for. So where are we at? Let me double check. Louis at Puppy Pool. You good to play? Gonna check in with the boys now. I don't think Tume's here right now. So hopefully we'll be able to get that one going in a second. So guys, next up we should have Puppy Ball versus Louis MT. Just confirm that now. Louis had availability in 20 minutes, so we're going to try to get him back at the PC a few minutes earlier. I'm also going to take this opportunity while we're waiting to update the bracket there so that we now have the added result, because if you just tuned in, it was a very quick series. They're drafting now. Perfect. So draft is currently underway. Let me pull that up on the screen for you guys. Both semis today, possibly Marine Lord. We're not sure if both semis are going to be today. It might be just once today. We need to confirm Wham. I don't think it has responded. Vortex only has availability up to a certain point today. So we'll see if that's able to happen. But like, if it's not, either the players can play it tomorrow, or maybe I'll propose a situation where if they want, they can play on Thursday before finals, which works out great for me. But guys, if we don't catch both semifinals today, for whatever reason, because like, for example, if they play tomorrow, that's the day I take off. That's the only day I take off in a week. Don't worry, we will cast the other semifinals before grand finals on Thursday. Okay, so remember, best of 5 territory now, a lot longer of a series. Yeah, Marine Lord, I think, will look to participate after the team tournament, probably. Then it makes sense. Because right now, obviously, he's busy prepping, practicing, figuring out how he's going to carry Beastie's ass. Is there anyone you guys are thinking is going to be one of the dark horses or maybe one of the favorites unexpectedly? I mean, obviously, the Spanish bros are back. Has that got you boys a little bit worried? I feel like historically they've been very good in these type of situations, right? Okay, so we've got... So the way this works, you just ban 2 and then you get random the other ones anyway. So we just don't have Haywire and Kalauga. Draft currently underway. And let me also, while we wait, I've got time to update. Dude, I don't know why Photoshop keeps opening on the capture card monitor. It's very weird. But I will update the graphics while we wait. So remember, these are BO5s now, hence why there are so many picks. French ban is intriguing. Yeah, I mean, dude, the Canadians really seem to like that pick. It's like third or fourth, right? It's been looking good. Bracket working? Yes, big bog. Is there a redraft? No, not with best of 5s. Best of 7s have the redraft after game number 4. All right, guys. By the way, reminder, if you haven't yet and you're an aspiring player, go sign up to this. KPMM number 5, the sign-up's closed tomorrow. In fact, like an hour and 50 minutes in the past tomorrow. So you've got just under 23 hours to sign up. Go do this now. If you're an aspiring player or a pro, why have you not signed up to these? Get in there to be a chance of playing the midweek musters. We've still got some slots available, so go sign up now. And who knows, you could maybe learn some big key things by going up against a Giga Chad from AOE4. Remember, we have got signups available through Midweek Muster 5, 6, 7, I believe 8 is also available. But drafts are in. Let's get switched over for our best of 5. Louis is a baboon? Whoa. Why? Because he picked French and Joan at the end of the draft? I mean, in fairness, last time these two met, right? Because I think they've only met once. Double checking, actually. Yeah. They've only met once, right? Louis kept having conundrums with Anatan in the past. So, when they met once, which is in the first one, the first KPMM, Louis beat Puppy Paul 3-2 in the semifinals. So, bit of a grudge rematch here. French have a few fine matchups. It's not that bad, but it's risky. I mean, but like you've already got what? Iabid, Juji, Roos. It's pretty rotund as a draft. Mongols as well. And then obviously we know he likes to keep like Joan as a back pocket pick, and you pick French to protect the Joan pick, right? Look at the drafts though. I mean, considering the maps we've got in mind here. Also, why have the other two not loaded? 1 second. There we go. Delhi, Mali, Aber in my book. Yeah, but like that's why you can keep it there for deep in the draft, right? Because like Delhi, Malians, and Aber, Delhi and Malians in particular sound like high prio early picks. So maybe like French has that potency later in the draft. Then again, I do think the Japanese laughs in the face of French and Joan. So it's almost just like that final pick from Puppy Paw handcuffs Louis MT's final 2. That's not like a high prio pick for Puppy Paw unless he wants to use it in Himiyama. But Himiyama is more likely going to be what, like Delhi or English? I mean, you could save English for Cliffside. More likely going to be looking at what, Chinese there, and then you can play a Bastards on Highview. Delhi works on Highview as well. So like I think Delhi or English are kind of come out in the opening game. Louis MT is what? Like I'm thinking maybe Iabids for this opening game, right? Mongols feels really out there for an opening game with such a wide draft. Yeah, it is a bit weird that he banned the French, though. I'll agree on that. That was, I don't know if I'd say that was necessary, per se. Let me update the title. Trying to think what he's going to open here. I mean, I feel like it's Ibids, right? Ibids makes the most sense. Then you got Highview for Roos, Lipany. Wait, no, he's going to go French on opener, right? I feel like with that in mind, Puppy Paw is probably just going to go Delhi to play it safe. There is like this risky situation in which like Louis pulls out Zhone, but we just saw how Puppy Paw can win Zhone, Delhi versus Zhone, right? Whether Louis is going to fall victim as easy is the big question mark. But I believe they're now hopping the game, so we can get that rolling in just a second. There we go. Whew. Thank you, BHD. Yeah, reminder, folks, like I said, if you are an aspiring player, pro, whatever it is, sign up. Sign up's closed tomorrow. And as I said, we have got, I think, we've got room for at least 3 more players currently. So get your asses in there. No. Why Byzantine always banned? Just the timings. Like, the feudal pressure is really annoying. And this new Cataphract build is ridiculous. It's not uncounterable, right? But it needs specific matchups, specific timings. And I feel like your reactions get neutered by how good the mercenary openings are. So we're 2.5 minutes out. What I'll do is... Wait, can you do 4 minutes of predictions? I don't think so. Pretty sure usually, like, Twitch is weird with its prediction scope. So let's start prediction. Yeah, you can do 2 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't know why it does it that way. But let me update this. So Louis MT versus Puppy Paw. Here's the bracket and standings, by the way, guys. I'll have this ready to pull in the predictions. So I'll give you guys like a minute of in-game to sniff out the map. And then get your predictions in. Alright. So actually, also, I'll start predictions. I'll run a minute of ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them in-game. Big brain play. There we go. Could have done a minute and a half. Are both semis on today? We're not sure if both semis can be done today. Wham, I don't think has responded yet. And Vortex has a time scope in mind. Like, he can play up until 2 hours from now. So, if they can't agree on a time for then, it will be likely that that gets played tomorrow. But I don't stream on Wednesdays. Wednesdays is the one day I do not stream in the week, because I don't get any time to spend with my family. So I tried to exclusively reserve that day for my family. So, if that is the case and it plays out on Wednesday, don't worry. I mean, there'll probably be a player POV for it, but also if you'd rather just wait for the casts, we'll watch it on Thursday. By the way, I had a look at, by the way, guys. By the way, I think we're on course to do like 120 hours of stream this month. We've been putting the hours in. This Shuckle guy comes in and calls us a slacker. Motherfucker. Yeah, I think, Chum, like, talk with them. If they're open to doing semis into grand finals, that's actually perfect for us. I don't want to, like, it's a balance of, like, not letting people just expect to be able to do that each week, because I'm thinking what we try to do is get a third place match going now that people are offering some extra prize pooling to help make that feasible. We'll see if it's actually viable. But, like, yeah, we this week, definitely at least, and because of my worry is if we say every time, everyone's going to want that slot, and it's not guaranteeable. But we can, on occasion, visit that. So, for example, if this week, if it makes sense for Vortex and Wham to come on early, or like, 15 GMT, or even if it has to be 16 GMT, and then the finals are slightly delayed, I imagine, well, we'll see. Like, we'll figure it out after this stream, because I think the big challenge there is going to be based on, oh yeah, sorry, let's get rid of Shuckle for 5 minutes. The big challenge of that is going to be based on who wins here. Because if it is Louis, then it's less possible, right? But if it's Puppy Paw, it makes actually a lot of sense. So we'll figure that out. But anyway. All right, this could actually bode well for Louis MT. Louis MT, who last time he went up against our current reigning champion, he annihilated him 3-2 in the first ever Midweek Muster. But one and all, welcome back to the channel for the 4th edition of the Midweek Muster. Mongols with Louis MT going up against Puppy Paw on his Deli. Deli a powerhouse right now in the meta. But we've already seen once today how the Mongols can unravel that. Funnily enough, it was actually Puppy Paw earlier in the bracket up against Scatterbrained, but these two players are on another level. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to play out. In fact, usually what we're expecting to see here is Mongols going for the dock drop in the center, but Louis is doing something a little bit more questionable. He's going for the Rax opener. Very surprised by this. Typically, the nice thing you get as Mongols is an understanding that Deli can't contest the pond, so you are simply able to take it yourself. Louis didn't go that angle, though. He's looking for aggression. Looks like he's going to be shuffling the villager out. I'd rather he... I mean, you can't now. I was about to say, I'd rather you go for the dock drop, but you've already invested so much wood into this play, right? You've added 150 plus the extra 20 on top of what you'd otherwise have, and that's basically your fishing boat economy. So Louis is going to be marching out. Puppy Paw is just going for the quick deck up. Back spawning gold is going to make this problematic to get value. Secondary gold is at least forward spawning, so if you do get that outpost up, it should be hard for Puppy Paw to get access to gold, which would hinder his ability to play Dome of Faith. Bears on the backside. Is this going to be his target? It's tricky, right? Like, he hasn't scouted this out. Both resources spawned in the back. This felt like a bit of a gamble, and I don't think it's fully paid off. I mean, this is the challenge, by the way. People stopped doing Mongol outpost rushes against Delhi quite some time ago, because what they discovered is when you show up with 2 spearmen and a villager next to the enemy resources, they tend to get a little bit angry and get torches out. Like right now, Puppy Paw could easily just react by pulling these villagers. Even if Louis had 4 spearmen here, the Scholar would allow the villagers to fight back. That's the tricky part. If it wasn't for the Dark Age healing that Delhi have, this play makes a lot of sense for Mongols, but because of it, it's very difficult to justify. And there we go. I love that. He even tries a formation shuffle to make it a bit better. Does force a slightly retracted outpost here. I think you're kind of okay with this, right? Until he gets arrow slits, these 2 berries aren't going to be contested, so you can actually just kind of shuffle around this. Maybe build a second mill on the west side, and then you're going to be out of range of the outpost rush. The alternative is you pull the villagers again, but it's quite the distance, and it looks like he's going to go for it anyway. So Spearman going to try to get in the way, but there's the Scholar pull we talked about. Spearman can't get the kill. He needs the other 2 here, but he delayed that timing so much. Villagers will be able to get in. He's going to shift around the back. Goes for the eco kill. Almost gets it straight away. Living life on the edge there, though. Puppy Paw barely gets away with the injured villager. However, Louis is barely alive as well. 3 stabs, and that boy is dead. I'm not seeing that pull yet, though. Puppy Paw, you think he'd be going back in here. Instead, I guess he's just letting it go up. I mean, was this intentional by Louis? The delayed second Spearman pump kind of threw Puppy Paw into a questionable position here. He will keep all his villagers alive. He will be able to shuffle away. But a lot of idle time achieved. And now Louis rushing up with 7 on the Deerstone. His timing isn't drastically far behind. Not just that. Puppy Paw. Oh. Wait, what? He could have got the kill there. Puppy Paw didn't move the villager away, right? But he's more interested in delaying the berry gathering here, even though he could have gotten an easy eco kill, as Puppy Paw didn't look like he noticed. All right, curious, where did you guys vote on this one? Because the opening went back and forth quite aggressively, I feel like. But I'm curious. Louis MT got 100% of the votes. There was only like 91 points voted in that. What happened? Did people forget to gamba? Damn. All right, do it in chat now with numbers. 1s if you think that Puppy Paw is going to win this. 2s if you think Louis is taking it. We have got Deerstone, which suggests pressure. He can still go for trade on a delay, by the way. This map is really good for Mongol trade. Himiyama has very far out there trade posts. You just don't want to rush open it. By going Deerstone first, you have options. If you go Silver Tree, Ghazi can just run you down. Of course, because it's Spearman opening, the beginning for Puppy Paw is not going to be those Ghazi. He begins by going to the archer range. Notice this early play into blacksmiths? Yeah. Immediately queues up the siege engineering. Looks like Puppy Paw did end up wait, no. What? He actually did. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Puppy Paw ends up losing a villager in the end. Thought he'd actually made it out clear. Louis MT, of course, hasn't built a lead because the issue here is he moved his TC at the beginning, so he's not ahead. We do have Archer production now on the way for the Chinese kid. Also, Pro Scouts, 2 minutes and 30 away. A really frustrating thing for Mongols in this matchup, because if your goal was to play Keshiks, you now can't, right? Your opponent isn't going to have exposed economy. He's just going to be able to pick up deer, bring them home. So I actually like that Louis is already leaning into Archer Spears. He's already forced his opponent away from Ghazis, so he doesn't have to worry about being raided himself. And with Deerstone, once you bulk up your archers, if you move the Deerstone to the front line, build a Khan Hunter, you can easily beat Delhi archers. This is not Tower of Victory, remember. There's no advantage for them. And once you bulk up to like 20, 25 archers, this whole idea of Scholar healing sucks because your units are just being killed straight away, right? It's better on smaller numbers than high numbers, or it's better in high numbers with higher HP units. So he's going to sneak in on what's happening. So Puppypaw understands it's archers, and he has got the Ghazi now on the way. A little bit tricky, actually, because I think... Yeah, okay, no, Puppypaw, he actually overstepped there. He could have masked the fact that he was seeing this. Instead, he revealed the scout, so Louis knows that this player has been seen, which means he can just go Spears plus Archers. Meantime, we are going to get a Ram built up, but that's a lofty investment for Puppypaw. Wondering actually, yeah, Keshik's coming in. Puppypaw, is he expecting the 1-1-1 build here? Louis has played far north on the deer as well. I love this. Realistically, the probability of this being seen is low, but here's the thing, guys. Is he going to see it just by casually walking by? It's going to be tight. He'll be just out of range. However, if he's looking here now, he should be doing a raw deer count and going, the numbers don't add up. But instead, he's going to pivot south side. Really important there because the villager was only halfway complete on the outpost. More south side of the base, Louis MT has stationed here now. We don't have any follow-up pressure just yet. But Keshik production is on the way. Man, that was uncomfortably close. Ghazi is at least going to find his way onto the gold line. It is only one Ghazi. It is 6 villagers, so theoretically you could get your shivs out. The problem is these Ghazi are just so tanky. Yeah, you're still going to take a lot of damage. Archers are on the way to respond to this, at least. Won't be able to get the kill, though. I think Louis has to be looking at blacksmith timing for about, what, 9.5 minutes? Against the Delhi, they tend to force your hand really quickly here. Right now, it's going to be a forced fire underneath the outpost. Archers and archers here. The Ram pretty much has to be ignored. Ghazi are starting to arrive. 2 of them in the mixer. A few spearmen left over, though, and it looks like Puppypaw may have been misclicking there. Wasn't actually hitting the spears all the time. Gets enough damage done, though, so forces him away. Louis MT now in retreat with a weaker army that could get chased down. Yeah, sloppy from Louis, actually. I'm surprised he made his stand so valiantly on that location. Considering, like, what are you really blocking at that stage, right? A few berries? Realistically, your opponent has plenty of food behind this. And you're playing in the defender's advantage. He has better production. On a Civ that has better production. So, Louis, what he really needed to do there was delay the fight until Keshik's arrived, so he has that 1-up. Instead, the first Keshik is out, but he's already let the puppy out of the bag. In multiple ways as well. Sacred Site was locked in. Keshik is at least going to be revealed on that. He will eventually be able to decap, but because of how long it's taking you to kill the Scholar, 1 HP, come on. He's already paid for himself, right? The passive trickle of gold would have made this a beneficial, positive exchange for Puppypaw. Blacksmith's coming in. I mean, this is what Louis was missing, that blacksmith timing. Now he's playing catch-up. Undermesh already now in. Ghazis are scaling, so these archers are going to struggle more and more. By the way, if you're wondering why did Louis make his stand so hardcore over that outpost, it's simple. Outpost up, Yamora, right? Outpost goes down, you lose that mobility. So he wanted to use that as a staging point for what was going to happen 2 or 3 minutes down the line. But Puppypaw, I mean, this creative choice to just go straight into the Ram, like he did, very smart read to shutting down any threat there. The Sacred Site now to be capped. No decap on the north side. It looks like the Keshik unable to do so due to the Ghazi nearby. Archer army is at least reacting, but I don't think Louis wins this. he doesn't have blacksmiths. If he takes this fight, it's a bad one. More troops are on the way as well. He's going to dive in towards the Scholar. Pauses at the very last second. The Gazi do reveal, and Louis needs to leave. So unable to block that. No decap on the north side. Actually, the Spearmen get baited off of it. 2 Sacred Staffs now locked in. It's not really going to be a ticking win condition, right? It's north side should get decapped, but it's still a lot of extra gold. And look at what Puppy Paw is starting to do with it. He's stockpiling. We could have Castle Age just around the corner for the deli, and Louis has gone mass archers. It's not a great position to find yourself in. Gazi are going to start wrapping into the economy here. A little bit of poke and prod. They are going to find that tree line. Shivs are going to be brought out here. Archer's following this up, though. The attack speed arrow is going to get activated, but the Gazi left to contest with the villagers. They're going to chase this away. So actually, that worked out really well for Louis. The Archers got the better exchange. Defender's advantage plus the attack speed. The villagers were able to hold against the Gazi because Gazi don't get bonus damage against them. Had the Gazi been attacking the Archers and the Archers been going for the villagers, catastrophe for Louis. So you got the desirable outcome there. Holds on, does get the Steeled Arrow now. But he needs to push. Because Puppy Paw, despite the pressure he just applied, the good fights he was taking, it could have been even worse for Louis had it been invested in the age. Puppy Paw was stockpiling the full 1800 and more to go for castle. Azin also a single villager. I mean, they share the pain. House of Learning now on the way, though, and I think Louis is the one who's going to have to experience the massment of pain in the end. He's nowhere near a tech up himself. More archers being produced into, but he's not in an attack position here. Puppy Paw. Does he prep more archers? I mean, it would be a smart call here. I think instead he's just stockpiling to go into heavily armored units, which makes sense, right? You could go the approach of having a defender's advantage of like units to hold, or you delay your pump. And pause that, catch it. It almost looks like he's sustaining. Nice micro there. That was smart by Puppy Paw. He pulls back the injured ones. Keshik now down to 5 HP. Goes for the recharge in, but Puppy Paw, it does cost him 2 villagers to get that kill. So yeah, a little bit unideal. However, it's still an age advantage. Scholars should be shuffling out. He's already got one on the relic over here. He can play for the southern relic now as well as pressures on the east side of the map. Speaking of which, Gazi able to beat out those spearmen. Will be forced away afterwards. Tech up complete. Puppy Paw should have one. He could actually have 2 relics easily on the way home right now. He's keeping a lot of the scholars at home, though, for the tech speeds. Home Blaze plus the level 2 ranged armor just got queued up. And like we said, it's going to be the heavily armored units. Mass Lancer pump on the way. In fact, that is a lot of Lancers. Yeah, he just cancelled a few. I was about to say, use the Raxes as well. Your goal here, because your opponent went mass archers, is just to get as many heavily armored units as is possible. Bloat the count, overwhelm, right? You can't afford to trickle them as well, because if you bring like 3 knights to a fight with 36 archers, they're not going to kill you fast, but they will kill you. A little bit surprised by the ranged armor too, though. It's not really necessary here. You have 4 base armor, right? So you'd actually be more benefited by going for Bloomery too. He already has that on the way as well, though. Maybe even Military Academy. I feel like Military Academy is underrated to rush in this position. It does take a while. But just makes that pump insane. And no, it doesn't literally cut the archer's damage in half. Because if you already have ranged armor 1, and your opponent is a feudal age archer, he only does 6 damage. And you have 4 base armor. So you add 1, you already put him down to 1 damage. You can't put someone lower than 1. So yeah, quite often when you're in a position where you're up against a feudal archer force, unless it's Lombos or gilded archers, if you're playing for a fast castle into heavily armored units, going for level 2 ranged armor is kind of pointless. You only do that if you think your opponent's going to get a castle age play. It can kind of be excused here for Puppy Paw because screw it, it's all free, but the more important thing is if Louis was teching behind this, and he had Kurultai coming, Kurultai would give him a pseudo-veterancy, right? Because it would buff his damage by 20%. And then you'd get value out of ranged armor too. Another thing it is nice for is static emplacements, right? So these outposts actually hit pretty hard already. They hit for a healthy 7. So having that extra armor reduces damage down to 1 again. Or 2, rather. 1? My brain. Yeah, 1. Villagers are about to be 1 with the afterlife, though. That's a lot of cavalry and no hope of getting home here. Louis, unfortunately, actually, if he'd left with the villagers sooner, more likely he escapes there due to the Yam. Instead, only one gets away with their life. Tricky one there. Louis at least able to get the castle age, but with the Kurotai, he doesn't have any eco buffer whatsoever. He does at least have a bloat of archers to use with that Kurotai, but they're not in a position to do so yet. And a third relic is already on its way home for Puppy Paw. This is getting tricky. It should be 4, actually. The south side is secure. Could even be 5 from this position. There's so many lancers right now. Louis, he's trying to switch into crossbows, but that means you have to wait in your base. Which means 5 relic deli. Try not to vomit. He already has 11 skulls as well, so the speed at which we're getting all these techs is rapidly increasing. Calm barely alive as well. Don't want to lose that. You need every tool in your arsenal. Instead, he's now sleeping for 2 minutes. Lancer Raid is at least going to get mirrored out. Archers, I mean, you see what I mean. It's okay, guys. You only need 230 shots to kill a Lancer. You got this. Veterancy is about to come through, so damage has been boosted up by 2. So that's going to be 8 damage into 6 armor. It's still really bad. What is that little snaky spot he just found? Well, villagers are going to shuffle in time. Kurotai does unpack, and that's going to force Puppy Paw back, but Puppy Paw isn't really in position where he needs to rush here. He keeps idling Louis' economy. He has 5 relics soon behind this, right? He's got good position for at least 4. In fact, he's going to go ambitious here for the 5th. At this position, Louis has to make the move, right? I think so. Maybe this one relic. Kind of like the Smeagol effect, right? The pressure you just can't resist. It could be the thing that costs Puppy Paw dearly here. Because it is going to give Louis that aura fight. Instead, though, the Lancers and Ghazis go north. They go, okay, if you want to make your stand on this relic, if you won't let me get my economy, I'm going to get yours. He's looking for the villages. Cav is going to start peeling off. Kurotai really needs to move the north side of the base here. For now, Louis is safe. He has got a decent amount of food here. Deer, berries, plenty in reserve. Gold is the problem. He just tapped the vein dry. He's just going to have to move north side, further out of his base. It means also he's splitting his economy, right? He's going to have gold on the north, food on the south. Someone's going to have to give. Puppy, feeling very giving here, walking in with those boys like that. Maybe a little bit of a misclick there. Costly one at that. Especially considering that Puppy Paw doesn't really have this big military lead you think he does, guys. 15 of it is in scholars, right? So Louis actually has more raw military units right now. However, Louis is also struggling on those tech counts. Undermesh 2 is on the way, but on the flip side, Puppy Paw is starting to buff that melee a little bit. We've got Bloomery coming in. And we also have a keep drop. Oh, that's dirty. And look at the timing. Like, this is the power of Dome of Faith. Village Fortress is complete in under 2 minutes. What a crazy play. I wouldn't have expected that. At 51 villages, you would not really anticipate someone building keeps. It was very crafty, right? It gives him protection on the fort. It means he can play loose with his lances. And Louis, in this current position, doesn't really have the capability to check for it, right? He's been pressured into his base. I don't think the Keshik saw it either. Keshiks, which, by the way, are about to get pinned in the corner. Papa's like, yep, get in there. You're leaving in a body bag. So usually at this point in this matchup, the whole goal for the Mongols is to maintain map control and had trade going, right? But like that isn't happening in this game. He's losing in the cavalry battalion, or department rather. He has 1 Keshik, meanwhile it's 18 Lancers. So trade just isn't an option at this stage, right? You can't wall like any other Civ can. Louis' only win condition now is a clearly specific attack point down the center. He's going to need Trebs as well, though, and that's going to slow him even further. Meanwhile, as time goes on, this eco lead is starting to add up for the Delhi. 2 sacred sites trickling gold, soon to be 5 relics. He's got the 5th one on the way home now. And every time you square up like this, every time you posture towards, say, the sacred site, the question gets asked, who's defending the babies at home? Who's looking after the kiddos? Because the Lancers are ready to munch. Marches in, Louis MT will garrison early, but there's no protection against this. They're going to get the torches out. So that's going to be 5 villages lost here. The Kurotai is already unpacked, so can't really actually look to engage right now. Louis MT Well, no eco lead for him. Villagers going down. Actually, there is a strike on the other side here. Is he finding something in return? I think he found chip damage earlier with the Keshiks, right? But we've now got 2 TC. Castle's online. Puppy Paw is pretty much in a chill state. He's got 2 elephants already. And this is a problem because when you look at Louis MT's army, what is the thing he sucks against here? What is the thing he can't actually beat? It's tower elephants. He went mass crossbow and mass archers. These tower elephants come with a very healthy, very fine 9 ranged armor. The crossbow's base damage is 12. You can buff them up to 14. Kurota will make it kind of okay. But it's still a giant chunky unit that is not going to die easily that can kite you as well. Yeah, this is tough. Second TC isn't the worst call by Louis now. I think his timing to attack has gone. He needs to make sure he doesn't fall behind. And Puppy Paw has just controlled the map very well here. I think Louis has just been kept off of his clear attack timing. I mean, there was an opportunity maybe like a few minutes ago, right, where you would have thought, oh, he'll send it now. But those Lancer raids came in at a pristine point, just blocking him time and time again. All right, what do you think? Ones if you believe Puppy Paw is going to take this. Twos if you think it's going to be Louis. We're pretty deep in the game. I mean, I'm wondering, does Puppy Paw just try to play towards Imperial now? It just feels like Imperial elephants are unbeatable. Yam can help you a little bit, but I only go so far. I love this patience as well. Puppy Paw's just sitting here. He's waiting for an army to arrive near his base. And the moment it does, these guys are going to spring the trap. The 4 musketeers. Or the 4 lanceteers. This game is fully slowed down as well. Siege Engineering Improved is going to be coming in. I think Louis might be looking for the traction trebs to try and break the front of this base. Ambitious way that Puppy Paw done this. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't build his farms on the back of his base. No real reason to build them here. I mean, you could argue because he's got a keep drop here, his villagers come out, they can immediately start adding in farms and gathering, right? So it kind of makes sense. And ambitious from Puppy Paw. He tried to make the move before there was a distraction. The funny part about this is it kind of fits these 2 players. I mean, Puppy Paw can be very aggressive, but is comfortable with mid to late game. And then Louis MT kind of just made a name for himself in the late game, right? He's almost sorted out entirely intentionally, time and time again. So we will be heading towards it, but a big disadvantage for Louis. Louis doesn't have the resources to go for Imperial. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is already on the way. And what's that? Did Fox just announce they brought Anatan in? Way, big congrats, Anatan. I thought something was up because Anatan's name about a week ago removed the MYI tag. So welcome, welcome, Fox. Wait, doesn't that mean they should play together in the team tournament? That would make sense, right? Wait a second. So tech up complete. What do you do now if you're Louis? Because this is coming. Look at the speed. Armored Beasts in 30 seconds. He's got Military Academy rushing through. Veterancy or Elite Tech rather for archers in less than a minute. Adjustable crossbars. Okay, this is not balanced. I know he's got 30 scholars, but come on. That is a 2.2k resource tech that you get in less than a minute. And the silk bowstrings, right? What was that, a minute and a half? Unbelievable. He has 30 scholars. Louis dead. I just don't see how you play out of this, man. Like, Puppy Paw with the Imperial play, like, Delhi is just OP here. It's ridiculous. A Civ that used to be incapable of fathoming Imperial Age now feels like the most broken thing once they're there. 31 scholars. Camping in all the tech buildings, getting these fast. Look at this. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to get those core uni techs. Some taking just over a minute. He's going to make his last stand here, right? Kurotai just unpacked, but the Mango's already moving in, and they already have adjustable crossbars. Not okay. Absurd. Villager's just trying to get some outposts up to defend. Give him that yam, right? But it's not going to work. The elephants with 780 HP. This is just not fair. Kurtai will at least be able to leave quickly with the pack-up tech. But I mean, what are you leaving towards? What have you got left behind this? The pasture zone is about to be accessed. Good God. 3,900 worth of gold in scholars? Yeah, but here's the thing. It's not 3,900 gold worth of scholars, is it? 65 each, right? So it's less than half that. It's insane. And yeah, 3,900 wouldn't... Yeah, it's just... Maybe if it was 130, kind of makes sense, but at 65 gold a pop, you scale these at such a ridiculous pace, right? It's like 1950 resources to get 30 of them. $3,900 would be reasonable, right? But he's essentially spent about 2,100 resources. Oh, moving in now. Louis MT has to be just processing the loss. He's trying to switch into Mass Horseman. Cool. Love that idea. Where are we getting the time and the food for that? Elephants moving in. Mango should be able to blitz their way through the pastures. He's just sieging down the primary TC. 5 more elephants on the way. I mean, is there really much left to attack here? Biology's on the way. Yeah, he's got them queued up. It's going to take a while to finish all of them. Louis, he's got maybe 1 Urara at this maximum. TC is going to pack up and run. That's the counter, guys. Elephants can't kill you if they can't reach you. Ah, it all makes sense. And you have Yam, so he should never reach you. We figured it out. So my worry here is, like, if Puppy Paw just goes north, Louis is dead. This is his food. If you take his food away, the Horseman play can't work. Looks like the Horseman play might not work anyway. It's a leaded army into Veteran Horseman, right? Like, even though you're meant to counter them, it's not going to work that way. And he even sidesteps it. He moves the elephants behind the archers and the scholars. Dive now coming in. I mean, you can kill the infantry, but you can't kill the elephants. A statement that seems all too familiar and all too frequently said in the current state of AoE 4. What do you do against this? Ah, of course, you go game 2. Oh, this... What do you think, guys? Let me know in the comments. Have we got to do something about Dome of Faith? I mean, I don't like the idea of us just going back to the Tower of Victory. I think probably just rework both landmarks at this stage. Dome of Faith just enables this too easily. Gets you to that easy, breezy late game timing. And from there, the unlock speeds in Imperial are far too fast. Oof. Bit of a rough start to the series there for Louis. So game 1 will be going to Puppy Paw. Let's mark that one up. Delhi versus Mongols. I need to turn the heating on as well. It is bloody cold in here. So, game 2. Where are they going to take us? Discount Scholars is too big. Definitely feels it. They're going Pigeon's View next. Malians versus Ayabids. Do you just rush Castle as Ayabids in this matchup? Feels like you kind of have to, right? I don't think you can play a long feudal, because like the biggest edge in playing long feudal is Desert Raiders, right? Desert Raiders are the worst thing to build into javelins. Yeah. Not liking the look of that. I imagine Louis is probably going to try to do something crafty here. Maybe growth advancement. I don't think he's been doing much of the logistics dervish, so I'm not expecting that play to come out. Let me pay out for you guys anyway. We are, what, a minute and a half away from being in game. So payout is going to be bets on Puppy Paw paying off. That whole 91 points. Might want to remember to get your predictions in this time, Winky Winky. Should have said Winky Face. Winky Winky sounds Wrong. We'll pretend I didn't say it. And what is Fox? Fox is an esports team. They picked up Vortex when he was in Age of Myth, and he's still with them for AoE4. They just picked up Anatan as well. Ugh. Blimey. Dude, the lag on this game, I cannot wait to build this new PC. I'm so hyped for it, actually. Nice. Some people have been trying the protein work soups. Anyone else been trying them in the chat? I've only had the tomato soup. I keep forgetting to ask them for like the chicken soup and the Thai green curry. I should have actually asked them for certain things in the care pack because I still need to try those. But I am curious to try the new savory meals they sent me because they sent me the Thai curry sensation. I'm a little bit paranoid it has fish in it though, and I don't like fish. It sounds like some that would have fish in it, but I can't see fish. So maybe we rock and roll. Alright, I'm going to stop reading. Let's focus on the game. Ugh. Alright, everything updated? I believe so. 1 second, just need to double check something in the background. Oh. Yeah, so my partner and my kids have kind of got me ill. So, yep, I'm championing through, but I've got like intermittent headaches and a sore throat. It's going to be a fun week. Real fun week. No fish and Thai curry dog? Isn't there? Sure about that? I'm sure there's a version that has it. What is benefits to being an esports team for the players? I mean, usually they offer a salary, and then in return you adorn the sponsors on your jerseys and stuff like that, and you integrate the sponsors on your Twitch channel and whatnot. In general, esports teams are not profitable because they focus too much on brand integrations, which is very hard to reliably keep getting, because a lot of brands have noticed that esports teams are not worth it. Esports teams cost you a crap ton of money, and you don't really get anything out of it. Instead of just sponsoring their content creators directly and getting good paydays, or rather good returns and good paydays for the creators. Now, hold up. We said we wanted Louis MT to do something creative, and that's what we're getting. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are on Highview for what is a proxy racks opening from the Iobids. Louis MT in the pink. His opponent is going to be Puppy Paw on the Marlians in the yellow. The back spawn gold makes this a smart read by Louis MT to block the classic Marlian desire for gold. Dude, this is crazy. This is wild. What an awesome opener. We've seen actually the Team Elephant boys love doing this type of play. Do you guys remember when we had week number 1 on a toll, there was a game where CSO tried to proxy Rax his opponent. A little bit hard on that map because the map doesn't have much land. You can be seen. But on here, it makes so much sense. This is a new and improved version of Highview called Pigeon's View. Your opponent can't easily see you coming. And he even joins in with the villager to start torching. And no, there is no delay on this gas. We are live. As live as we can be. Just Spearman coming in as well. I mean, now that Puppy Boy sees this, here's the problem, guys. He already invested so much. He's going to bring the villagers, though. No. I was about to say, you can't run villagers out for this. Instead, it's just going to be the man. So I thought he was actually going to make the choice to go into the Saharan. But the problem is you'd have to Saharan here. The Spearman might be able to poke at you in between and idle you out long enough the outpost goes up. I think the outpost is just too deep for a Saharan to make sense here. So instead, Puppy Paw is just going to have to go it without the gold. Secondary gold, not in a great position for him either. He doesn't even know where it is. When he finds out where these two are, he's going to hate his life in this game. Because Louis MT already has a proxy Rax next to all three. Ooh, tricky opening on this game. Well, I hope people got their predictions in fast, because this one escalated quickly. You know, it's interesting, actually, because I've talked about these outpost rushes, and I've talked to a few players. Like, you know what you're meant to do as Malians, you know you're meant to build an outpost on your goal to be protected, or you're meant to go for the Siren Trade Network. But towards the end, it almost always just turns into a little bit of a panic. So the timing always seems to feel off in these builds. And then, all of a sudden, before you know it, this happens. Kind of crazy, actually. The fact that he even used the villager the entire time. I mean, maybe that makes Puppypaw feel a bit better. He's like, oh, he's actually idling a villager. Like, he's chosen to idle a villager. Instead of gathering resources for 4 minutes in this game, a villager has been not gathering resources. That is a bit of an edge, actually, for Puppypaw, right? Now with the Mancer as well, it means he's about 3 villagers ahead in terms of gathering. The Archer response is going to be coming. Another house goes down. But remember, you can sidestep towards the outpost now, burn the pit mine, and the archers can't do anything. Why not Dark Age Donzos? Multiple reasons. So for a start, Puppypaw had already committed the houses, so he had no wood in reserve. He would have had to have gathered trees and then built a racks for 150 wood. Then, to make things 10 times worse, Donzos aren't very scalable in the Dark Age, because you have 450 straggler tree wood before you'd have to go build a lumber camp, right? So 450 wood where you're more efficient. A Donzo costs 30, so that's 150 for the racks, and then 30 per Donzo. It's very pricey. Now able to back off after he sees the archer reaction, but Puppypaw quickly pivoting into javelins, expecting more pressure to come. LuMT is going to be hanging around, gathering on the deer in the neighborhood. A little bit subpar that he's not burning the pit mine, though. I don't like this from Louis. I mean, it's a bit problematic, right? Because I think the archer, yeah, he got him in the perfect stand ground position. So until Louis goes age 2, he can't do anything about this. And age 2 is going to be the growth wing. We have stone gathering coming. Wait, is this 2 TC? I mean, you wouldn't build a mining camp for Arislets, guys. Arislets is just 50 stone. You'd walk 5 villages over, gather once, and leave. This is 2 TC, Louis. With growth wing, it's a bit curious, though. I thought, you know, I don't know if I'd say you go industry. You've got plenty of wood. Is there something better than growth wing here? Probably not. I guess you could theoretically try and gamble Bazaar, but that doesn't feel very safe. So yeah, the 3 extra eco units is going to get him a very fast timing on his second TC. The walls are now going up. Louis doing everything he can to slow things down. He's already forced the commitment into siege engineering from Puppypaw here. At this stage, you don't even invest in Arislets. You see the outpost coming, it's not worth it. Villager, a little bit overextended there. So he is going to end up losing it in the end. No, I don't think you fortify this tower at all. I don't think you fortify, I don't think you Arislets. It's a ram, it's pointless now. Because your opponent can stand here and hit you with javelins when you try to use spears, right? I don't think you defend this. And you can already see by the amount of wood he's macroing, this is most... Wait, is this... Is he legit doing this for the fortification? No. That feels way too late. He hasn't got a villager here. This doesn't work. Louis, I really think I prefer the idea of 2TC. Because this is catastrophic. He's going to lose the outpost. He now has 150 stone just floated and wasted. Good news for him, at least, is he did destroy before he lost the investment. The Spearman will be able to run away, but I mean, at this stage, I guess you're just stuck with 150 stone and nothing to do with it. Yeah, this is not clean from Louis. I mean, the outpost play was cool, right? In theory, and we've seen it work a lot against Malians to delay their timing. But usually when you do this play, it's because you're looking for a one-up elsewhere, right? I was expecting, for example, Fast Castle. Instead, Louis tried to double down with the fortification, but his timing was way too late. I think that's the awkward thing about trying to outpost rush Malians with Abbasids and Ayabids, right? It's like, you can't rush your tech timing when you know you're going to be delayed. For example, when a Mongol player does an outpost rush, they'll then pull like 7, 8 villages on a deer stone to build it fast, right? You don't have that same privilege as Ayabids and Abbasids. Not unless you want to go for the advancement wing, which just feels horrible to do in the feudal age. It's like horsemen are going to get a freebie here, though. And the problem is it that much of a freebie? I mean, he's at least targeting the right units, so he's getting somewhat of a good trade, but I don't think Puppypaw is too phased by this. It was actually a pretty damn good trade. What was it? 2 horsemen kills 2 archers, 2 javelins. The javelins cost the same as horsemen. But Louis kind of revealed his plan very early by doing this now, right? Like, Puppypaw will know that it's all in feudal. And wow. Don't let him see us. What's that? He has a scout, and scouts can see into the stealth forest. All right, let me just pull all the way south. I mean, AoE2 has corner boy for building buildings, right? We have corner boy for building rams. Louis really convinced these proxy plays are going to pay off. Meanwhile, Puppypaw already now leaning north side, second pit mine online. Oh, I didn't pull up the brackets. I got to remember to do that at the start of the games. Reminder, folks, we're currently in the semi-finals here. This is a best of 5 between Puppypaw and Louis MT. Puppypaw beating Kiljardi 2-0, Louis beating Anatan 2-0, who just got picked up by Fox, which means there's only one Fox member, Foxy, and looking wonderful, left in this tournament. That's in the semi-finals up against Wham. That's going to be Vortex, which might be happening later today. More likely going to be happening before the grand finals on Thursday. Horseman dive coming in. I mean, but it doesn't really matter. The Ram's already done what it needs to, right? It just reveals how big your comp is. So I think Puppypaw's kind of happy with that. He needs to lean into more Donzos. I think he's way too hard into Javelins here. Kind of makes sense. Usually you want to scale Javelins because Javelins can defend your choke points very easily. You don't need as many spears. And obviously he was paranoid about the Archer transition. But as we can see now, Louis has got a ridiculous count of horses. And weirdly enough, Puppypaw was like, nope, more Javelins. So Louis' eco is better, right? That's what you'd think. But he already lost a third of the growth wing value when he lost that village on the front. But then on top of that, your opponent has Mansa. He has double pit mine. Louis is not ahead on economy. He really isn't. I mean, the berries at least compete a bit. He has got Golden Age 1, which is giving the 10% gathering rate. And as we scale, right, now that we're approaching 40, a 10% extra is an extra 4 villages. But double pit mine and Mansa is like having an extra 6 or 7 villages. It's very powerful. And now, Puppypaw is about to get additional economy. Ranches added in. Puppypaw has at least been denied vision. It's a good read there by Louis. I think you just play castle here, right? It feels weird. You've invested so many horsemen. What's the value when you go veterancy there? Doesn't really exist, right? Not in this comp. I think Louis at this stage kind of has the sunken cost fallacy, right? Where it's in for a penny, in for a pound. The thing I'm worried about is he's wasting time on what kind of feels like trivial things, like this pit mine. The real win condition is approaching. And you're not doing anything to substantially stop it. You're slowing it down a little bit by trying to get rid of the pit mines, right? Because that stops a gold trickle to get into cow. But ultimately, Puppypaw is trending towards castle. And you're not doing anything to stop it yet. Also, we're not going to be able to raid in. We'll find 2 picks. That's a start. That's an eco lead, which is starting to show here. Golden Age 2 also just kicked in, but not very useful for the Abbasses, remember. That's the one that just gives the research speed here. Yeah, so I like the idea of what Louis is doing, where he's raiding pit mine and then diving the tree line. That does work. What? Why is the ranch here? He's trying to return himself, refund himself to the tree line. But you have to time this right. The only way you're going to get these hits onto eco is if you basically bait your opponent one direction, go the other. I think actually the cooler thing that you could be doing right now if you're Louis is instead of hitting the tree line, you can be waiting here on the other gold. Right? So you idle, force a reaction on the pit mine, and then hit the alternative gold, where you know your opponent's gathering resources. It's a bit tricky because there is an outpost up, but as we can see, Puppypaw made it a bit too deep. He doesn't see into the stealth forest. I've got an archer transition coming, but I mean, Puppypaw's army is pretty good against that right now, right? 16 javelins, more than ample. My tricky predicament here is like, what's Louis' timing? What was he looking for here? Because at some stage you're going to have to go in. It's almost like he's waiting for Puppypaw to tech to punish him. Danger of doing that is, you know, if Puppypaw just holds the trigger for a very long time here, with these ranchers added in, he will be able to beat you. Right? As long as he just keeps scaling his military while gradually adding the ranches and stays in H2, his army will remain big enough to beat. Louis is pretty much gambling that Puppypaw gets a bit greedy. It might be happening, but maybe sooner than he anticipated here. Villagers pulled in now. Puppypaw. He pulls the trigger. Fulani on the way. And it has been seen. Horsemen are going to start diving towards the pit mine, but it's just so difficult to brute force with Horsemen. Compared to Ghazi, Sipahi, units that actually have substance to them. Horsemen don't really want to have to engage into this tricky line of spears, right? Not even to stop a tech up. So at that stage, what does Louis do? Does he go home? Does he tech himself? He is, yeah. Advancement's on the way. I don't like this look on Louis. I mean, he's built a slight eco lead, but the Fulani's going to make up the difference here, right? We've got additional cattle that are going to be pumped into this. He's already generating 82 food on each of these. Remember, when you go for the Fulani, each cattle in range gives an extra 20 food a minute. Even ones that aren't in a ranch. Louis, I think the other predicament is you've built 17 horsemen. We mentioned this earlier, right? You build these horsemen, you tech up. Doesn't feel great vetting them up here. Because it's not really a comp that you feel you're going to be able to continuously scale. On top of that, Castle Age, you're expecting Sofa. Sofa will laugh in the face of horsemen. Oh my god, this man loves his outposts. He's obsessed. What does this one even do? I mean, I guess it's vision, right? He's fortifying first, and then he can go spirals afterwards. I can't. Louis MC's like, vision is very important on high view. Remember when we were trying all those other lenses earlier, like showing off all our glasses on stream? He's like, yep, vision's important, KP. Golems are following this up, by the way. And this should be spring replacement, right? Yeah, already on the way. Had to gather a little bit more stone, but worth it with the fortification. I mean, the thing is, does Puppy Paw see this? No, he actually doesn't have vision. He doesn't have a scout either, so he won't be able to see it easily. Because if he did, you could just like prep one treb to deal with it. It's expensive, but it's the cleanest way of addressing this. The problem, though, is like Louis' goal with this play, and the spring just revealed itself on the mill, by the way. Not really the way you want to reveal the play. But now Puppy Paw has to focus on this instead of the relic. So Louis should be going for the Moss drop. Moss makes a lot of sense here. And yeah, he already has it. Dervish is coming out. This is pretty crafty, man. Like, think about the position on the map. It's going to draw a lot of attention. Pretty much 4 relics easily grabbable now for Louis. He still has plenty of horsemen for the time being, which is keeping Puppy Paw in his base. However, we do now have Sofa on the way from the Canadian. Still one ranch that needs to be added in by Puppy Paw. A little bit slow on that detail, but it's because he's been prioritizing the veterancies for his army. So do we just build like another little... Do we just keep extending the compound? I wonder if it's worth getting 2 dervishes just for the quick return point. This is the thing, when you don't have the logistics play, dervishes feel a little bit less valuable to spam. Most players have just settled on having 1, maximum 2. I'm wondering if Puppy Paw feel pressured about this at all. I mean, he just seems focused on getting this Sofa online. And as is being said in chat, yeah, Gulam Archer just sucks against Sofa. You're also doing this into javelins. I mean, vet archers deal with vet javs better than feudal archers deal with feudal javs. But it's still a hard force to dent, right? Like, a lot of your damage is just being mitigated in these fights. You've got Spearman being added in, which is pretty much what he needed. Like, actually, weirdly enough, for Louis, the one thing he needed, which an Abbasid player would have built, but Ibid players are always taboo about, is just mass spears. I think it's because he was expecting Puppy Paw to transition archers with poison arrows. But why? Why would he do that? You've got horsemen already, right? Crossbows as well. Is there a world in which Puppy Paw just peels the sofas and goes hunting? I mean, it's a good read, right? Like, Louis is playing out of his base now. His economy is getting further and further from safety. And, oh no. Alright, 5 gifteds or I follow camera. It's happening again. Tower of the Sultan. I mean, Puppy Paw, he doesn't have a clean answer per se with a bunch of javelins. Donzo's they can catch it. Sofa, great if you can catch it. Oh my god. Why does this keep happening in my tournaments? Tower of the Sultan in play from Louis MT. But it sucks against Sofas. 9 damage against a 7 ranged armor unit. That doesn't sound great to me. If you had like 5 of these, it could be worth, but how are you getting 5 of these? They cost 1,000 resources each. And that would take up 15 of your population as well, right? And you're approaching towards pop cap quickly. Like, but by the time you'd have 3 online, you're probably going to be popped. I like the idea from Louis if this was, say, Musafadi, Donzo's javelins. I don't like the idea against Sofa. They gap close way too quickly. They have good base damage. They have really good ranged armor. If you clown cast spears, it makes sense. But we only have a handful of spears and they're not waiting near the Tower of Sultan. Is that me? Or with these two in their games, have they been very static? It's almost like Louis tried for creative openings and Puppy Paw just let him kind of waste his time. Right, Puppy Paw's just been kind of playing chill mode, while Louis has been flailing like a fish on land, it feels like. Sofas, we talked about the moment, the opening, when they be raiding out to the map. That has arrived. Horsemen are going to try to block that, but Horsemen won't win that fight, folks. The Tower of the Sultan, a second one is being built. No, Louis, no. One is cursed enough. It just doesn't work. It's dead. Woohoo! Great use of 1,000 resources. And now he's looking for the outpost next. Meanwhile, the Sofa already getting ready to raid. Louis, he's been wearing his heart on his sleeve in this game number 2. And he's going to be stabbed straight through. Sofa, starting out of the eco. We've got a giant bulk of forces rotating around the back. Marlene's both defending and attacking simultaneously here. Louis is going to struggle to keep his economy safe. Sofa, they arrive on top of the archers. A great read there, just peel right to the backside and overwhelm the defenders. Still holding half his army forward here. Not really sure what for at this stage. And you either have to stand your ground with the archers or lose the villagers. You have no choice here. Spears are at least arriving. Archers need to trade out against that, but the Ghoulims starting to intercept. Spearmen as well. So far, I'm going to be able to pick apart that archer count. Spear count is good enough. Louis will be able to hold his base. However, he will not be able to hold Puppy Paws. No, he has access now. The outpost play, as cool as it is, it's not going to be cool enough. Puppy Paw will take it out. He's got a better economy. He's got more military to work with. And also, Puppy Paw has been taking relics. It's a 2-1 split currently. It's not the big overwhelming lead you're expecting out of Louis here. Louis now revealing the crossbows. I mean, there's not many anyway. Sofa on the north side, or at least going to get pinched, so a little bit greedy for Puppy Paw hanging around there. But that's only wave 1, folks. We've got wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. We've got more waves than the Surfer Dude will find down in Australia. We also have stealth. If you whisper, they might not hear you. Villagers get found. Textiles will slow this down a bit, but Louis, he's getting distracted. There's a dive from a few troopers into his base. He finally pulls away, but that's what, 6 villagers down. And a huge lead now for Puppy Paw, and he's still building more towers. If this one goes up on the channel, I think we just call it the 3 forms of towering. We had the Dark Age Rush, we had the Fortified Tower, and then we had this. But none of it holds power over the reigning champion. The Canadian is blitzkrieging his way towards that grand final showdown. 2-0 lead now, one more game, and it'll be a stomp out and an easy revenge after Louis MT beat Puppy in that first week. Louis, nothing but perfection if he wants to make Killer Pigeon's midweek muster number 4's finals. God, that sounded weird to say my own name. Let me know what you think about this, guys. Some cool and creative outpost plays. Was there any form that Louis missed? Do you guys reckon you can do Tower the Sultan better than him? Let me know in the comments and I'll catch you in the next one. Oh my god. So, Louis trying to make it a quick end to my stream at this rate. Or was it Poppy Paw doing it? So game number 2. Let's list them in. So that was Malians versus the Ivids. That's going to be a win for the left. Oi, 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 Louis, buddy. Don't let it end like this. Recovery arc. Vamos. It's got to start now. So let's have a look and see what he has in mind. Puppy Paw, game 2 payout. Abbasids versus French. You can't get into a TC war here, right? Why is BC not in the tour? Because he didn't like how much ATR he could lose from losing games. Which is kind of the point in the ATR system, really. But, yeah. So, it wasn't... I think someone said... I don't know if he said... I didn't see if he said it himself. Someone was saying that he doesn't feel like he's quite at peak form right now for 1v1s. So, he doesn't want to risk losing the ATR/ELO points, right? But, maybe in the future. I know Marine Lord has sounded keen to sign up after the 2v2 tournament. But let's get the predictions ready because we are ready to hop into game. God damn, it's laggy. There we go. All right, we're good to go. This is not the chosen one we were promised from the East. What is happening here? That score is wrong. Louis MT is not on the verge of beating the reigning champion of Midweek Muster. He is on the verge of crumbling in the face of the Canadian powerhouse here. Puppy Paw leading this series 2-0. We are in the semi-finals of Killer Pigeon's Midweek Muster number 4. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We hop into game number 3 on Lipany. Abbasids in the hands of Puppy Paw. Louis MT. He says, Louis, that sounds very French. It's time to whip them out. This was something that Louis actually prioritized as a ban protection. He disabled the ability for the Canadian to pick it and picked it himself at the end of the draft. Let's see if it pays out. It needs to here. Because right now, chat is losing faith. Look at that gamble right there. 17,000 points on Puppy Paw. No one believing in the power of Louis MT. Yeah, apologies. The names and colors are the wrong way around, which is making that more confusing. Lipany, an interesting map to try and do this as well. I mean, Louis, I don't think he had grand options besides this. This is also a smart way of dodging the issue of your French pick getting blocked later, because Puppy Paw does have the Japanese, which is solid actually up against French. But Abbasids on a map like Lipany, I mean, Abbasids, they got some nerfs, they got some tweaks, but they are still dirty strong. They are potent as all hell. The Eco Wing got nerfed from its 35% down to its 30. It's still a good choice, though. And on a map like this, it almost just feels encouraged. There's so much food to spread out for. We've got double berry gold. That's a bit ambitious. Likely won't reach for it. Instead, I'd expect him to maybe try and shove the deer in, something we know that the Canadians love to do. If he can shove the deer towards the gold and drop a TC there, jackpot. And I wonder, if this turns into a TC boom from the Abbasids, does Louis try to mirror that? Can you really afford to with the French? I feel like if you see your opponent going multi-TC, your only choice is to try and all-in him here, right? And I mean, this isn't a civ that benefits from a fast castle rush either, which means you're stuck playing feudal. What? Okay, that's kind of cool. It's not going to be the Eco Wing. Puppy Paw is going military wing. I wonder if this is actually still to go for 2TC though. Because by going military wing, what he'll do on the opening is he'll be able to shove the deer, and then he'll have the guards to protect the gathering on stone. It's possible you play 1 TC here, but ambitious, man. If you play 1 TC, Louis MT is going to scale an eco lead, remember. His town center is already working quicker than yours. I'm wondering, has that slight tweak to eco wing led us back to military wing? I don't think so. So the thing about military wing is military wing only really makes sense when your opponent's going to be playing into multi-TC. Like, the reason why military wing was full meta with Abassis before is because your opponent would go to TC. So the value was the military wing gave you 4 units to stop their TC or make them have to go for a crap TC, right? One underneath their own instead of one wide. While you would get a greedy town center out on the deer, for example. The meta has shifted. The TC meta is dead. We are now into very much feudal aggression and fast castle builds. You rarely see multi-TC builds as the primary meta. There's only a few civs left that have that as their primary function, Abassis being one of the few. So with that change, military wing just kind of fell off the side of a cliff at the same time when eco wing received an unnecessary buff from 30% discount on eco buildings to 35%. So tech up complete. Military units will come out when Puppy Paw builds a house. Oops. Rax has been dropped as well. Techs are mirrored in timing here and an immediate archery range from Louis. So Louis, he already scouted what was coming and he's already laming the deer. Will not give that value across to the Canadian. Sheep count is going to be 20 to 11. Puppy Paw getting one hell of a heavy haul here. Now, admittedly, some of that because he went on to berries first, but it's still a big, healthy lead. One that's going to force Louis out into the map sooner. Millwing is also viable in some cases against English Council Hall. Really? I debate that. You get 4 units for free, but I build Council Hall and pump Lombos. By the time you arrive at my base, I can have 5 Lombos, right? I think you lose that fight. Like, you lose that fight every day of the week. Dude, I'm gonna now start quoting the lines from the other guys. You know, I was like, you lose that fight 9 times out of 10. God, I love that scene. The Spears and Archers have arrived, but I mean, this kind of proves my point, right? Like, this isn't even the Council Hall. This is just he built an archery range, and he already has 3 archers to defend. So yeah, like, military wing doesn't work against that type of build. At least a bit more impactful here to try and aggro. I guess he's going to try to wrap onto the gold. What is he looking for? Yes, of course. My mistake, guys. It's Puppy Paw. He's going to push these deer all the way across. No. He's shuffling wide. He's looking for the gold. He hasn't fully scouted that backside. He doesn't know where they are. Meanwhile, the mirrored move. Lu M2 moving in with the first of the knights. We have got horsemen added in. Puppy Paw also has spears at home to defend with. Needs to rally them, though. He went for a short wall. There we go. He has got them out there. How did I not notice the guys with the long sticks compared to the pickaxes? And this is crafty. Puppy Paw, he's going to wait for Louis to get distracted doing something, right? Like a night dive. And when he does, he's going to look to move out onto that gold and snipe 1 or 2 villages. Oh, you meant boot camp. I'm still not convinced. I still feel like if you go military wing, you're going for a second TC. Against, like, English there. As long as they don't all-in you. Like, yeah, boot camp, like, because here's the thing, like, if the English is all-inning you, the only way you're winning that is if you play Horseman. You have to play Horseman. And, by the way, to Don's point of going Culture Wing, the reason he's thinking Culture Wing is so you can scale your eco ahead of English quicker with your level 1 eco techs, but it's also about blacksmith timings. When you play against English, there are certain civs in the game that force very aggressive blacksmith timings. English is one of them. Delhi is another. Delhi because they get there so quick. English because if you don't get them, you take too much damage. And here's the other thing. Military wing, the value of those initial units is low because only 2 of them are useful out of the 4. You never really want to be in a position where you're building spears against English when they go council in particular. Yeah. Focus more on this matchup, though. We have got second TC on the way. Louis MT is mirroring, though. This is pretty cool. Yeah, so this is actually beneficial to him. Because it was an eco wing, Puppy Paw doesn't really get much value out of this. And meanwhile, look at what Louis has. Deer right nearby. He can shove this forward and get value. This TC is just on the gold. It's not that great. Puppy Paw originally was going to put it on the tree line, which is no better. If Puppy Paw goes free TC, guys, Louis just goes free TC. Like, there's nothing to stop him. All he has to do is scout it. If he sees that the stone gathering is still underway, even if he doesn't, here's an interesting thought for you. You produce every 17 seconds, right? So you're at like 1 point... I think it's like, what was it, 2.2 TCs? Something like that, 2.2 TCs, 2.3 TCs. You're not drastically far behind free TC at that stage. Now, the big difference that matters is if this does scale into free TC and beyond, the Abbasids are going to be spending less, right? Fresh food stuff's only 32 food. Louis is spending the full 50. So there's kind of this convergence point where it can get a bit ridiculous. Like, you know, I think at free TC, you chill as French. If this goes 4, 5, 6, 7 TC, that's when it can get a bit too pricey for Le Français. Also, look at this. Puppy Paw finding some freebies here because Louis' army was a little bit too far forward. Good read to get the shivs out. Just delays the chase onto the injured villager. Nicely microed there by Louis to not lose a single soul. The third TC is what? He could extend out towards the secondary deer. He could also go forward towards the boar. That would secure the tree line. I actually like this. Create like a French triangle here. You get 2,200 food here. You secure the wood. And also that keeps your TCs close enough to react. Whereas if you build a TC here and a TC all the way over here, it's a much longer reaction distance if you get attacked. Third TC now coming in. So Puppy Paw slightly ahead on his timing here. Securing a big, bountiful reserve as well. Second gold option, not to mention the 8 stack of berries. Louis, he's going for it. Where's it going to be, though? He goes for the deer. This is very wide. Okay, so am I the only one that looks at this type of play and just thinks it's not worth it versus the boar? Because here's the interesting thing here, guys. If you go on the deer, you get 2,450 food. The boar got buffed. It's no longer 2,000, it's 2,200. That's only a 250 surplus extra food by going on deer compared to boar. And boar gathers quicker. And the boar in this situation is going to be next to a tree line. Right? The boar, you can easily aggro towards other resources, whereas deer, you have to spend a lot of time shoving. I think boars are actually a lot more valuable than single deer TCs now. More villager can be on deer, true. But you put A on the boar and then you just gather the wood, right? Like, I feel like we're going to end up at a farm transition at this rate. Because they're playing a macro game anyway. And the other thing we mentioned is when you go this wide, this is what happens. Stab in. That should be 2 villager deaths. If Puppy Paw targets the right ones. Oops. He's still going to get him, though. So 2 eco kills. Every little counts here. And Puppy Paw is going for 4 TC. It's a TC race. Like, Louis done it free. Like, there's no way you go any deeper in this hole. It's so silly to pursue Abbasids any further. Because, like we said, you know, your eco cost scales drastically faster than Abbasids, right? Like, Abbasids, 32 food per, right? At free TC, you're spending 18 food times 3 more. Which means you're essentially paying... Like, the Abbasids can be on 4 TC, and they're going to be paying the same for their villager production that you do on free TC. So the play now for Louis should be to scale knights, apply pressure, go castle. Speaking of castle, look who's already on the way. Multi-TC is no longer meta? Oh no, it's really no longer meta. Like, this is a rare case. We literally watched... like an Abbasid Chinese match the other day that wasn't a TC boom either. Right? The B-SAS game. This is very rare. I think this is partially Lippany and partially playstyles. Puppy Paw is content with playing into the mid game, especially with Abbasids on a TC race. Louis loves the mid and late game. He seeks it. So Culture Wing coming in. Puppy Paw does have the military wing already, right? So you keep playing archers. You're not really going to do that against knights, though. Camel Riders would be a sick read here by Puppy Paw. He has plenty of income in the coming minutes to afford it. Camel Riders just kind of disintegrates, right? Archers, sure, they didn't take bonus damage, but the damage output is really pathetic against a 200+ HP unit. Louis... he's close to having his own age up. I mean, knowing Louis as I do, he's probably going to be going Guildhall here. Especially considering this game could drag insanely deep. Right, and if you think it's going to be going Imperial anyway, what's really the point of Royal Institute? Knights are at least going to catch the walls before they go up, so a nice little bit of chip damage being done there. Reminder, every little really does count here. And remember what we said, you know, these TCs do produce quicker for Louis, so he's not going to fall behind as quickly as you'd think. 4 TC versus 3. Gold gathering does get out a little bit, but we'll be able to protect that, so Horsemen do get taken out. Tech up completes, and Louis now needs to do some damage before the big boy units come out. Arch is able to dive in. Knight's going to follow this, and the villagers are in trouble. 6 of them with nowhere to call home. New one spawns out. It's like, don't mind me, guys. I'm just a berry. No, you're not red enough to be a berry. Let's fix that. Moves in. Arch is able to dive past, so good chip damage done here by Louis. Much needed as well. Needs to buy that time because he hasn't even started his own castle yet. Wouldn't Eco Wing be better? Culture Wing because he needs the techs, right? Like, he needs to get into... Look at his techs. He only has Broadaxe. He needs to get all of his Eco techs. He needs to get all of his Blacksmith techs. In theory, sure, Eco Wing makes sense when you're like, oh man, I'm going to need farms. But he realizes that if he doesn't have Culture Wing, if he doesn't have that efficiency to get into his technology, he's going to be dead anyway. And in fairness, on a map like this, there is enough food that theoretically you can still get towards Imperial Age before you start building farms. There you go, starts queuing up the techs. We are getting mass archers. And look at that. I know my players. Guildhall on the way now for Louis. Yeah, this is classic Louis to a capital L, even though he never has it in his name. He loves the late game. He seeks the late game. I mean, this is a guy that, whether it's Jeune or French, will comfortably play into the late game. Whether you should be doing that against the Bastards, that's a question that we are going to answer here against one of the best players in the game. The second best player currently in Age of Empires 4, if you go based on most recent S-tier 1v1 tournaments. And also based on KillerPigeon's midweek master results. Just saying, just saying. Lancers are going to be kept at bay. Wolves are going up, so I wonder, is there a world in which Louis tries to trade here? Because it kind of begs for it, doesn't it? Both of them do have that option down the line. So I don't think gold's going to run out anytime too soon. This could be a very long game. Also, Donald, when are we getting you in the midweek musters? We need some Donarty strategies. Gambeson's on the way. So is it an arbitrary transition? Makes sense against the Lancers, but also against the Archers, right? Because you are going to have the Pavis. Kind of just stand your ground. Need to keep those walls up, though. The tricky part for him, and we see this time and time again when French players go to static arbitrary, is being in the right position at the right time. Relic's also starting to be returned home because the other thing you do by going arbitrary is you forfeit map control. So Puppy Paw, this could easily be a 4 relic grab for him. Louis is mirroring, but he needs to march for these central relics ASAP before they get taken. One's if you think Puppy Paw is sweeping this. Two's if you think this is the beginning of a Louis comeback. And what is up, Faplop? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. You legend. 79 subs given to this channel so far. So, like I said, so far, presumptuously. It's like, yeah, of course. I mean, you got to get triple digits eventually, right? Louis now marching out. An ambitious attempt to fight here. I don't think he's ready, though. Minute arms count is low. Arbitrary count, not that impressive. The composite bow archer count is good. Mistakes made. Louis MT losing so many troops on that retreat, barely killing anything in return. Lancers now breaking from the left side while the archers exchange with the army. He needs the Pavis drop here for the extra range. Instead, he's standing his ground for no reason. Finally drops them down. I mean, Puppy Paw doesn't care, though. He's actually just blowing through this. That's absurd. That is actually absurd. The 9 damage on the archers, the 14 on the crossbows. He doesn't give a damn about the 5 ranged armor from the Pavis. Oh my Gideon. Is this over? I mean, what does Louis have behind this? He's got practically no army left. The Lancers are on top of the crossbowmen. The Archers can now shuffle in as well. Eco is about to get idled out. Wave after wave is coming. This is done. Louis MT tried to play a very greedy eco race here against one of the kings of TC booming. In the olden days, maybe the French had a way. We used to see that beat the meta, that they would go 2, 3, 4 TC all the time. Divine DFP, I remember that guy in particular, loved those builds. But it's not the same meta that it once was. I think the moment he went away from Knights was when the moment you could see this was kind of over. He didn't have any pressure on the map. That's the biggest advantage French has on this matchup. Instead, he forfeited over to try to get a transition to that late game. But I think the biggest frown I have for Louis MT, I mean, game 2 he tried to apply the pressure, but I think game 1, game 3, too much complacency. Especially this game, he tried to play for the comfort zone in the late game and ultimately got punished. A keep rush up here, but this is not going up. Archers, Mangoes, it's just too much pressure. So many villagers lost. That is now a 30 villager lead. And a door shut for Louis MT. No hopes of making it. It is going to be Poppy Paw once again making it to a grand finals here, week after week after week in Midweek Muster. The question we now need to answer is whether it's going to be a rematch up against his brother or if it's going to be someone else's brother. Vortex in waiting up against Wham is the other semi-finals. And this week is the more likely one where we see a different clash in that grand finals. Have to stay tuned to find out. Oi, oi, oi. Should have gone Royal Institute. He didn't really have anything to do with Royal Institute, though. I kind of understand the hesitation towards it. I do believe that Vortex is not available to play now, and Wham never responded for today. Chum, are you here? Do we have confirmation of that? Let's confirm it. Which means it will likely play live tomorrow. If it does play live tomorrow, guys, what I will do is I will cast the series on Thursday. We'll come live a little bit earlier, and then we will prep that before the grand finals, okay? I think that makes sense. That lets us grow the viewership as well. Oi, oi. Have hopes for this match, a Blood God-like approach. I think Vortex versus Poppy Paw is more interesting from a playstyle perspective because Poppy Paw and Vortex are both very aggressive. Wham is more defensively oriented, so you're probably going to see attacker versus defender a lot. Eco-Wing for 4TC is much more efficient than Milliwing. If he goes Eco-Wing, the game plays completely differently. Could be 2 versus 1 TC. Yes. Exactly. Because then, like, the logic is, like, Louis is not going to try to go multi-TC if it's Eco-Wing, because the Eco-Wing makes the TC transition too efficient for Abbasids. But because he went Military Wing, he's paying full price for the TCs, which makes it a bit better. Then it's a trade-off of, like, Abbasids TCs produce villages cheaper, but French TCs produce villages quicker. As we said, you kind of reach a scaling point where the more you ego chow the Abbasids on it, the better it gets for them. Like when you get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 TC, it's just better. Is Chum not here right now? Let me bump him. It was mind games? No, it's not really mind games. It's just reacting to the state of the game. That's fair from Don, right? Like, the logic is that if you play along feudal as Abbasids versus along feudal as French, once you get deep enough, sure, you can have some camel archers to offset the threat. But in the early phases, like, you're scared of French because they have French knights. So, like, playing a longer feudal feels really scary in, like, a slower scaling eco. If you turn it into an eco scaling game, you can just sidestep fast into castle, and then you're in your zone, right? Because, like, French, one of the big edges is feudal knights. Once you get to castle, the doors open. The options come to the table for Abbasids. So, I agree. It definitely makes sense. I think, though, Wham isn't responding today. Vortex, I believe, also just went offline, which means that semi-finals is likely going to be played tomorrow, but we'll confirm with them. What we'll do, guys, I'll make an announcement in my Discord, and we'll see if we can get them to play live on Thursday before the grand finals. I think that's the perfect situation. Worst case situation, which is still a good situation, I will cast the games from replay before the grand finals on Thursday. Okay? So either way, we'll cover the semis, just in case of whether it's live or not. If you don't want to have the results spoiled for you, just don't look at the streams or don't open the game and view their games tomorrow when they might play them. But we'll confirm that. I'll sort that out with you and we'll figure that out. Best case scenario, obviously, for the broadcast for the tournaments is if we have them on Thursday if the boys are open. And because it is Puppy Paw, Wham, and Vortex, that actually aligns maybe perfectly. Maybe not absolute pitch perfectly, but quite well to be possible. So yeah, we'll figure that out. So make sure you got notifications turned on. Make sure you're tuning in here. Grand Finals is usually scheduled for 4 p.m. GMT, i.e. 5 p.m. CET. But if we have the semi-finals live, it might get pushed back a little bit. So I'll make an announcement on that. If we do have the semi-finals live or recorded, what we'll aim to do either way, I think, is probably aim to begin the broadcast an hour or two earlier than that time. So around like 3 p.m. CET. But I will make an announcement in the Discord on that as soon as we have that confirmed and locked in with the players. But I think that is all for today. There's not really anything left to cast now. Reminder, by the way, we still have room on the signups. If you haven't already, you want to go through and sign up to Midweek Muster number 4. It is only open for under 24 more hours.
Now you're mine.
Yo, what is up, Marine Lord? Thank you very much, mate. Hope you enjoyed the games. A little bit of a stomp, a little bit one-sided, but Puppy playing very clean. Big shout out to all the M-Lord peeps. Wait. We're on the wrong tab. Yeah, because we were just looking here. So I was just reminding people, by the way, if you're an aspiring player, if you want to play or whatever, Midweek Muster number 5 closes tomorrow. So you want to get signed up before 4 p.m. CET tomorrow. We still have a few slots left. I think we have 3 up for grabs potentially, but more than that can sign up and we'll let you know if you made it. The map pool has been released, so next week we are going to be shuffling Himiyama to be not a default map. The default map for the week is going to be Transhumance. This is a map that was created by Chum. It's a really interesting one. It reminds me a little bit of Canal, just in a different dynamic. Instead of having that river in the center, you have this wide open field you play onto, and the river doesn't like interfere too much. So you start on a little island, but you have shallow waters to walk over to. You have enough resources on your starting island to get you going, and then you can play deeper into the map for more resources. So that's going to be the default map for week number 5. And then we've rotated out Haywire and Coastal Cliff. Sorry, not Coastal Cliffs. Haywire and Cliffside. And we've brought in Transhumant as the default map and Dry Arabia as well. So Dry Arabia is now in the rotation. Please do go sign up. It's nice to have a full bracket. It kind of sucks when we don't. I see this, like, whether you are an aspiring pro or you're an existing pro, it's great either way. If you're an aspiring person, like, looking to contest, like, we've got a few people here, like Shuckle, Jetkla, Uzair Fly, like, there's loads of unknowns here coming in. Look at this as a grand opportunity to improve your game, because you're going to be going up against very talented players that are probably better than you, statistically likely to beat you. But one, you might have a creative strategy that beats them. But worst case scenario, you are going to learn something very valuable. We already had that from people in previous weeks where they went, yeah, I lost, but what I learned was invaluable. So it's worth signing up. And that's the whole point in this, right? Is that we are now going to be, once we're in the 5th week, we're going to be a 6th of the way through. Not even a 6th of the way through, but the beginning of the 6th of the way through. And it's not how you begin this process, it's how you look week 15, week 20, week 25. Yeah, Cal's there. Let's see if he actually makes it this time. But yes, there is no exception. So if you're a pro player looking to play, you need to sign up. Make sure you are signing up before the sign up closes tomorrow at, what did I say it was? 4 p.m. CET. And also, by the way, while you're at it, if you want to participate in the other ones, Midweek Muster 6, 7, and I believe 8 as well are already open for sign up. We haven't announced the map pools for those yet. The map pools get announced usually today for the next week. So you have a little bit of heads up. But I think there's not really much left to do. I haven't had a confirmation from Tune. Oh, wait. Alright, so Tune hasn't had a response from Wham. So you want the link for that? I think KPMM works. And then you can go through to the specific week. I can't remember if sign up was what we added as well. We added another command. Let me double check. But if you go there, yes, you'll be able to get through. 1 second. Did I add another command? I could have sworn we did. Just double checking now. Oh, I almost forgot, by the way. Really want to give a big shout out to this. Let me check my coffee. Because someone who, I mean, they can say who they are if they want to in the chat, and we can praise them. Someone dropped a £200 dono into the coffee for prize pool, show matches, and those sort of things, fundings. So feel free to make yourself know if you want to. But really big shout out to them. That's incredible. So we're looking to, in future weeks, set up a system where we can have a third place match before grand finals. This week, I think we're going to see if we can actually get the other semi-finals to play before the grand finals. But like I said, !Discord, join my Discord, and we'll confirm that. Oh, yeah. It was the BBC King. Thank you very much, the BBC King, for the big donor. You're incredible. £200. What a legend. But in terms of the other semi-finals, there's either two possibilities. There's either going to be A, tomorrow, or B, on Thursday. Like I said, we'll cover it either way, either from recordings or live on Thursday before the grand finals to get us warmed up, make sure the stream's a bit longer. But I'm going to coordinate with Tune behind the scenes. We should hopefully have confirmation a little bit later today or early tomorrow on whether it's going to be happening on Wednesday or Thursday. So if you don't want the result sport for you, wait until Thursday either way. But yeah, we're waiting on an answer now. Once we have that, we'll thumbs it up. I think Vortex is game for either. We just need to confirm Wham. But guys, what I'm going to do, loving and leaving you on the YouTube side. Thank you very much, dude. YouTube has been growing again as well. It's incredible to see. And remember, if you can open the Twitch, it's appreciated. It just helps get more sponsors because they see one big number instead of multiple numbers. But, you know, feel free to view wherever you want. But YouTubers, I'm going to love you and leave you. We'll be live on Thursday. And we will definitely be live by 5 p.m. CET. Grand finals should probably be beginning by then. But we'll likely be looking to come live earlier to cast the semi-finals. So I'm going to say roughly a 3 p.m. CET start time on Thursday. So it should get a little bit more length on that day. But thank you, YouTube. I'm going to stop the stream now because we're just going to sit here for a minute or two on Twitch and then